Right, welcome to the Rambling Achieve podcast, episode 4. Always a great time, and we've just obviously wrapped up the showcase season, which is always again a
Oh
great
yeah.
time. It's been so busy this month, dude.
Yeah.
How have you been?
Doing good, bro. Doing good. Just trying to stay afloat with the whole Summer Game Fest thing, trying to keep up with it's not just the game announcements and the trailers and the reveals, it's the news and the it's so much like my brain is on overload. Last week was all the Xbox stuff, which I'm sure we'll get into. And yeah, like we were talking about before starting this up, supposedly this week the Steam Machine's gonna get its release date and price. And so like it's nonstop, but it's really fun.
Yeah, it's. I gotta say, there was. It was weird because I think Sony kicked it off, right? Sony State of Play was the first,
Yep.
and I don't know about you. Did you see like there was a lot of like mixed feelings of it, and I thought it wasn't that bad of a show. There was a lot of I think that Mr. Maddie was doing like a stream, and there was a lot. He had to shut it off because there was a lot of like essentially booing. As I don't know what else like to describe it as, but there was a lot of negative sentiment around it. I don't really get it.
I didn't think it was that good of a show.
No, it wasn't
I
like amazing, but it's not like one of their worst ever showings. Like there's a new God of War coming out. They've shown Wolverine in action and stuff like that. Like, do you think there's a little bit way too high of an expectation for certain stuff?
well, so I have a theory on this.
Is it a ninja theory? Sorry.
Kind of. It's directly related to the overarching the Xbox Studio for Game Studios brand. So PlayStation put out the statement that you could go watch these in theaters. This State of
Mm,
Play in specific you could go watch in theater.
yeah.
And so that drums up and they allowed people to like prepare for it. It was like usually a state of play you get a day, maybe 2 days of an update before it happens. They told us 2 weeks in advance. And rumor now is that Halo Campaign Evolved was supposed to be shown at the state of play. Like they had a PS5 Pro trailer running for it and all that. I think that was the big thing they wanted at the theater to have like the live reaction of people seeing Halo Campaign Evolved or
Yeah, because you
any
could weaponize
X
that in your marketing's
for
favor.
sure.
Because then everyone's in the theater, you see all that reaction, and then it's yeah, yeah, I
Yep.
get that.
And then so when Asha Sharma pulled that from the theater, what you're left with is like in terms of hype moments, you're left with Wolverine, we've already seen that, and then you're left with God of War, which has already been leaked, and then you're kind of left with, at least in my opinion, the God of War thing being pretty underwhelming. Like I thought the writing was pretty awful in that. I thought that the combat and just the familiarity of it wasn't surprising enough or shocking enough to be like a significant departure mechanically. So it just kind of the whole entire show was resting on a big crazy console war moment. Halo, the white flag has been waved officially. It's at our showcase. You have that, the hoorah moment, or you have the God of War moment. And then when the Halo's removed and God of War doesn't quite hit and Wolverine's already been shown, it's like, ooh,
There was a lot
this
of people
just
also thinking that because they did that theater thing, I think you and me both knew that was never going to happen, but the people thinking that that's where GTA 6 was going to get shown as well. There was a lot of expectation for that. I think
Yep.
they had just have expectations in anything. Like they were obviously rabid for the announcement of when you can pre-order. It's like any bit of news and stuff like that. So I think there was like a lot of expectation driven, especially like you said, bigging it up that much, having the theater and stuff like that, and then landing with basically what's just familiar and to be expected.
hmm
There's nothing really big of a shake up there. Like, yeah, it's great you've landed another Marvel superhero. Like when you're like looking at it like just on that level and it's like, oh, it's another God of War game. I can get that. But like th- this is the thing. There's so many showcases now. There's only so many like spots that'll get slotted in and stuff like that. Like it must be pretty difficult to land game because you don't want to keep showing the same game either. Like it's whoever gets that game onto their showcase that's coveted, and that's really
Yep.
rewarding for that. Um, and I don't know. There was because what I put here, like the top three from the state of play. I hope I've done this right. I wrote this out ages ago, but like I like the look of Ace Combat 8. That's kind of cool.
Hmm. Yeah.
I'm I can't remember if it was I did Assault Horizon and then I think Seven. I haven't done like the ones prior to that, but like I enjoyed them. They're really fun. That looks pretty solid and good. The Dave the Diver prequel is pretty welcome. That was kind of
Hmm.
cool. A little bit spicy there. And then I was watching your stream like 50-50. I was busy doing other stuff, but I was trying to like also be there at the same time. That Stuntman game I thought looked pretty cool. Like I'm all for that. I know that's not gonna really that's such like a PS2 early 2000s
Hmm.
games for many. That's not gonna move the needle for like modern audiences all that much, probably. But like, dude, I loved Stuntman in Condition. That game was fucking amazing. So I'm like, I'm all for that. I'm surprised they've gone back and done a Stuntman game, but I respect it. That's awesome. Um, so yeah, I was. That's why I was like kind of warm on it because the thing is as well, I'm not really bothered by God of War. So like I knew that that was going to be something possibly being shown. Wolverine doesn't really interest me and stuff like that. Like there's a lot of Sony first party stuff that I feel their formula has they're kind of repeating a lot of the steps. So it's just like you've been there, done that. I don't need to experience that again, really, if that makes sense. It's like it's cool if you enjoy that still. That's great. Like they're going to be delivering that stuff, but it's kind of lost its allure for me, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think it's like a it's hard to do like blanket statements like that. For God of War, I definitely have for me I'm it's all individualized, right? Like it's all for the God of War franchise, I don't need any more of that
Mm.
for ever, honestly. I never needed any more of God of War after 2005, if I'm being real. It's just not a franchise that necessarily resonates with me so deeply. And then with something like Wolverine, I'm like, oh, that looks fucking amazing. I'm there for that day one. Intergalactic, I assume is going to be fantastic gameplay wise and all that we'll see narratively. So it's like all case by case. That's the one thing that I get really confused about when people start talking about like, oh, PlayStation games are all the same. And it's like, well, because they're third person. It's like you have a post-apocalyptic game, you have a superhero game, you have a Greek or Norse mythology game, you have a, fucking a lost remnants of prior civilizations, dinosaur robots, and like you have all these different variations, but because they're third person, they're all the same. It's like that doesn't make that'd be like saying BioShock and Call of Duty are the same thing. You know what I
Mm.
mean? Or just the perspective doesn't define the game. Are there some shared DNA in the sense of
I guess it might
like
just be sequel fatigue though, as
I'm
well.
definitely
Because
feel
that's what
that
I
for
mean. Like
sure.
I've seen, for instance, like when you said about blanket statement, I don't need any more Last of Us in my life. I don't need any more God of War in my life. I didn't like Horizon from the get go. I don't like that because that was also why I switched. I immediately switched off God of War because I just don't like quippy, chatty characters like that. It just doesn't appeal to me. And I felt that with Aloy. I don't like characters that chat to themselves. It's just not appealing to me. I find it irritating. Or when you're doing a game that has like light puzzle elements and then they announce that they figured it out and stuff like that. That just annoys me. I'd love to have that be able to be toggled off. Um, Intergalactic is interesting. From like, I'm wondering where they go with it. Are they going to try and explore different writing methods and stuff like that, or is it going to be basically more of like brutality from Naughty Dog, or if it's going to be less brutality driven? That would be interesting to see. Um, but yeah, there's definitely variety in all of the IPs there, and there's no doubt about that at all.
Yeah, it's for Intergalactic, it's going to be really interesting to I don't know. In terms of the brutality thing, like they've really only ever done that with honestly just The Last of Us 2. The Last of Us 1 was brutal, but it was like heartfelt and you know sincere and like The Last of Us 2 just got off the deep end with like all people are bad and there's no redeeming qualities for anyone and it's like god damn man I understand if that was an 8 hour game, I probably could have got on board with that, but 20 plus hours of playing as people I don't really like, it's like that fucking
The
that becomes grating.
minor spoilers, I suppose, for the Last of Us one. So if you don't want to hear that, obviously skip forward a bit. They saved that shit for the end of Last of Us one. That
Yeah.
was the problem. Is that when you kick it off, and then that's the entire premise for the entire story, it it doesn't work for me personally. And on top of that, it then desensitizes you because I don't care about Ellie. Come the credits roll, I have no
Hmm.
empathy. I have no sympathy for the
Same.
stuff that you've done or you've experienced because you have written a story where she is deplorable.
Yep.
Abby is deplorable. All these people are deplorable. And I know that's kind of like writing it in the sense of, oh, it's a post apocalypse. People are doing what they must and stuff like that. You got to have some likable characters, man. You got to have some, and that's what Joel did. He was the anchor of that, of like, he did make a difficult decision, but he was still human. They
Hmm.
humanized his decision. I may not agree with his decision, but that's really good writing. Whereas with the other two, I find the decisions they make throughout that game completely nonsensical, in my opinion,
Yeah.
and it's just
I
crazy.
yeah, I mostly agree. I mean, listen, I definitely would never say it's bad writing per se, but I would say that it is way too edgy. And like I like edgy shit. I love edgy shit. I want to see you push the envelope, and I'm glad that he pushed the envelope there because it, at the very least, is interesting. And I think that most stories don't even get that right. Most stories don't even get the bare minimum of being interesting. So, like, we're not going to talk about the story for I don't know, Dead Island 2, Tales of Arise. Like, we're not going to be sitting there thinking about any kind of moment that took place in those games and chatting about it for, in 10 years. Like, that game came out almost 10 years ago, and we're still talking about like the decisions that were made. So, however I feel about it, which I don't necessarily like, I agree, it was grating for sure by the end, but I respect anyone who wants to say something and say something that is going to provoke thought and compel people to, look at things from a different viewpoint. But at the same time, like, I really hope they go back to the Uncharted kind of more, like, keep some of that brutality and darker, because you're talking about a sci-fi story, keep some of that intact, sure. But I'd really like to be on a globe-trotting adventure and fucking, do some platforming and hear some jokes and like yeah, I want to be around characters I enjoy.
Yeah, yeah, I'd definitely agree with that. It will be very interesting to see where they land with Intergalactic, but also where they go after that. Are they gonna then go back to The Last of Us? Go back to that like
Yeah.
comfort zone? Are they gonna try and pick up Uncharted because it's been so long now and stuff like
I
that?
think that
Because if it's lighter in tone, surely you wouldn't want to go back to a darker in tone kind of thing. You'd probably want to keep it the wavelength fairly, because I think if you go up and down, it's a bit rocky. It's why you see things in media where they're samey for so long and then they make a change, because it's very difficult. Like once you're all in that mindset creatively, you don't want to kind of be pinging back and forth in the extremes. Usually, kind of, oh well, that did well. Let's keep like kind of in that realm of that, if that makes sense.
I think right now they have a team probably in pre-production on The Last of Us 3, and the majority of the team is on Intergalactic. I think that someone else entirely is working on Uncharted, if I had to guess. Like, I think that they're maybe a third team at Naughty Dog, because Naughty Dog got fucking massive whenever they were
Mm,
developing the multiplayer game that was canceled.
mm,
So that took up a ton of time, and you have, I don't know, 400 bodies at the studio. It it could, because Insomniac, I believe, has three teams. And so PlayStation has been working towards this idea of separating these massive teams into multiple smaller teams. I
yeah,
don't know with Naughty Dog though. I
you
don't know.
have
They're
to.
they're pretty secretive.
You have to if you're gonna, because you've already seen, if you keep one big team, yeah, you'll get like a massive, ambitious, huge project out, but it still takes ages. And you've seen the there just hasn't been enough release, people feel, from like first party stuff. Like there's been massively long gaps between stuff.
Hmm.
So if you split these up into 3 teams, theoretically speaking, you should be at minimum getting at least 2 to 3 games a generation from these teams then, if you're able to like shorten it, because with them having less headcount as well, there won't be as much people trying to overbite in ambition. Maybe they'll try and keep their ambition a little bit more grounded, and just because you don't need massive, huge expansions. You didn't, again, with bringing up The Last of Us. Like, I don't think the game needed to be as long or as big or as wide. Like, you could easily chop off like at the bare minimum 2 hours of that game, and it wouldn't have suffered at all.
Oh, probably like 7.
I was trying to be like at the bare minimum you can chop off 2, and you would have
Yeah,
no difference whatsoever. It would
a better
probably,
game.
yeah, you would increase the pacing and stuff like that. So hopefully that goes back to it, because it is weird how we've gone from, we've spoken about this so many times, but like the demonizing of the word linear and
Hmm.
smaller games and stuff like that, and they're looking, and Sony's scratching their head, Microsoft scratching their head, and they're like, I don't under, just make games smaller and you get them out quicker. Like, how hard is it to understand this premise? You would then be selling more products, you would be making more money. Like, how hard is that to like gather? Like, what is going on? Like, why are you so, I get that like the most casual of casuals, like they like open worlds and stuff like that. You see like Elden Ring breaking new ground with Souls likes because it was an open world. That is the only reason that it broke. The game's quality has always been on the upward thing. Like, it's very interchangeable with Dark Souls 3 in quality, really. But it's the fact that you have a massive world that you're able to explore. It just, maybe have one of them kind of studios under your belt, and then just have a bunch of smaller sub 15-hour, 12-hour experiences. Not everything needs to be 50 hours, and push it. Like a game like The Last of Us shouldn't be encroaching on 20 hours. Like, that's insane,
Yeah,
really.
I agree. It's I think that Ubisoft is
The biggest
yeah,
culprit.
yeah, they're to blame for a lot of things, but they're definitely to blame for this. That 360
It's
era
because
where
they
they
did it
just
so well. That's the problem. Is that
hmm
it worked for them, and they're only just starting to see like the repercussions of it, where their games have
yep.
like kind of stalled a little bit, and like, oh, we have thousands of employees, this is really expensive. When they start to drop a few million of sales here and there, that fucking hurts. um but yeah, they were doing it so well, and then yeah, you saw that they were talking about trying to make things a little bit more leaner. You had the Mirage be a lot more short of an experience. Like, they're aware. If Ubisoft is aware of the problem, come on, guys. Like, they the big culprits of starting it, basically. Really, surely you
Didn't
should be.
Yves Guillemot die
No, his
in a
brother,
plane
I believe,
crack? Okay.
or somebody, one
Jesus,
of the
man.
Guillemot family. Yeah, I can't remember who it was, but yeah, that's,
God.
you had a, what was the other guy? The rapper singer, Olive Tree.
Mm,
Guy has the weird haircut. Yeah,
I'm
he
not sure.
literally just passed away in a helicopter crash like a week ago. My
That
advice,
was
people, if you're rich, take the subway. Like, walk, bike, do anything else. Like, stop using planes and helicopters. Like, they're really convenient, but like, we have seen in the past 10 years just an insane number of problems happening with this. Like, this is getting to the point where this needs to kind of be investigated at this point. I think there's safety things clearly not being adhered to. It's scary.
yeah. Dude, I won't hop on a fucking plane or anything unless like if I'm not being paid, I'm not fucking like the I thought of hey, ever to each their own, man, but like that shit, I get super anxious with that shit. I'll happily fucking
A commercial plane
drive.
is fine. They have very low failure rates. Like, when they have like this, global news when them things go.
Hmm.
It's the private planes that people are having and private helicopters that they're having such problems. And my only thing that like stems from that is that they own them obviously themselves. Some of them rent it out, but a lot of them own it. They buy it and stuff like that. It's the same thing with that submersible thing. Every time that goes
Hmm.
down, that submersible it got weaker and weaker, and it's the same whenever you go up. Whenever you're going up in the atmosphere, that plane gets weaker and it needs to be replaced. And I think they just don't. No one either tells them
Yeah.
that. No one gives them that information, or they just don't care. They just, well, it won't happen to me, and they're just trying
Hmm.
to like skim on a few thousand. Like, you're rich enough, man. You should be able to, if you're gonna have something like that, maintain it, because it's, yeah, because they bring their
Yeah.
families onto it as well, and that's just really irresponsible.
It is, bro. Yeah, it's the anxiety. Like the anxiety of it for me is fucking
Have you
is
never
brutal.
got on a plane?
Yeah, I
Oh,
have.
okay.
But it's just like fucking it. It's probably something like I never got on a plane at all whenever I was younger.
Hmm.
Um, so like I get probably the exposure,
Yeah.
whatever exposure therapy or whatever. Like if I had gotten on planes whenever I was younger, it probably wouldn't
Same thing with like
spike
learning to
that fucking
swim, learning how to ride a bike. It's easier when you're younger and stuff, is what they say. Yeah.
yeah. And so I think that it's probably just a thing of if I had that exposure whenever I was younger, I probably wouldn't give a shit about it now, but it is like you feel totally, just out of control. Like you're fucking
Yeah.
whatever's gonna happen. I have no like
You're in a
there's
metal
nothing I can
tin
do to
can
prevent it.
flying at hundreds of miles
Yeah.
an hour in the air. You have no
And it's like
control.
I know it's safer than like I was saying, I'd rather fucking drive for 24 hours than to fly for, like I'm even in saying that though, it's so fucking absurd because you're so much more likely to get
No, yeah, it's
into a
statistic.
car
Yeah,
wreck
you're
than, yeah.
statistically higher likely to crash in a car than you are with a thing.
But you feel like you're in
But
control
you're
and that's
driving the car, so
the
that
yeah.
also limits the thing of like you're also in your, it's to your own skill. Obviously, you can still get rear-ended or whatever, and there's
Mm,
nothing you can do about that. But like you're still able to have an impact on the outcome of the situation a lot of the time. So I
yeah.
understand that. Yeah.
Yeah, it felt like in 2020 whenever Kobe Bryant for the Lakers got into that helicopter crash and you know like a month after that the pandemic hit, it really did feel like that was the end of times beginning. When Kobe crashed in that fucking helicopter, I swear to God, it felt like we reached the whatever, like that point in biblical text or whatever you believe in, where it's like, yeah, the end of times are here. Shit just got darker and darker and darker and darker from that point on. It's wild to look back on it because whenever it happened, obviously it was so devastating. And I remember like texting friends and she'd be like, yo, Kobe Bryant. It was so weird. I know this is gonna sound ridiculous, but him dying made everything about life feel so much more perm or lacking of permanence. Like I don't really
It
think I
really hammered
ever.
home the understanding of mortality and how like nothing, like you said, there's nothing that's permanent. Anything can happen to anybody.
Mhm.
It doesn't matter how much money you have. Doesn't matter how secure you are. Like, it can just strike, unfortunately.
Yeah, and to me, that dude always was like almost this ethereal god-like deity, fucking like he's super mysterious. You don't know a ton about him. When he talks, he's like very subdued and very like the Mamba, the nickname the Black Mamba, just strike out of fucking nowhere. And that whole killer mentality. And then when he passed away, I was like, oh dude, there is no one like this is a brutal fucking hellscape, and at any given time it doesn't matter what you think you're in control of. Like back to that conversation of I'd rather drive for 24 hours than to fly and cut down, like it's it doesn't fucking matter. You're not in control of somebody else running a red light. You're not in control of whatever number of different things that can happen. And that's like one of my just biggest. weaknesses in general, just as a human being, is I am very obsessive about controlling every fucking thing. And it's like, dude, you ain't in control of shit, buddy.
Yeah, but that's understandable, you know, especially because to tie it, like, I guess this is turning into a philosophical episode today. But like you said, after COVID and stuff, like you can say that it felt like a lot changed, but it did. It's true. Like tons of stuff changed. There was tons of things that you could do beforehand. That loads of rules got changed. Loads of money and stuff like that. Like we were
Yes.
in such a comfortable. This is what people probably still don't understand is that you were living pretty well. There were people who were complaining, and there were people, of course, struggling. Not discounting that. There's always going to be people struggling, but the majority of people were very comfortable. Like you were doing well with whatever. There was tons of people being able to book in holidays and stuff like that, and that kind of just ceased. Like when things opened back up and everything, like everything changed. Like we used to have 24-hour. This is going to sound like really stupid and trivial, but even something like this, like 24-hour supermarkets over here, you don't have that anymore. They shut that during COVID, and it's a really convenient thing for them. That means they don't have to pay a ton of staff extra, what, like 8 hours of wages every single day and stuff like that. But like that never went back to normal. Like you lost a lot. That was, you know, I utilized that with how my schedule works. That was really beneficial to me because I'm
Mhm.
usually a lot of time awake in the night and stuff like that, and that meant that I could just go down and get some shopping at like 2 a.m., come home, do what I need to do. Um, but yeah, we lost a lot. Things went up in price. Things did get darker, man. Things
Oh,
did
dude,
get
it's
darker.
the property I bought. I bought my land here for $45,000 in 2019. And now that's well, I can't say for sure this land because I haven't put it on the market or anything, but right up the road, I bought a little over 3 acres of land, and right up the road, a little over 3 acres of land was just sold for $110,000. Bro, it's only been 6 years,
Mm-hmm.
7 years. Like that's not normal inflation at all, at all, at all. And I remember, at this time, whenever I was looking for property, I was searching for 3 bedroom, 2 bathroom houses with a little bit of land, like, three, two with 2 acres, 3, 2 with 3 acres, and you're getting 190, $187,000. Bro, if you want a 3 bedroom, 2 bathroom house in this area or around this area with 2 acres of land,
Oh,
you're
sorry.
paying three.
Steam machine pricing is here.
Uh-oh.
Steam
What we
machine
got?
pricing is here. It's £879 for the 512 GB model. So that's north of
Oh,
$1,000.
so yeah, yeah, they got us. They just got to get out.
Jesus Christ. Oh, that's without the controller as well. If you want it with the controller, that's 938. So that's
They
1,200-ish dollars, give or take.
they need to get out of hardware, man. They have no idea what the fuck they're doing.
Shout out to El
And
Walker for popping that into the Discord. Wouldn't have seen that. You probably would have checked and we would have seen that. So apologies for the interruption, but obviously that was a big piece of
oh
news.
no, dude. Yeah, I'm
Fucking
just fucking
wild.
rambling. That's dude, I
But it links to what you were saying. Prices going up.
I think that like yeah, just get out. You can't compete. Get out. You're not trying to compete. I understand that, but why are you even doing this? Like, is it just a novelty thing? Like, are you just that bored at Valve HQ that it's like, fuck it, let's go
They
dick
are
around
sitting on
and
an insane amount of money. Like I know we've talked about it before, and they don't obviously hit the high highs that Sony and Microsoft do, but they're like running costs are also just really fucking low in comparison because
mhm.
they don't have to do the
They don't
hardware
make
stuff.
games.
They're not making games either, but they don't have to do the hardware stuff. Now that they're doing the hardware stuff, that's going to obviously they would have obviously taken that into consideration. But if you have a Steam machine up and running, you're going to have to update that thing in the same way they've been doing the Steam Deck and stuff like that. So their costs are going to go right up and up, moving up over the next few years and stuff like that. But yeah, that kind of just confirms there was obviously the I don't think it would be a 50-50 split, but there were people who were hopeful. Some people were expecting, weirdly enough, that it would be lower than that. Maybe in years past, maybe pre-pandemic, it would have come in at around about the 600 mark. But that was, I'll link it into what I ended up grabbing. I ended up grabbing a gaming PC a couple of days ago, and it was because of this. I had an interest in it when we first, I don't know when it would have first like surfaced this news that they were making it, but we were doing obviously videos on your channel, and I was intrigued with it. There's like a concept, like a console based kind of thing that is PC. Like that's to me match made in heaven. Plug and play device that just lets you do whatever you want. They obviously don't have restrictions on the device, much like the Steam Deck. You can do whatever you want with it, getting all your library and stuff like that. So it was very, very appealing. However, as time went on, obviously prices of stuff started to spike higher and higher. And I think they probably would have released this information and probably released the Steam Deck earlier had that stuff not began rising. They would have probably put this out like a year ago or something. But they've been sitting, trying to wait for like things to go down. I think they've just realized that it's not. At best, you're probably looking at it slightly under sticker as to what it's going for now with like RAM components and stuff like that. It's not going to go back to getting sticks of really high RAM for like $80 anymore. I don't think that's ever going to go back to that. So they're probably just like, fuck it, throw it out. It's unfortunate because this is the second time that they've obviously ran with this type of experience of trying to capture a console-based thing, and I don't think it's going to work out well for them this second time either, unfortunately.
No, not at all. And I mean, I think that we are in this weird spot where like you can't attribute too much blame to Valve because
No,
they don't want to sell this thing at a
that's why
loss.
they waited. Like I
And
said, like they would probably sitting and being like, "Please, fucking go back down, please, like drop $50 and stuff like that. Like give us anything," and it just didn't.
yeah, they don't really have the luxury of like a parent company who's
Yeah,
just like they could eat the loss on it without a doubt. They'd be just fine. But they're an odd company, and the thing that's the oddest about that company is the fan base. Because like I'm just scrolling through reactions and people like you here's the thing that you have to keep in mind about the internet is you'll see people who are like they're quote unquote excited for this. It's really, really important to understand that like the PC dedicated super hardcore audience, they have a Reddit tab open, a Twitter tab open, ready to go respond with veracity. And like it's that's not going to carry over. And we talk about this all the time. Like, that is not representative of normal people whatsoever. That's not representative of like, when you see people out there on Twitter responding to this, being like, that's a great price. What are you talking about? That's no normal person is actually thinking like that. That is the most dedicated of like
it's.
Valve loyalists,
The,
Reddit account.
did you say you read comments that are defending that price just now?
Yeah, I saw
That's
like
fucking
I'll just
insanity because it's I've seen the conversion here. So for the 512 gigabyte model without a controller, that's $1,049. So you can't even play the fucking device because you haven't got the controller. You want the controller with it? That's 1128. 2 terabytes without the controller, 1349. 2 terabytes with controller, 1428. Like none of them prices are good. That's not value. That's not worth it. And that was my big worry as to why I bit and ended up getting the PC because I just knew it. I sat there and said, if it comes in at 600 before the show, that would be great for like a price sticker point, but you wouldn't get that because it would be scalped out of Oblivion and then sold for that 1,000 price anyway because they have such low stock. So I felt that it was going to be a lose-lose situation anyway. I don't know if that'll sell out at 1,000 and then be relisted. That's
it
a little
will.
bit steep. You think so?
It will for sure. Like
Okay,
that's the thing
that's
that
fucking
people have to
wild.
understand as well is like Whenever these things sell out, stop making a big fucking deal about it. They're going to have such a limited supply of these things because they know they're not going to sell. Like, whenever PlayStation or Xbox or Nintendo, whenever they order 10 million fucking PS6s or 10 million Xbox Helix consoles or 10 million Switches, like, they are under the assumption and like that they know that they are going to move through 10 million of these things so they can make these massive orders. With the Steam machine, dude, I don't know if they're going to sell 2 million of these things at that price.
Not at that price. Not at that price.
So they're ordering a fucking insignificant amount of these machines. And so yes, if they have 10,000 in stock and 11,000 people want them, it will be sold out to those other 1,000 people. That's
Hmm.
an insignificant fucking mark in this. Like, this market is not for that. The hardware market is not for that. I mean, you can do that and make a little bit of profit, I guess, but like, I don't even understand why Valve would want to do that. They make so much money hand over fist with their storefront. Like, dude, make games. Why are you continually creating these devices that nobody wants, at these prices nobody's willing to pay for? And like, it's a waste of fucking time, man. Make a fucking video game.
The only thing I can think of as to why they're doing it is just a passion project of his. Like, it because it doesn't make any sense otherwise. Because like you're a businessman as Gabe, you would know how many of these would likely sell. Like, you can't be under that a delusion that they would sell 2 million in like a week and stuff like that. But you have all this information that this is the stock. It's probably going to sell that much. So it has to be just like a passion thing of where it's just like, yeah, man, fuck it. We're sitting on a dragon's hoard of money. Why not? And it just like, because that's not going to. There was obviously people saying that it would make like a applying pressure on Xbox and Sony and Nintendo, and it was just like, I don't think that's ever going to be the case because they just operate in much like how I view Nintendo operating on a completely different fucking planet to everybody else, even in the console space. Like, they do their own thing. They didn't even their heads didn't turn at PC like it did with Sony and Microsoft. They stick to they keep it simple, quite simply. And just like Valve, they just operate doing their own thing. They're much less successful at it than Nintendo, of course. And this isn't going to apply any pressure at Sony. I saw a couple of comments saying that this doesn't bode well for the PS6 prices and the Helix prices. Partial truths, probably. Obviously, they're not. They're still under that illusion that they're going to be buying components that are going to be expensive, but they can at least like they're in a position where they would be able to, if they looked at it, they know that they're going to sell, like with Sony, they know they're going to sell 50 million minimum of the next things. You can subsidize that and just eat a little bit of the cost because you're going to make that hand over fist in software. So if Sony
Yes.
gets to was it 2027, people are still thinking that's coming out. So hypothetically, if they did drop it in 2027 and their financer came in and was like, you have to sell these at 1200 to make a breaking even, they're not going to do that because everybody else in that boardroom will be like, that's not going to help us. They would rather sell them at 800, make a huge fucking loss on them, and then do what they did in previous generations where you then bump up, like hope that that component price comes down over time, or slowly bump it up over time for the price, like they've done with this generation, where they've risen it over time. Like, you don't bulldoze like that day one. They already, especially fucking Sony. Surely you've learned your fucking lesson with that, going aggressive on that PS3 price point. Fuck me. I don't think you'll be repeating them mistakes anytime soon. I don't think they're ever gonna get that big headed, hardware wise pricing. I'd
What
be
I think
shocked.
PlayStation what I think PlayStation is going to do is they're going to launch the PlayStation 6 at probably what the PlayStation 5 is priced at right now, and then they're just going to discontinue the PlayStation 5 entirely. And I think it will just be that kind of signal to the audience of like, hey, you can upgrade for the same price as the previous generation, but there's no need to buy the previous generation at all anymore. So just pushing, because I think one of the biggest problems that PlayStation has this generation is they can't get people onto the new generation. Like they can't get people onto PlayStation 5. They have so many tens of millions of active PlayStation 4 users each month.
Hmm.
And like you would be benefiting greatly if those players could buy Wolverine in a couple months. You know what I mean? You'd be benefiting greatly
Yeah.
if those players could buy Intergalactic. And I think that the move, in my opinion, keep it the same price as the base console. You're going to eat probably a $200 loss or so. You've ate larger losses than that on hardware in the past. You're probably eating close to a similar loss on that right now for the base PS5.
Yeah, because
Because we
they were
know
doing pretty well for a period of time, um, and there wasn't that large of a gap. But it's the thing of like this was bound to happen. As technology goes forward, you're gonna have that kind of repeating the past of where you're gonna have to do that at some point again. You can't just sell them at like breaking even or slight profits and stuff like that. There will be a time where you have to go back to this model of eating that cost. As somebody who is big as Sony as it is, it's not going to punish them. That's also a thing. Like, it's not. People think that that's like bad that they're gonna have to do it. Like, they will make that shit back. Like, you don't need to like worry about them at all. Um, the only thing with that
they'll make it back
PS4
the
thing,
first day.
yeah, exactly. But the PS4 stuff is, I don't know if the stuff is like Wolverine is alluring because a lot of them people that aren't moving on are the live service people. And the only way you will get them to move on is if you start discontinuing support of them games so that they have like with when GTA 5 shut down on the PS3 and stuff like that. There would have been no doubt that people from 3 then moved to 4. Like they're probably always going to look at getting into the cheapest entry point. There's probably highly unlikely that they'll, because if they were happy playing that on the fucking PS3 for like a decade and stuff like that, the clearly the resolution and the frame rates, they don't care about that. So that's the only thing is like you've seen such long legs with these games now because you didn't really have that like previously. Like MMOs had long legs, the ones that didn't completely sync, but like even just like general um live service games, they fucking exist for so long now. Like it must be so tough. So tough because Sony's sitting there scratching their head like, well, we can't turn the, not that they would, but you can't turn the PS4 servers off like the store stuff because that's still printing shitloads of money for them. Um, it's a really weird spot to be in, and something that they probably I don't you wouldn't have been able to predict this when they were talking about like online server dependency and stuff like that. You wouldn't have. You would have probably expected people to move on fairly quickly, um, because you just think surely like something alluring will come and that will turn their heads and stuff like that. And that's probably what the hope is with GTA 6. I've seen slight rumblings that Sony start to stockpile a bit. They're not putting out as many refreshes into stores. They're probably going to sit on them for a little bit so that when them pre-orders go live, when it gets closer to the release, you will have the stock demand that you'll need. Because that's the last thing you want as Sony. If you sold hypothetically your stuff and then you ran out towards PS6's launch, not PS6, GTA 6's launch, that's the worst thing that could happen. You want to make sure that you have ample supply for that because that's going to be insane, statistic wise, no doubt. That's going to shatter every conceivable sales figure known to mankind.
Well, I think it's also important, like, you know, with the PlayStation 5 right now, reports are coming in that that thing is struggling to fucking sell. Like it's
Yeah,
struggling
because
to
of the
sell
price point.
yeah, after the price hike, that it's struggling to sell. And that's actually good for us, good for the consumer that it's struggling to sell because they're taking that information and being like, yo, we cannot do this at launch for PS6.
Yeah,
And it's the thing of it's going to be more expensive than any PlayStation ever before. So people have to prepare for that. There's like no doubt about that. But It will not be $1,000. Like, clip this right now. Everybody, timestamp it, mark it down.
Bookmark it.
I guarantee you a PlayStation 6 will not be $1,000. I guarantee it.
And I don't want it to be that. Like, there's a lot of it feels like people are kind of, I don't know. There's like a pride almost with like, oh, you're getting your like it will be a powerful machine, so it has to be like a little bit of like PC elitism almost seems to be
Yep.
rubbing off on console players as of late. Like, I've saw that with the PS5 Pro. There was a lot of people like puffing chests and stuff like that, and it's like, dude, they're charging you still a fuckload of money for something that still is outdated. It's being heavily carried by AI, might I add. It's what people don't understand. Like, a lot of its power juice is being powered by that, which, people love to throw shit at AI, but when it's benefiting you, you kind of don't say anything on the matter. A little bit strange. Um, but yeah, I've noticed that over like this towards the end of the PS4 generation, moving out throughout all of PS5, there seems to be a lot of like, because the gap has closed a lot between PC and console in terms of like power and performance and stuff like that. There seems to be a little bit more of like elitism in that mindset, and I think we could do without that.
Yeah,
Really.
well, I think you end up getting trained into this behavior by these companies. Like, you start thinking, I've always been perplexed by any time. I shouldn't say always. Like, I definitely used to think it was dope to have a nice watch and a fucking whatever the case may be. Like, I'd see a dude in a badass car and I'm like, yo, I want a fucking badass car. But like, all of this is just stuff. It's depreciating in value. It's just shit. It's stuff. It's it's consumerist garbage. Like, I love my console for sure. I get so much use out of it,
Mm-hmm.
but it's nothing to flex. Like, that's not wealth. Wealth is investments, is
No,
property. It's like, this is not something to be proud of.
it's
That you it makes you, when you're out there and like touting that I spent $4,500 on my new rig. It's like, you could have done infinite. Like, the fucking options that you had available to you that would have benefited you more than buying that PC are infinite. And I don't know. I'm not trying to shit on, like, I
shots
understand
fired
because,
at me.
but I mean, like, whenever I bought my first truck, I was so fucking proud of it. But it is you have to have a vehicle, of course, so like there's something to that. But I bought a whatever at the time, like $15,000 truck, a used truck, and it was badass. But I should have bought a $3,000 Honda Civic.
I
I
will push back a little bit on that, because the thing is, though, is, well, you can answer this quick. You didn't flaunt it, though, did you?
Fuck yes,
Okay. Like, what, aggressively to your friends, like boastfully?
yes,
Okay. Well, then
I did all that shit.
that's the thing that I don't like. I don't. But obviously, you were younger though as well. How old were you when you got that?
Oh, dude, I was a 19, you
Okay, well,
know.
that completely that makes that irrelevant. Of course, you're gonna do that. Any 19-year-old, like when you get your first paycheck and you get your first roll of money and stuff, like, you're always gonna do that. So I'm not gonna hold you to that at all. Because I fucking blew money when I first got that thing. When I saw £1,000 enter my bank account for the first time, that fucking thing went zoop. And you just,
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
you still have that. That's what people still don't fathom. You, even if you're 18, 19, you still have a childlike brain when that first happens for a lot of
totally.
people, because it's inconceivable, and it's, you don't have the thing that you have to build up over time of having to temper your lack of impulse and like make sure that's under rein and stuff. So no, like, what I don't like is if you're like 30 and you've gone and bought like a $4,000 PC, and then you're sitting there boasting online and stuff. Like, that's like, why are you doing that? Because that's the
And we're
thing.
getting
Like,
to that.
the thing that I got, like, I didn't boast, because it's not. Why the fuck would anybody else care? It's for me. Like, that's the thing. Like, when you're buying something like that, when it's expensive and stuff like that, you buy it for yourself. If you're buying it for other people's approval, what, that, to me, in my mind, that you don't actually want it. You want the approval, is what you're seeking. You don't care about whatever it is that you're going out and buy. You don't clearly have like that level of interest. You're searching for admiration of people and confirmation, and you like lacking self-esteem, really.
And and I worry that we're getting to that place, like you said, with consoles, where it's like, yo,
Hmm.
why are y'all advocating for this shit? This consoles are supposed to be for normal fucking people. And like, I really wanted to make that video about going and buying the Series X and paying $300 for it just to like show people, like, yo,
Yeah, you don't need to buy
this
them
there's
brand new.
still no, there's still a market
Yeah.
out there of tons of these things floating around for prices that are back to 2016, 2017 normal prices.
I've noticed. I'm glad we're on this topic because it's something I've been wanting to talk about a while. To be honest, there has been like a massive influx in that where it's you have the arrogance of console players because it's Microsoft fueled that as well by constantly hammering home their marketing was most powerful console in the
Hmm.
world. So it just seeps off onto people, and then they have that arrogance and stuff like that, and then you have people boasting about when they post screenshots and stuff like that, and it's just dick measuring is what it feels like a lot of the time. Where it's like, oh well, our game runs this 5 frames per second higher, and it's just like you're a console for fuck's sake. Like go back to
Yeah.
2006 and see how poorly this shit ran, and we played it and we enjoyed it. Do you know why? Because we enjoyed the fucking game. I didn't give a fuck about the Elder
Fear.
Scrolls Oblivion running like shit, sitting there playing fucking Fallout New Vegas, memory leaking and stuff. Like, there's just you had a love for the game, man, and it just seems like there's so many. I don't want to use this word, but there's no other like alternative for it. I hate that this is like tourists is what people love to like slam home about now. There's so many people who just I don't even think they engage in the hobby. It's just engaging in
Hmm.
the form of engagement, if that makes sense. Like you're on Twitter to piss people off, to get a kickback on a thing and stuff like that. And it's just that. Because there shouldn't be any arrogance when it comes to console gamers. There's nothing to be arrogant
Any
about.
gamer.
Like, yeah. But console gamers in particular, because you have no control over anything. You just play your games and enjoy them. Like, you can't tweak anything and stuff like that. And then even with the PC gamers, a lot of them have that arrogance. But we saw the Steam charts of where, like, how many percentage of them are like
It's
pushing the fucking envelope and the boundary. It's just like
yes.
everybody just needs to shut up. Like there's so few percent of you that do the things that you think you're boasting about, and you can do them. And it's just like, just enjoy the fucking hobby, man. Across the board, like as a gamer in a console, enjoy what the pros are to being a console gamer. Of a PC, enjoy the pros as to what it is to be that, and just be of everything. Be thankful that you're in this age, right? Where
Yeah,
you
right.
have so many fucking options available at you, you cannot play everything. This is the first
Hmm.
time in gaming that that's ever happened. We've never had a 6 month stint of this with what we've had. This is insane. It's also
It's
unsustainable.
fucking
It's brutal. I don't
uh,
think this is going to be the thing, but like, be thankful that so many companies are seeing this as like, holy shit, this is worth getting into. And they're creatively making all these fucking amazing experiences, and yeah, we're spoilt for choice. That's what should be celebrated. The amount of fucking things that you have to be able to pick from, it's insane.
this upcoming season is going to be brutal.
Yeah.
Can you do a screen share on your end? Is that possible to share with the audience?
I can finagle it,
If
I think.
if not, it's all good. But I would be curious to like go through with you and just run down some of those releases that you're looking forward to or not looking forward to, or like what I don't even know, dude. Like Loon, I truly have no idea how the fuck I there's just no chance. There's no chance that some games I really, really want to play in any other year, I would have been playing day one. Like, I'm not gonna touch this year. There's just no time or money.
I don't know how that works in OBS. If I share the screen with you, how this is gonna, we'll see. We'll test it on the fly.
All right. So, do you want me to share my screen? Or
Uh, oh, that would actually probably work, wouldn't it?
okay, let's see. Do, 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 do.
We'll see it break
And we'll
now
just
because where I
go.
cut it up, actually. So I'll have to
Oh,
change
so it
things
won't
on the
work.
fly. We'll see. I think it's gonna, because I have each of our cameras sliced individually. It's probably gonna do something, and I'll have to work with that. That's fine. We will
Let's
figure it
see.
out.
Um,
But yeah, it's been insane. It's been absolutely insane. We obviously had the fucking peppering of September. August was stacked, right? If I'm not mistaken.
yeah.
Nobody wants to go in November, apparently, apart from Barbie. Um, and then October's kind of light, really, in in comparison. It's been kind of weird.
Oh wait, it's saying I'm gonna. Well, it doesn't matter. We'll do it on a different day.
Okay.
Um, but yeah, it's brutal, dude. It's
I mean, you can
ridiculously
just list
stacked.
them off,
And
rattle them off. Go ahead.
all right, you know what? Yeah, let's do a rapid fire run through. We don't really necessarily need a visual of it. All right. I'm not asking you if you're going to buy these day one.
If I would
I'm
be
asking you,
interested in.
yeah, in a world where this was like the game of the month. So think of all of these games as like the game of the month in a usual normal year. Beast of Reincarnation, would that be something you were interested in playing?
Yes.
I maybe not, but like yeah. Then you go into, have you seen that Dusk Fade game, the 3D platformer, action platformer?
I'll quickly look it up.
It looks dope as shit, but regardless, that's maybe not in the same camp there. The Sinking City 2.
Yes.
Yes, same for me. Metal Gear Solid Master Collection Volume 2.
If it wasn't so packed, yes, but yeah, that's what I mean. That's the whole point of this. Like, yeah, because I'd want to
Exactly.
play
Yeah,
Metal Gear Solid 4, which I haven't had the
that
chance to.
that's a without a doubt for me. Resonance of Plague Tale Legacy.
No.
That's a without a doubt yes for me. Star Wars Zero Company.
Yes.
Without a doubt, yes for me as well. I mean, as long as the story is actually solid. Um, Orbitals.
No idea.
That's the Haze Light like the anime game exclusive to the Switch. That'd definitely be a yes for me.
No.
Blood of the Dawnwalker.
Prior to that updated trailer, I would have said, like, before that, no, but like what they showed was like really good. Yeah. Especially
That's
hearing, I want to give like praise to it. Like, they are confident in their product. They're looking to make it into a trilogy and carry your choices and saves over. It's like, yeah, fuck yeah, I want more of that. Give me Mass Effect again, baby. Let's go.
yeah, that's without a doubt yes for me. Um, Halloween, that's no for me.
No.
And let's see. Marvel's Wolverine, without a doubt, yes for me.
I'll pass.
Um, is Trails in the Sky second chapter, is that new?
It's a
I don't know
series,
anything
I'm
about
not
that
sure. But
damn.
that would be, if that would be a yes for me, but more like pushing me towards one of the older games to get up called up. That would have what would have caused that, me seeing that release.
Fire Emblem, Fortune's Weave is in there. RuneScape Dragon Wilds is in there. We have Dune Awakening
Mm,
in the
it's
mix.
just insane.
Control Resonant.
It's
Are
insane.
you Control Resonant day
Yeah.
one? Yeah, I definitely want to be there day one for that. Um, so what I just listed out, Silent Hill Townfall, Onimusha Way of the Sword, Minecraft Dungeons 2. That's everything I just listed is only August and September.
Exactly. And that's like,
What?
and I said it, I don't know if I said it on the podcast, or if I said it in, I know I said it in the Discord and stuff like that. This is going to be the first year that the majority of gamers who are like variety gamers are going to have to make choices.
Hmm.
Before, you had it come close a few years. You know, there was a few months where it was like 3 in 1. It's like, man,
Yeah.
that feels so fucking stacked. That I have no time to get through all these things, you know, because I'm getting through this, and then this launches in 2 weeks, and then something else launches in a week after that. Like, this is going to be the first time where you're looking at. I know we make up like a fairly small percentage of the user base of gamers and stuff like that, but it's going to be things like 8+ titles are going to get skipped minimum,
Well, and it's
because
like we make up a
it's not only is there just not enough money, there's not enough time.
there's
And
not
when
enough
them two
time.
things collide, it's brutal. Like, if these games were like cheaper as well, you wouldn't feel as bad because you would probably pick them up if they were
Yes.
20 to 30, stack up on them and be like, I've supported it day one. I don't
Yes.
mind like having it sitting in my catalog and the backlog, but I know that I've like, because I think we both spoke about this before, where we had like a similar mentality of, you kind of felt, it sounds corny, like responsible to support some developers, because we
Totally.
dive deeper into the weeds and stuff like that, and we know what ones are struggling, like Remedy, for instance. I don't want Remedy to go away. I think they are
No.
hands down one of the most unique developers out there with how they approach every single aspect of their game. And if we lost them, that would be a huge, huge loss for the industry. I don't care about how many sales of games that they sell and how much impact they actually have. For me, like, they elevate the industry by existing, because all it takes is one smash hit success to propel them out of that, like it did with Larian and stuff like that. And there will be people who will look up to try and aspire to be them. Right now, they're kind of stuck a little bit in that wedge. But yeah, it would be fucking catastrophic if they left.
I'm legit thinking about buying a copy for my friend who I don't think he's ever played a Remedy game in his life. It's just like,
Blow
dude,
his mind. Play this.
I and it's I don't even know if it will blow his mind. It might be annoying as shit to him. Like, what the fuck is this esoteric fucking, super artsy fartsy horse shit? Like, I could see that being the reaction, but it's like, dude, I just want this. I am so scared for Remedy because right now what it looks like with Remedy, and it looks a lot better for Remedy. Thank you God, Capcom, for pushing Onimusha to, well, I don't even think that's been confirmed yet that they moved Onimusha up because as of right now on the release
Yeah,
calendar,
it's the
it's
thing of
still
where I don't think they've outright confirmed it or moved anything. It's been, I think some store listings have moved for certain stuff.
got you. So right now, as it stands, Silent Hill Townfall is September 24th, as well as where is Control Resonant? Oh yeah, Control Resonant September 24th.
Don't scare me
Silent
like
Hill
that.
Town
Cancelled.
Control Resonant September 24th. Silent Hill Townfall September 24th. Onimusha Way of the Sword September 25th. And like dude, I Silent Hill Townfall I don't think is going to be as popular when like it's more Alien Isolation like than it is Silent Hill F like or Silent Hill 2 like, but there is still name recognition, brand value, franchise weight, things that Control doesn't quite have, I don't think. And then Onimusha Way of the Sword, like that's a kind of similar product. I know they're going to be different in a lot of respects. One's going to be much more art house, one's going to be much more by the numbers in terms of like narrative and presentation, but they're both hack and slash fucking third person linear action games.
What was interesting is, I don't know why. I think it just auto rolled when I was playing Forza Horizon 6. I just had stuff playing on in the background, but it pushed out to me Jez and whoever he does a podcast with. I don't know who he is, some other random person. And they were talking about like obviously this upcoming release stuff. And he made a really interesting point of like where he had gone and obviously got hands on with a lot of these games and stuff like that, and other people also did. There's a lot of expectation for Onimusha to be Sekiro, and it's not like that at all.
Yeah, I know.
And
It never was.
it's really strange because that's really fucking dangerous. If you have that kind of not get addressed, because there was a ton of people who picked up the demo and were like, "This is really easy." I expected like Sekiro levels of quality, and it's like
It was always easy.
I don't. It's why like kind of things like maybe don't talk on something when it looks like something, if that makes sense. Like when we were talking about it moving the release date, I've never played an Onimusha game. I've never heard anyone talk about it, like other than you. Like it's never been a IP over here that did anything in the UK. Like, I never met anybody that played it, spoke about it. It just, I think I knew of its existence. I don't know anything about it. Um, so like, there's a lot of like putting expectation on something that it never was, and it's kind of dangerous because if that gets bad publicity because of that, that's going to obviously affect its sales. If people are going and expecting that and go, oh, it's terrible, and it's just like, well, why expect that? It's kind of bizarre, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, it was never big in the US either. I don't know if Onimusha, I mean, they barely broke like 1 million copies sold per game, if I'm not mistaken. It wasn't ever like some massive franchise or anything like that. So hopefully expectations are set accordingly internally for Capcom that this thing
Yeah,
is it's going to be like Pragmata numbers somewhere in that camp, maybe a little bit above, maybe a little bit below. Like if it comes in and reviews at a 88 out of 100, like of course it'll sell maybe get a little bit of a bump past Pragmata, but if it's a 77, 80, like most of the Onimusha games, which they might be a little bit higher than that, but if it's in that camp, like don't be surprised if it struggles to sell 1 million copies in the first year. Like it'll sell 1 million plus for sure over time, but I wouldn't be overly surprised if this thing, but and it's the weird thing where this sounds so awful to say, and I'm not rooting for it to fail, but a part of me is like, okay, can this game just be somewhat mediocre so that because if Capcom struggles with Onimusha, they'll be fine. I think last year they made like 35% profit margins or something.
they did
It
kill it, and it's going to
fucking
be really
crazy.
good this year as well with the stuff that's
And
come out.
so 35% profit margins last year. I think Remedy was like -8% last year. They are on a razor thin margin of like, I'm not saying they're in any imminent risk of shutting down. I don't think
No, I don't. I
that's
don't think. I
true.
don't think the one that sprung out was, what was it? Don't Nod. Are on the cusp of
Yeah.
like running out of money. Like they're in a fucking much dire because Tencent won't kick them anything or something along them lines.
Hmm.
I don't think Remedy's in that level of trouble, but they're not healthy. Like let's not get that twisted. Like they're not doing great.
No.
Um, they're It's still baffled. Like the Firebreak thing. But why?
Yep.
Why tossed so much money at that and then price it what you priced it at? So it definitely wasn't going to. It's just, yeah, really poor choices on that. Control. It sold well later down the line, but it's not something that sold shitloads immediately. So that's the type of thing. Like this is what I always try and keep in mind and always try and bring up as well. Like when we talked about Deus Ex, it's fine when you can turn around 10 years down the line and say, Devil May Cry 5 is another perfect example of this. It sold what, more copies last year or something than it did in its opening year.
Yep.
That doesn't really mean much, really, in the grand scheme of things, because that's selling it at $5. That's not as big of a great accomplishment as you would want. You want that 70, you want that 60, 50. You want it selling a lot higher, and that's the same with like Control. It had kind of a slow start. I don't think Alan Wake 2 did very well
It just
either.
made its money back last year,
And
or maybe this year.
that's like, yeah, it really sucks. And with it's great that if it is true, because it was on the same day as Onimusha, right? I think
The day before
day
Control
before.
Resonant.
Okay, so they've moved it, so that's given it a little bit of breathing room. But even so, like that month is just fucking brutal.
Brutal, dude.
It's
And
brutal.
fucking shout out to damn Ace Combat 8 at the start of October. That's a $70 game, Loon. Like, no offense to Ace Combat 8, but that's crazy.
That's
Like,
another, but that's another series that again it sells sale copies. Like, don't
yeah,
be under
five,
that
ten
illusion.
dollars.
Yeah, like hardly. You have obviously a fan base that will go out that are diehard fans, but a lot of them things like I never bought fucking Ace Combat 6 or 7, sorry, at full price. That was insane. It's something that I have like a mild interest in. That was grabbed at
Mm.
like 8.99. And this is the thing, is that maybe this did need to happen to try and wake up developers a little bit on, if this is going to be the industry moving forward, you're probably going to have to be a lot more proactive with your pricing and not be stubborn. There's been a good amount of change. I highlighted, I don't know what it was, but there is a nice amount of variance as of now. But even then, like that's not going to save all that much for a lot of people, you need to also be in a healthy spot to be able to hold out for them sale prices as well. Like with a don't nod, if you're talking about you're running out of money in like November, it's fucking meaningless if people are going to say, "Oh, I'll pick up Life is Strange, whatever that latest one is, 15 next year." Like they're gone by then. Like don't let yourself get to that level of running dry. You know, just make a little bit more smarter decisions. But it's really fucking tough. It's
The
really
thing
tough.
that's so brutal as well is you have someone like Don't Nod who is genuinely a you get Vampire, Banishers, Ghost of New Eden. If you get the right direction for that team, the right project for that team absolutely still has the talent to make a
Yeah,
bona fide hit. But in the day and age now where funding is at an all-time low in
and
the
production is
industry
at an
and
all-time high
yeah,
because
and
Banishers was expensive, right, to make for
mhm,
what it
yeah, I think
was,
Banishers was like 50 mil, 100 mil, something like that.
and like I don't like obviously speaking bad and stuff like that. Why? Why did you let it get to that height? Like you did a good amount of sales. It was the same thing with Greedfall too. Like why change so much, shaking
Yep.
up the nest and trying to bite off way more than like. Where's the sense in these studios? Does that make sense? Like, where's the person who you turn to after the pitch has been made and they give the thumbs up or the thumbs up? Like, where is that? It seems like there's hardly any one of them around at some of these studios. Like, why are you allowing your projects to get that big? Like, I don't even have a degree in like financials, but I could turn around and go, no, don't let a Banishers game get to 50 million. Keep that 10 to 15 max. Like,
A part
keep that lean. Like, that's really, really risky to try and turn that.
a part of me kind of understands it if you're working under a publisher or if you're owned by a bigger corporation because you have this ambition, right? Of like you want to make the greatest game your team can possibly make, and you really can't do that without excessive funding. But it's the thing where if you know you're working for a publishing outfit or a corporation who is a bit unstable, then it's probably, but
Even
you
ones that
say
are
that, then
stable,
you
though,
look
because
at
you look at Microsoft and what they've done with all the stuff that they had under them, and they're sweeping them under the rug. Like, even if you have a body that seemingly has an infinite amount, you're still not immune to the realities. Like, you still need to make
Mhm.
money, you still need to be successful. Otherwise, your time is limited. There's only so much patience that will be run with, right?
And I don't think these studios are trying not to be successful. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that when Double Fine came up with the idea for Kiln or whatever, like, I'm sure they hoped it would have been bigger than it was. But thankfully, with something like Kiln or Keeper, there's no real fucking, like, that's not $100 million, $50 million, probably not even 20, $10 million, much
No,
smaller projects. So it's like, you don't really have the risk of fucking burning through cash that way. But even then, it doesn't matter. Your studio, and I will say this about the Xbox situation, and this is probably going to upset some people, but just my opinion.
let's hear it.
What what are they supposed to do? Like they for the first time ever, they put out transparent numbers.
Oh yeah,
Every
yeah, yeah.
part of their business is underperforming, or every part of their business is making no or losing money other than Activision Blizzard King.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like what are they supposed to do, guys? Like I'm not trying to sympathize with Microsoft. Sure, I would love for them to keep eating losses and like continue funding the creation of great games from these niche studios, but like what the fuck are they supposed to do, man? I don't know. Some of that's unfair to me.
No,
I
I'm
I love
100% there with you. It doesn't matter if Double Fine wasn't eating a lot of money. You still need to make money. It doesn't matter how much like of that pie, like if even if you're taking a few crumbs, you still need to give back a slice.
and let me say this too before I
And
because
that
this sounds very corporation, defending. I will say this before we dive into this. All of the blame is on Phil
oh
Spencer and
yeah, I
crew
was gonna
for
get to that.
greenlighting
Yeah, I was
fucking
gonna get to that.
Keeper and
Yeah.
Kiln and Hell and Senua and Hellblade 2 and like all like these are art house projects that are not going to make money. They knew they were not going to make money. They greenlit all of this to get it into Game Pass to have more content for Game Pass. All of the blame lies there. So I don't want to make it sound like I'm
Hmm.
blaming studios, but
Hmm.
at the same time, it is like, what the fuck is Microsoft, the corporation, supposed to do when they're coming out and saying YouTube is monetizing Xbox better than Xbox is? Like, I, something obviously has to change,
Yeah,
dude.
exactly. And it is the blame with him because he took a calculated risk, thinking that if you pad out a subscription service with as much as you can, which they still weren't, even they were only just starting to get that ball rolling. Really, it's not like they were putting shitloads out immediately. Like that took a while to get up and running from their own stuff, but their stuff didn't sell either, and it didn't move the needle for getting people in the door. So it did nothing. Like you're just burning money. Eventually, they will look at that and be like, as I said, even with something as Double Fine, even if they're taking small crumbs, that just means they're the easiest to cut as well. If you're not doing anything, you're also not redeemable, if that makes sense. Like Psychonauts 2 was only made because of it was Kickstarted, was it not? It was a
Yeah.
Kickstarted project. That
Yep.
wouldn't have fucking been made otherwise. Like, this is the thing, and that's why, like, what was the messaging if you're not working on Fallout, Elder Scroll, and all this? Like, the big thing, because that's how dire of a situation. They don't have time to be making fucking happy passion projects. That time's gone. If you can't present yourself as being valuable to them, they need to let you go because you're fucking draining money. And that's, yeah, it's from the leadership before allowing that to happen. And it's also inside the studios as well. Of not, you need to have the self awareness that there could have been a time like this that could have happened. Maybe you should have tempered it and tried to make something that was a little bit less artsy and a little bit more mainstream appealable. So that if something, because they know that layoffs happen every year as well, right? This isn't just new. This isn't things are getting gutted now. They're being aggressively gutted, but they were getting gutted every single year, as Microsoft always does. Surely you'd want to present your case as a studio. We are irreplaceable. Don't touch any of us because we're doing really, really well. And I don't know where that lies. Like, was he just feeding them bullshit? Because I think he was in some cases. He
For
was talking
sure.
to them and saying, "You're
Publicly.
doing a really good job," and then shut them down. Like that's incompetent leadership. That's
Yeah.
literally bottom of the barrel bad leadership because that doesn't that is literally the shortest term thinking imaginable because you're going to let them go. And then the next time that you go to a studio, they will know that you've gone to studios prior to that, told them they're doing a good job, and they're getting cut. So by you giving them that praise, it's fucking hollow and meaningless, to
Well,
put it
and it's
simply.
all, yeah, and it's also like, dude, I understand you took the risk on Game Pass, and I even understand taking that as a Hail Mary, fucking trying to get on base with something. But at the end of the day, we're in a spot now where it didn't pan out. The numbers are obvious, like there's no denying it. And would you rather have a leader who just continues to, I don't know, I can't see what's going on, or somebody who is like dead ass fucking brutal? I much rather, dude, if you are going to lead the fucking ship that I'm on, tell me if we're about to sink. Please, for the love of God, so I can jump the fuck off this thing. Because,
And
like,
it's what you saw.
right?
It's what you saw when
Yes,
she announced that a bunch of them higher ups they jumped. And if anything, that benefits them as well. Like, not to sound
yes.
horrible, because it's like
Get a head
I,
start.
get a head start, but also like if you weren't helping and stuff like that, that also gives them the benefit of like just clearing house, clean slate, get these people out and just get people in that want to do a new direction, if that makes sense. It still baffles me that like Matt Booty is still there and
I
is
can't
still
believe that.
like you culled so much and yet you kept him. And I can't remember what the interview was. I just despise that he's so unbelievable. You have no charisma, so you can't carry yourself like Phil did through curried lies, as he did for so long. That you just don't offer anything. And then yeah, I didn't like what was it, Matthew Bell's response
Yeah,
with Hellblade that really just
but
I get
with
I
that,
get in the hindsight why with what's
yes.
come out after that, but like you should have just got ahead of it, man. You should have just ripped that ban. If you knew that that was the fucking case
But
and
what
that
if
was
you
going to be
didn't know for
announced,
sure? Because it hasn't even been officially confirmed that they're shutting any of these studios down yet. Like, we know that some of them are, but we don't know which ones yet. What if that ends up not being one that is? What if they were just on the chopping block at the time? Because keep in mind,
yeah,
he's the chief strategy officer. He's not the chief content officer. He's not the obviously the CEO. He's not head of first party. He's really not necessarily intangible to first party development. Like, he's
yeah,
not the guy that you're going to for all your first party decision making.
but you all need to be on that same base though. If you're in that bad of a spot, everybody needs to be on that same wavelength. Especially, this is the thing, it's not giving sympathy to them. They are so aggressively bitten at by the media for anything that they say. Any word that comes out is dissected unlike anyone else's. So you all need to be on the same wavelength so you're not fucking wobbling in that way. Like you need strong, headstrong leadership and there's no room for doubt. Like just deliver the fucking message because he said something as well about ads and that got stretched and everything. It's like, and then he came out and was like, "Well, that's my personal. It doesn't mean it's in the same direction as like Microsoft and what they're gonna explain." It's just like, why fucking say it? Why why create that scenario to begin with? Like, just shut the fuck up. And that's what Microsoft probably should really start doing is just shutting the fuck up for a lot of things and just come out and say stuff when you need to say it. Stop being
You
so
want
chatty.
you want another hot take?
If you say more chatting, I'm gonna fist
No,
slam this
definitely not.
desk.
I agree with you 100%. They got to shut the fuck up and get their at least get their plan in order and
Yes,
then
because
speak on
every
it
time
after
they
that.
come out, then people are going to ask about the plan. This is
Hmm.
you're
And
creating a
that's like
scenario to ask and probe and stuff like. Just stop. There's
and that's when you say the media picks it apart is because there's so much to pick
yes,
apart
because
because they speak in totally
yeah,
different fucking this person says that that
mm-hmm,
contradicts that person that says that.
mm-hmm,
But to the hot take, I think that like if we really got into an interesting spot with ad support in video games, I think it could save the open world genre. I really do. Because I think that even if you look at like Resident Evil and 007 First Light, they are getting paid out the ass by different, car companies, watch companies. I believe Coca-Cola is in 007
yeah,
as well, if I'm not
Coke
mistaken.
Zero.
And it fits so well with the brand. It fits so well into the world. It's integrated so seamlessly. You never really notice it, but they're getting paid out the ass because, yeah, I see that fucking Coke machine. I'm like, damn, Diet Coke sounds good as fuck right now. Like that's the whole idea of it, right? And I think the open world genre right now is probably in the worst place it's been in since I mean, ever. Like it's in the worst place it's ever been in my opinion. Of developers now have this template for very easy creation of open world games. Where like back in the day, it was a fucking monumental effort to create an open world game. Like that was the most complicated thing to create in the game dev space, without a doubt. Now it's pretty easy to throw a fucking open plain of nothingness with a bunch of trees and like you recreate those assets very, very easily with the, modern engines that are accessible to everyone. And so we have a fucking boatload of these just empty, soulless open worlds. And I do genuinely think if we got to a place where you could get ad support for your open world games, you could get like modern cities or even like retro cities. Imagine like having Coca-Cola fucking vending machines from the 60s and shit. And like you're in London or in Vegas in the 60s playing as a detective and you have like oh because it doesn't necessarily that's the thing of intentional integration with
Oh yeah,
these
yeah, yeah,
different
yeah. Of course,
of
it needs to. It can't be so in your face that it breaks immersion. You can't have a character turn to the screen and go Coca Cola if it unless it's like a
exactly.
comedy game and stuff like. If you're
Mhm.
doing that in something that's trying to be serious in the middle of fucking Red Dead 2 and he turns around and go and a root beer, glug 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 glug. Like
Yeah.
no, no, you can't be doing that. My only like it's one of them things where it's been tossed around. Like this isn't new. This the
No,
ads
it's
have
been
been put
happening.
in. You've had loads of games that have explored this at surviving. There was the original Fallout dev that when they were really struggling, put billboard ads in their games and stuff like that to generate money because they were sinking so quickly and so heavily that secured them like a month of funding and stuff like that to be able to keep.
Mm.
Like, it does generate money, of course, and that helps. My only worry is because I look at games long term. I care about preservation. I care about having the ability to play these games. You look at stuff like well, they didn't patch it out. They ended up having to remake the Death Stranding game, right, with the next gen update, and it didn't have monster cans in it anymore, and that kind of thing.
Mm.
When you tie yourself to licensed properties, a lot of the time it's like why car games, racing games end up going after about 8 years roughly. It's because they have expiry dates. If tons of games started exploring that, you're then having expiry dates on multiple genres. And I don't know if I like that as a concept. It helps them get made, that's great, but it's going to impact them heavily at sustaining. And then what will that will then fuel as well, indirectly, them greenlighting remasters and churning them out constantly because it'd be, oh, it's expired, let's put it back out again and sell it to people for full price. And I don't like that either.
That's already happening though.
No, I know, and I don't like that. I'm adamant. Like we've talked about it before. It's like once you have this on modern hardware now, you don't ever need to remaster it again. Stop. That's it. You don't need to fucking do that again. You don't need to remake this again, like with The Last of Us 2 and stuff like that. That's it. It's done. Stop fucking selling the game to people. Again, don't launch the PS6 and sell it. It's so incredibly insulting, but it works. And I can't fathom it. And that would be like my biggest worry of when you're tying that into ad placement and product placement, because then there's going to be so many tangled wires as well, because it's very unlikely that they're just going to say secure Coca-Cola. There'll be a bunch of other things that they end up doing, and then one may expire before the other, which will then impact the game getting pulled earlier. It's highly unlikely that they'll patch out. Maybe that could be the remedy, is that you could patch
Yeah.
out that placement thing, but they haven't done that for other stuff. So that's why I have no faith in them to do it now.
Well, I mean I, I think the move is to make sure you have a perpetual license for these products,
That's
and
so
a lot of
expensive.
I mean, it depends on how it's negotiated. Yeah, once again, it's getting to the point now where like as these companies license out music and shit like that, they're getting perpetual license to make sure that the music isn't, that they don't have to pull it or patch it out and shit like that. So like these things are becoming more of the norm now. But at the same time, like I do think if in like 007 First Light, if you needed to patch out the Porsche logo on the car, like it's not gonna be some monumental effort to go in there and do that, or to remove the Coca-Cola fucking branding on the vending machine. It's not really going to be a monumental effort to do that. And if the trade-off is that we can get open world games where you're playing as a fucking detective in the 70s and Las Vegas and London opposed to Neo 70, like not just to shit on Neo, but like the same fucking open world samurai game over and over, because it's like, hey, guess what? In these worlds, there's barely anything in them. It's like, cool. Fucking awesome, dude. Just running around and looking at grass and trees and fighting bears and fucking these, fucking fantasy weird ass things. Like it's not to say like those games will still be able to get created and all that, because they are cheaper and easier to make, but it's like it'd be so dope to see a new take on open worlds. Like, and not to
Yeah.
say new, like these things have never happened before, but you just don't see fucking populated dope ass worlds, really. It's because it's so expensive. And like, I get it. Why the fuck would you want to? It's ridiculously expensive to create a populated, dense, cool ass world.
Yeah. It's tough. It's tough because you definitely have a lot more of a, trying to think of the word, optimism to that. The industry has, whenever they explore something like that, it ends up getting weaponized against the player in the end, and we end up paying for it overall. And it's just like once that genie's out of the bottle, it will never go back in. Once that starts to become the standard, that'll
But I mean,
be
they've already
something.
used it.
No, but they haven't used it to the extent that you're wanting them to use it, where it's being heavily, heavily lifted for a lot of stuff outside of stuff like racing games and stuff like that.
I
Like,
mean, Infamous, 007, RE9, like a lot of games are have used it. You
yeah,
know,
but
it's not
that's two this year,
right.
and Infamous was years ago,
Yeah, I'm
and
not.
that's what I mean.
Of
Like,
course, every game
it's
isn't using it. I'm
yeah,
saying
but
I
that's what I
think they
mean.
should.
It will then move into becoming that, and that's what I just don't have faith in them to do it well, execute it well within the best interests of people. I just don't.
Yeah,
I think you'll have maybe a honeymoon period of it where it's like, oh, that's really immersive and stuff like that, and then there will always it's like with how streaming services put itself forward as like, oh well, if you come directly to us, you won't get the ads anymore. Instead from TV, you know, it just cuts out the middleman. You give us the money straight away, and then we don't have to. And then it's slowly crept back in, and it's become predatory and the same shit because it is. It's just a business at the end of the day, and that's just my worry of it. I don't. I get the point, but I don't know if I would want them to explore that aggressively and
I guess
heavily, heavily lean on it.
my only counterpoint is like if if budgets are continuing to balloon out of control, is the answer just to continue creating the same type of experience like over and over and over and over again? Because like, hey, we're figuring out how to do these cheaper and we're reusing the shit out of these assets. And it's like, I don't know. My thing is, I understand that there's brutal business realities to everything, but no matter which way you turn here, it's hard for me to ignore the state of open world games in 2026 and like trying to find a solution to get out of this state. Like I have no idea what the fucking solution would be. I don't even know if this would be the solution. Like maybe the solution is to just stop making them as much. But once again, they're pretty fucking easy to make in 2026 compared to 2006.
Mm.
Like you could make a real argument, honest to God,
Outside of
that it's
modern
easier.
setting ones, right? Is what
Yes.
because it's GTA is the only one that stood that test of time.
Right. And I guess I
Really.
should be clear about that. Like in terms of if you're talking about densely packed like cities and NPC interaction and like even something like Kingdom Come Deliverance is a whole fucking hell of a lot harder to create than something like a Neo or even a Ghost of Yote, to use an example. Like the Ghost of Yote in fucking impeccable video game, but don't get it twisted. Like that is a total different beast than creating a living, breathing world with, city streets and like tons of interaction going on with NPCs and shit. But I think that whenever you're talking about the state of open world games feeling so samey right now, it just I you could make a genuine argument today in 2026. It's easier to create an open world game than it is to create a linear game. And like
Yeah, it probably
that's
is. My my thought process though is if they all say started implementing all the branding and stuff like that, they would then heavily start looking the same. Do you think with that money that they are garnering, they will use that to separate themselves, or is it just going to be play it safe on that point? Like, because if they get more and more ambitious with that funding, it's going to cost even more, isn't it? So defeating the purpose, if that makes sense. If you keep pushing it higher and higher and higher, is there not like a ceiling that you'll eventually
well,
reach? Because if you keep going and making it more like more buildings that are enterable and more things that you can interact with and stuff, it's just going to be more money.
I just think there's more variety, because like if you're talking about just any decade of human history that you want to explore and explore it in a actual like if you want to go back to the 20s, the 30s and all of these different places that you can go throughout the world. And I'm not saying that listen, of course there's going to be anytime a big, because back in the day there was a GTA clone fatigue,
Mm.
and now there's an open world samurai fatigue, and like it's a this fatigue is gonna happen regardless. Like whatever becomes the new thing, you're gonna get fatigued with it because you're gonna get so much of it. There's no doubt about that, but it's just been a long fucking time of this samurai thing, and to the point where I'm just wondering, has it become so affordable to create this and so simple to create this in comparison to, once again, even a like a control? Like I would assume it's probably more difficult to create a really rock solid linear action adventure game than it is to create this open world, um, just generate enemies, hack and slash, go to the next objective. Like, I think it might be to the point now where, listen, if the sales are there, the sales are there. And obviously they are for a lot of these titles. So you're nobody, the reason we moved on from the GTA clones was because a lot of them stopped fucking selling other than Grand Theft Auto. So whenever that happens, then we'll move on because the market will demand it. But if the market is like, hey, we're eh, we're fine with this shit and y'all can create it easily and somewhat affordably, keep on pumping it out.
Do you think GTA Online was like the main perpetrator for that? Because before GTA Online came out for GTA 5, you still had like, don't get me wrong, Saints Row and stuff like that didn't fully rival them in like sales terms, of course not. But they were able to coexist. Once GTA Online came out, like the people that had an interest in that sound, because it's constantly getting stuff added to it, they never felt the need to leave. So therefore, when Saints Row, I know Saints Row, the reboot wasn't particularly great, but it
Yeah,
also
I
didn't
think that
help
was the
that.
problem.
But it didn't help, obviously, that you have GTA Online that's just a much more refined experience, has shitloads to do, and then it comes out and that's a little bit weaker than the predecessors, and then that kind of just puts the nail. But you had like other stuff that come out um, in between that as well, and it just doesn't seem like the hunger was there since GTA Online come out, because people didn't even go into like Red Dead Online either. I know people, and it's yeah. There's obviously the yearning for wanting the modern setting and stuff like that, but that still would have been a livable, breathable world they could have crafted and built up. It just seems like they've made their own prison, if that makes sense. Like that genre of fan base, like a huge chunk of them not wanting to leave that, and they're just waiting for GTA 6 to come out. Do you think if a bunch of other games did come out, would that be enough to rattle them out of that? Or are they just going to want to stick with Rockstar? Because I've seen so many, like whenever anything comes out, the amount of people that compare like water physics and stuff like they really, really like Rockstar's DNA blend, and I don't think you're ever gonna get any other dev that will craft that experience.
No, definitely not. But like you brought up the point of Red Dead. Red Dead's the third best-selling game of all time, and the online's pretty irrelevant in it. You know what I mean? And so like even Mafia the Old Country sold pretty damn well. And so there is, but if you go from 2013 to now and you look at the what is the competition? GTA 5 came out, you had Mafia 3 that was technically kind of busted at launch and just not really that great of a game structurally. You had Mad Max, which sold pretty well. You had Saints Row, which was fucking horrendous,
The Just Cause games came out,
which not
which didn't do
great.
no, didn't do very well. 3 and 4. Agents of Mayhem. Anyone remember that?
So
Crackdown
it's like
3.
the only example you have of a really high quality game is probably Red Dead 2 that's similar. And so it went on and sold fucking crazy. But
But that's my point. Is like, do you think so? The product placement would help developers close that gap to Rockstar then, because that's the only way you're gonna get for a lot of them. Because like you said, Red Dead sold really well, but that's because it was also Rockstar.
I think it's more so like you can't look at it from closing the gap to Rockstar. If that's your if you have
No,
to
not
sell
closing the
100
gap, but
million copies,
you need to make it appealable to turn the heads though. Still, because a lot of like with Mad Max and stuff like that, I do wonder how many people who aggressively love GTA and stuff like that even bothered checking it out, and how many of, if that was just people like us making up the
Yeah,
majority of them numbers, and they're not going to be bothered either which way.
yeah, I don't think you because like you said, if you go back and look at Saints Row sales back in the day, Saints Row sold really, really well. I think Saints Row 3 probably sold close to 10 million copies, something like that. And that was in an era where, a lot of games weren't selling 10 million
But
copies.
that
Like
was
Saints Row 3
before
was
GTA 5 online launched, right?
for sure, but like once again, what is the example after GTA 5 launched that was a really high quality open world crime sandbox? Is there a single one other than Red Dead 2?
Cyberpunk to a degree,
Cyberpunk, one of the best
but
selling games of all time.
yeah, but there's so few and far between, isn't it? That's the thing. They're easier to make, but they're longer to make as well. That's the big issue.
What's easier to make?
You said with the open world things, with the tools that you have, you can build
No,
them.
open world samurai games, like open
Oh,
world,
okay.
when it's endless, like
I mean, even
that's
so,
the
like you
hardest.
can still with Starfield, a lot of that's procedural generation and stuff like that. Like you can, it's just filling it with stuff to do that's interesting, which they haven't found with
Like
open world games
handcrafted, interesting.
outside of GTA and
Yeah,
Rockstar games. Because even like, look, man, I love Cyberpunk. A lot of that side content is
trash
gigs and stuff,
for
and
sure.
cyber psychos, and it's very cookie cutter, man. And it was the
Hmm.
same with a little bit less with The Witcher 3. The Witcher 3 did narratively tie a few of them quests pretty well, but it still was a lot of, yeah, it's not really doing much, really, comparing to things. That's what I mean. I think the standards have been set so fucking sky high. People are waiting for them because I know that they're not going to get surpassed, but you have people who genuinely think like, oh, can this be the next thing? Like, and that's like the killer moniker whenever anybody gets that put on it and stuff like that. It still gets put on games stupidly, in my opinion. Um, I just
The thing
think
about
it's so rough. I don't know if they'll be able to achieve it, even with that, like you said, the ad funding and getting that stuff. I don't know if you'll be able to do much more than what you can do now. If anything, it just helps keep the studios afloat to continue doing the baseline that they'll be doing, regardless.
But I think whenever you talk about the two examples that we have of high quality open world crime sandboxes, Red Dead 2 and Cyberpunk, both two of the greatest, two of the highest selling games of all time. And so it's just, uh, it's hard for me to look at Saints Row, the reboot, and be like, yep, that's the example that why this can't work. You know what I mean? Like nobody wanted that shit. That it was awful. Or to look at something like Saints Row 4, which was a superhero game, or to look at, there's Just Cause was never a really high quality game. And so these examples of if you're doing it at a if you are once again Cyberpunk, the sales expectations weren't that they had to compete with Grand Theft Auto. They were just making a really, really great open world crime sandbox RPG, even, which is even more challenging in some ways. It's not as challenging as creating like a living, breathing, like you said, world with interesting shit all throughout it to do. Like that's and I should be clear about that. When I say open world games are becoming more and more inexpensive to create, I'm talking about the open plains of nothingness, the samurai games. Whenever you're creating this massive fucking sandbox that's living and breathing and all like that is the most expensive thing to create. That's really why we don't get GTA clones or crime sandbox games in general because it's so fucking
What
expensive and difficult.
what's strange though, when you genuinely do think about it, is that there's a low. It just goes to show, like, people saying one thing and then doing another. Like KCD2 is really well lived in. Like it's a really
Mhm.
well simulated world that didn't sell 20 million. There's tons of people that want things to be perfect and this to work and that to work, and then they don't buy them. It's a thing of like saying one thing and doing another.
But it's also Bohemia fucking medieval. Like it's not necessarily the most.
Right, but does Witcher still sold shit? They're still like aligned with like the fantasy sword and stuff like that, and that kind of stuff. You would have expected it to at least hit double figures relatively quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I did for
That's what
sure.
I
But The Witcher
mean.
3
And
is
I'm because
also
I'm
like,
not saying it's going to rival The Witcher. Like that kind of experience that people were screaming that they want, and then it goes on to sell, what was it, like 2 million in like its opening or whatever it was? Like that was pretty low and pretty disappointing. I know it made it like the budget was well done and stuff like that, but for like its exposure, it was just like, it's a bit strange to me. And the same with like, yeah, because that's landing in like what, a similar boat to Death Stranding 2 in sales in its opening like stint.
it's more than that for sure. I would say
It's not
significantly
dwarfing it
more than
though.
that. I think so. I
Really?
think I would assume Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 by now is probably
Oh no,
getting
no, I'm not,
close
I'm
to
saying in its opening like year, like opening 6 months to a year, like it, you would have expected KCD2 to fucking rocket above that way quicker.
right,
Like its ceiling is much higher, of course, absolutely. Like there's only a certain amount of Kojima lovers out there. They're very,
right,
very, and that kind of trickles off because I think that's sitting at like what, 2 million, isn't it, or something,
something
whatever
like
it is.
that.
It hit its ceiling much quicker as it always will do. But like, yeah, I was just shocked because you see so many people make such a big deal about these games are all similar, yet when you get an experience that is vastly different and vastly more rich, it doesn't really do much either. It's just strange to me because you'd think if there's that much of a yearning, they'd go to it. Doesn't matter if it's the setting because you have this Stalker game as well, which is that's modern esque, really open world, very rich and like yeah, it's just strange. I wonder
These are
how
also
it's so fragmented, isn't it? Is that that's the only way I can like unpack it? There's so much fragmentation of like fan bases. Do you agree?
yeah, I mean, for sure. There's definitely, but there's also something to the effect of whenever you hear someone talk about Kingdom Come Deliverance, they make it sound fucking miserable, man. And like, I'm sorry, I
But so did they with Elden Ring, and that went on to sell shitloads. Like that. That's the Souls fans still being fucking big headed as shit. They didn't soften that blow, and it
that
because it was an open world game, people jumped in and checked it out.
you're not wrong. And like the Elden Ring is one of those examples that I have a really tough time of quantifying
Understanding,
or like,
like, how did they accomplish that?
but it is to your point of people like, saying they're tired of this and tired of the open world samurai thing, and then that game goes on to sell 20 million copies or whatever. It's like, yeah, dude, that fucking the yearning is definitely still there to some degree. Maybe less so. Like if Elden Ring 2 comes out, will it be less? I have no idea. But it also got to give credit where it's due. Elden Ring is one of the highest rated games of all time. So that definitely helps propel it to a mass market. And I think that the thing though about whenever you have a niche product like Kingdom Come Deliverance and the fan base is, I mean, dude, when you hear people talk about it online, there's no normal person who would want to play that game who is reading that conversation online. You know what I mean? Like
Yep.
it is talked about to make it sound like the most mundane, monotonous, miserable experience. And then you play it and it's really not that fucking bad. It's not that brutal. It's not that challenging. It's not that like it's not this simulation of life to such a painful degree that it like and so sometimes I worry that fan bases hurt games more
Oh
than
yes. Oh yes. That was the like with Elden Ring. The only reason that that broke out in popularity is because they shifted it up into being an open world game. It was fucking impenetrable. Otherwise, like they wouldn't have sold more than 10 million in like a quick span without it going out into that um genre. And it is because like fans do damage the reputation of their games. Uh, both it goes both ways with the positivity side. If you overpraise something, that sets alarm bells ringing for people. Expedition 33. People got tired of hearing that, obviously, and then negatively also bashing it and stuff like that can also impact it. Because we talked about it before with obviously Warhorse are doing Lord of the Rings. I know if they did it in the Kingdom Come, it probably wouldn't slam it, but it would be so interesting just from a morbid curiosity if they did stick with it. Could they somehow pull that off? Like it's very, 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 very unlikely, but it just makes me think how much of like the name of the IP would pull that to then break it
Mm.
through so that because like you said, when you ended up picking it up, you realize that isn't fucking insurmountable like it's made out to be. Like, oh, it's the most complex combat going and stuff like that. Like, it's a little bit. It's got a few more bells and whistles. That's it. It's really, really fucking easy to manipulate as well, might I add. When
Yes.
you've got like an hour in and you're like, huh, that's the killer combo that's unblockable. There we go. 30 more
Boop,
hours of this.
boop, poke, 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 poke. Like,
And so yeah, I do partially wonder if maybe the name would help break them, but I would hope for their sake as well that maybe don't roll the dice on that. Make it a little bit more easier to sell, like via word of mouth. Don't make a product where people are going to treat it like a KCD to just have it so that it's easy to, like with the Marvel's Wolverine, you can easily just word of voice that to something, like sell it so
totally.
easily.
You chop off limbs. It's fun.
Yeah,
Blood,
exactly.
Wolverine. Like it's,
And when they
dude.
pick it up, they're not gonna like. We are easy to pick up, but even like if you handed that to somebody who's new to gaming, it would be kind of like, oh, this is a bit strange.
Yeah.
That's and you can't have that when you're tying it to something like Lord of the Rings. You need fucking mass appeal. It needs to be the most
Well,
easy to digest shit imaginable. Same with like 007 First Light and stuff
I
like
was
that.
just about. Dude, that's crazy. I was just about to. Yeah.
Same
It's the
wavelength, baby.
perfect.
Because
Yep.
if they made that way more because I saw a lot of people critiquing it for playing it safe and stuff like that with certain aspects, and it's like I don't know what you was expecting, for one, because like you don't want to make these things fucking overly complex because it's meant to be bridging that gap between movies and video games for that fan base, so it's easy to jump into and just enjoy. And also on top of that, I've not played it, but from what it looks fine. It looks great. It's not like they failed at
That's
what they set out to do. Like it did exactly what they wrote down on the paper. They executed it. Am I wrong? Like it
no, it's fucking fantastic. It's
exactly.
20% Hitman, 80% Uncharted, and like that is,
That's what it needed to
you
be.
could. Yes, you have Hitman right there. And that's the thing that thankfully it seems that the majority of the Hitman audience is like at an intellectual level that they can understand the decision that IO had to make there to appeal. Because James Bond's their fastest selling game of all time,
Mm.
and like it's doing incredibly well financially. And so all of these things, right, are the Hitman audience understands, dude, we have our fucking perfect Hitman game. It's called Hitman. This is a totally different game that's trying to appeal to a massive fan base who has been starved of a good James Bond game. And a good James Bond game is not just Hitman with James Bond. Like that's you don't fucking reskin Hitman and throw James Bond's face into fucking Agent 47's bot. Like that's not what the fans
It
want. So
it would be a complete one. 47 has no charisma. He's just a
at
blank slate
all,
of a person. James Bond is the walking embodiment of charisma. You wouldn't be able to do that. You need him to
exactly.
have them down moments of cinematically talking to people, interacting, doing whatever it is that he does.
You got to have driving and shootouts and bombastic set. Like you have to have all of that. That's 007. That is James Bond. That is the lineage of that franchise.
Mm.
And so, but it's you also have that issue of an IO Interactive fan base. Like I was worried about that because I don't know, I'm not tapped in with their culture. Like, so I was worried, is the IO Interactive fan base going to be so upset at the fact that this is not just like Hitman? And is there going to be a massive amount of backlash that supersedes the positive changes that were made and the enhancements and improvements in other directions, despite being more limited in terms of the sandbox kind of free form, how you go and tackle and assassinate and all this, that, and the other. But the fan base was like super receptive, very warm to it, and it just really benefited the game greatly to have the IO Interactive fan base being out there championing it and being like, this is fucking dope. This has got a lot of Hitman in it, but it's got a lot of Tomb Raider and Uncharted, some of my other favorite games in it. Like, this is fucking awesome. I don't know about that with like other fan bases, like with the
I'm
Warhorse fan
hoping,
base.
yeah, but that's the thing. I'm hoping that a lot of people have seen Because if you don't react warmly to it as well, when you show like annoyance and resentment towards like a company, like a developer that you like, and they're trying to go down the licensed IP route, you have to understand if they succeed at that, it's high likelihood that they'll do what Larian did. They
Yeah.
aren't going to get in that mine and keep making that forever. They're not stupid, a lot of them. They will be like, fuck yeah, we've just gained, what was it? How many millions sold for 007 in
I
that
think like
short amount of time? They're
3 or 4
looking at
or something like
like,
that.
fuck yeah. When we next put out a game and every time they've started up 007, they've seen our IO symbol come up. Whenever we're making an
Hmm.
IO game now, and that can be the next Hitman, you may even find yourself scooping up a bunch of them players because they have decided to give you the benefit of the doubt and be like, oh, no, a new 007 game, and then they've fallen in love with your DNA and design. And that's it. You
Yep.
made a new fan, and they'll end up supporting your next thing. And like that's what's important is like just gatekeeping is just never beneficial ever. Don't do
Yeah.
that. Is the moral of the story, and it's great, like you said, because I saw I don't know maybe one or two like negative reactions, but there was so much positive from people who are IO fans of Hitman and being like,
Hmm.
"Fuck yeah, man! They did such a good job," and they're just excited for it because they're going to play a game that they enjoy, and they know, like you said, you got Hitman free there. It's not like they left it in a broken state. Like that
Right.
game is also still getting updates as
Hmm.
well, still getting support. They were giving it support. I think it even had like a new elusive target relatively recently, and it's just like, yeah, they're a really well-oiled machine. Like, definitely deserves the support and success that they got, and it's great that they nailed the 007 game.
Yeah. And like I think with Warhorse, it really could be something as simple like if they're not able to develop competent combat for the Lord of the Rings game, like if they do just have their same kind of janky, sword combat, just have a fucking easy mode. And but like you have to be committed to if you're gonna tackle the Lord of the Rings IP, you have to be committed to a casual audience. And if your subreddit of Warhorse fans are mad because there's an easy mode on it, like you cannot give into that shit. If if you listen, if you're going to continue making Kingdom Come games and you're, totally fine selling 10 million copies because they're making their money back and then
Yeah,
some, they're doing great with it. But
no,
like, if you're going to tackle a big fucking IP, you have to have a little bit of give in certain areas. And it doesn't mean like you can if it's too difficult for you to change that combat, if they want this thing to come out, pretty quickly or whatever the case, because supposedly Embracer like wants this shit out fast and
I'm
they
not
want
surprised. They
yeah.
they want their money, man.
So it might be a thing where like we don't have the fucking time to make good combat. You know what I mean? We got to take this combat from Kingdom Come Deliverance and transport it over into Lord of the Rings. So here's just a fucking tuner, a slider to make it as hard or as easy as you want to fucking make it.
I mean, that should be the basis for basically every game. Like, I don't know why there's pushback on that. Um, it's even funny, like with the Elden Ring thing, when people there was an item that basically creates a copy of yourself, and there was like an
Mm.
elitism of anyone that used that. Oh, you're not beating the game, and Miyazaki came out and he was like, "Well, I use it," and then it's just
Yeah.
silence, crickets, and it's just like you guys just need to stop taking shit so seriously, man. Like I
Yeah,
admire the passion and stuff like that, but really don't project that onto other people and
totally.
try and control the way in which they enjoy stuff. It's just not good. It's not healthy for any franchise. And like, yeah, I'm really excited with what they do with that Lord of the Rings game because even if it, because I'm not the biggest fan of the KCD combat, is fine. I I enjoy it, for what it is. But something I know that they'll nail because they always have. It's just the story.
For
You
sure.
have
Yeah.
such a rich story to pull from. It's really, really fucking exciting to see where they're going to go with it because
It's
I don't know where it's going to take place and stuff like that. But like even the most boring Lord of the Rings games, they're still Lord of the Rings. Like it's still cool things that go on in it. Like that crappy thing that I have nostalgia for, the Third Age with the turn-based JRP. It's basically Final Fantasy X clone, and it's so unbelievably simple, but it's just enjoyable because it's you're going through all these places, you're seeing them, and stuff like that. So tying that with their level of writing is going to be
Dude, fuck yeah. That I can't wait to see what they end up rolling out
mm,
for sure. But yeah, it's some fan bases are tough to get past for sure for studios to really blossom. And like Larian's a great example of another fan base that's just like seemingly so dope, where it's like, fuck yeah, do this. You're gonna do
they
that,
came
do
from
that. Like,
peanuts, man. That's why
yeah.
the original Sin games were all kickstarted. I think that also helps when you kickstart something. You're obviously really invested in it because then they also get down to you on a personal level when they're doing like their devlog updates. That's why Sven became so beloved because he's just so human. You can when he's done stuff and he's talked about it, even like the ads that he's done before, where he's just in the armor playing it on the Switch and stuff like that. It's just he just exudes that he just loves the industry that he works in and he loves the people that help him do the job that he loves, and it's just mutually given back and forth. Yeah, really awesome.
That Daniel Vavra dude who was at Warhorse recently left, and that honestly might be the best thing for that studio moving forward, especially if they're tackling IP like Lord of the Rings and stuff like that, because that very rigid worldview of like things have to be my way. Like I do, for one, I respect the fuck out of people like that. I genuinely do. And like in terms of on a personal standpoint, I like working for leaders who have a very, very directed and they have an understanding of where they want to go. I don't really like working for people who aren't able to pivot, but I do like people who are like very direct, talking about Asha Sharma versus Phil Spencer, of like, tell me how bad it is.
Mm.
Tell me what you think the fix is. Let's go fix it together based on your leadership, your plan. I trust your inherent knowledge, but that's a totally different business when you're talking about $1 billion IP.
Well, even what I was going to even pluck at it from as well is like when that's your own IP, you can be like that, and it's not as punishable
Yeah.
because it's your own creative vision. If you're working even with something that's not $1 billion, like anything that isn't your own thing that you own, you can't apply that really, really rigid mindset to it because you are a visitor, if that makes sense. You're visiting this IP to create like a creative spin on it. This isn't yours. You shouldn't be able to just morph it in the entirety vision that you and just uproot everything. That never works. You've seen it be pushed back with Marvel and DC and all this because you have fan bases that are tied to these things and stuff like that. You
Yep.
can't bulldoze in and be like, well, yeah, I know how to tell a story. It's like, right, but you can't have Batman just pull out a Glock in the next film and start popping people. Like that goes against this whole character arc.
Totally, dude.
So stuff like that. But
Yeah.
yeah, I think it is healthy. I don't know what's he gone on and done. Do you know? Where's he
I
shifted off to?
I don't really know, honestly. I'm not sure what he went to do, but I know he left. I think he is involved with the movie, the Kingdom Come Deliverance
Um,
movie or the show or
See, that's
whatever. I
perfect
think
for
that,
him. Like, stay
yes.
within your IP. I don't mean that like rudely, but like that's perfect for you. Like, if your studio's looking to like take that next step by utilizing external IP, you clearly have a fucking adoration towards Kingdom Come. Make sure that they're
Hmm.
steering that movie correctly. That's completely fine. It's the same with like Neil Druckmann and stuff like that. Like, be happy to just move on with other
Yeah.
stuff. If that like let people if they want to take your IP to the next level and you want to or the studio wants to explore other things and you want to take your IP to the next level, go do that. But don't shackle everybody else to that, if that makes
It's
sense.
Yeah, that's one thing I'll actually give Neil Druckmann a lot of credit for is
Mm,
he was he was pulled to the TV show for The Last of Us
mm,
and then like had to make the decision of to keep going in that direction or to do games. And he was like, I just like games more. Like I have more fun doing this. I want to work with my team. And like I think that's if you're in that spot where you actually have the option to go into the more glamorous side of the industry and you choose not to, I'm always like, fuck yeah. That's some cool ass shit. I mean, I'm sure at some point he will, but I respected the fuck out of that decision to be like, I fucking like my team. I like working with the people I work with. I like doing what we do over there at Naughty Dog.
mm.
And so
No,
here's
absolutely.
hoping Intergalactic's decent.
I feel like it will be. It has to be. It's
It
nice
has
that
to
they're going
be.
to explore like a sci-fi setting as well, because Jack, last
Mm,
thing, right? Would have been
yep.
whatever that would have let sci-fi. Like that's the thing that would have lost the line. That's When was the last Jack game? That was PS2.
2000 and maybe six, something like that.
So like, yeah, you're talking like 20 years plus
Hmm.
by the time it comes out. Yeah, I think that'd be like as well a nice fresh coat of paint for like the teams inside that to be able to explore completely different like creative ideas and stuff like that. Because obviously there's
Totally,
only a
dude.
limit that you can do with The Last of Us because you have to keep it grounded in terms of reality and stuff like that. It's going to be really interesting to see. Do you reckon it'll have ship combat in
Man,
Intergalactic?
that's the one thing I'm so fucking curious about, Loon. I'm more curious about that than anything. I mean, I'm curious that he said like his main inspiration was Elden Ring with it. Like that definitely leaves me a little bit worrisome. I don't think it'll be a Souls-like game or anything like that, but I'm just
Has he said
wondering
like
what
the difficulty though? Or
I
just
don't
loose?
know.
Or was that just a loose statement? Because when like he said that, what I'm envisioning is not so much like the hack and slash, the difficulty, the bosses in that way. What I'm envisioning is like an open-ended aspect of you can go explore it however way
Hmm.
you want. It's obviously a
Yeah.
sci-fi game. Maybe there'll be multiple planets. If you want to go to that ice planet first, by all means, go tackle that and stuff like that, and do it in whatever way, and then we'll tie the story together in the ending. I don't know if he would have the chops on him to do that. Not only just from like his own design philosophy, it just wouldn't make sense, in my opinion. Like, I don't think you've made the games the way you've made them all these years. That's a really big departure. I don't.
Hmm.
It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me if he was to be like, yeah, man, it's a fucking Souls like
That would be
difficulty,
so weird.
brutal. Let's go, baby. It's just like, okay, sure.
Because The Last of Us 2 is commonly regarded as like one of the best melee combat systems in games, period. And it's like, why would you depart from that
Mm-hmm.
so significantly? Like, I'm actually hoping that there's still hand-to-hand combat when you play as Abby in Tilo 2 is like
Cinematic as fuck.
filthy, bro.
That's
So
it's the
good.
difference. It's with the Souls like they excel in like the arcadey action nature, whereas with that it's very cinematic, which fuels the Sony identity which they've built up all these years. I think that's important because you see like the look of Saros and what that's doing. I think maybe lean more into your cinematic flair that you have in your
Mhm.
studios. That clearly does work. Um,
You need to give fucking Housemark a Star Wars bounty hunter game.
mm,
Give them like the talent is there. The studio is so talented. Give them an IP, dude, that really benefits from that, like, you know,
that would help break them
uh,
out.
bullet ballet, whatever.
Bullet Ballet. Did you see the Vampire Survivors change their name? Survivortron
Mm-mm.
is what they're going with. I think that's what they're
Mm.
locking in as the genre. Just like that sounds
Sure.
awful.
Sure. That sounds
Okay,
like a
guys.
fucking porn category.
It is mesmerizing. So for some, it might be. Right. Is it alright if we take a quick break and then we'll get back
Yeah, I'm gonna go get some
to
water.
yeah. So there we go. That's 2 hours of that. We'll be back momentarily. All right, and we are back after the hydration break is what we can go with, like they're doing in the World Cup right now, which is pissing people off. I know you're probably not following it.
Mm-mm.
Um, so quite a few people in the Discord that seem to be following it. We're getting some throw in little score lines here and there in the general chat, and there's a little bit of bounce back. It's been a pretty good tournament so far. Other than them hydration breaks, and because what they're doing with that is in installing ads. I've never watched American sport like uh, baseball, basketball, or NFL. It's a lot of stop start, right? For a lot of it, there's a lot of breaks.
Definitely for something like football,
Yeah,
NFL football.
especially football because they've been calling it as well quarters, which there
Hmm.
is no football doesn't work like that. There's a first half and a second half. So that's been rubbing people the wrong way. And then when they've been doing these hydration breaks, they've been using that to start pushing in ads and stuff like that. Thankfully, it's not been rolling on the UK coverage, but on the US, they've been using it as if it's stuff like American football and stuff like that. And yeah, it's not going down particularly well with a lot of people. They're not happy with it. But yeah, there's that. to the side. I wanted to also congratulate you, 4K, right? Subs on your channel.
Mm, bro, it's so fucking brutal.
You're
I
getting there.
appreciate it. I I the last three videos up, I think three. Yeah, the last three videos in a row have fucking bombed. And I'm like, all right, so we're back to 4,000 subscribers. Congratulations. Now you're back in the algorithm prison fucking confinement camp of you can't get any fucking views on these videos, but
It would be
it is
really
what it is.
interesting to see how that actually. It wouldn't surprise me if they start toggling things behind the background when you start going over certain thresholds, and then it starts being a little bit more hyper focused on. All right, so you're gaining traction. You're a bigger channel. You need to make sure you're hitting the stuff that appeals. Otherwise, we'll stop pushing it, and then that kind of stuff. Because it's such a complex algorithm. Because sometimes it makes complete sense and it works flawlessly, and then other times it just fucking doesn't at all.
I think
Um,
what I realize with this is if you bomb back to back to back, like I don't know what it's called or what it is, but like so I put out an NBA The Run review.
mhm.
Oh boy. That was like the lowest viewership I've seen in a long time, like 200 views in a day. And listen, I am grateful that 200 people would even fucking tune into anything I
That's
have to
one
talk about.
quarter of my monthlies.
But and so it was just really, really low in comparison to everything else, and then just kind of stagnated at 200 views. So I just deleted that bitch. I was like, all right, let me fucking refresh this algorithm. Please pretend that I never released that at all, algorithm god. And then the next day I posted it, the best, or not the next day, a couple days later, the best games I played from 1998. Nobody wants to hear about fucking games I played in 1998. Fair. So that bombed like catastrophically. And then right after that, a 2 hour video answering questions from the audience. So probably not wise on me for those three to go back to back to back. So I'm gonna have to fucking
I
uh
have a thought. Live streams don't impact it really at all, right? There's no correlation on like the video pushing. Do you reckon it
I
would have been
fucking have
probably
no
maybe
idea.
better to do the questions live streamed?
Could have, bro. I have no idea. My live streams don't get, that's why I don't really do them often. My live streams don't really get much
No,
traction
no,
at
not much
all.
traction, but it may. I'm thinking about the impact that
Mm.
like you said, with the things being on a lower end. That's just the thought. Like that's just brought
Yep.
to mind. So it'd been like, maybe that could have helped.
My real like main goal this year, which is not panning out right currently, is like I'd really like to keep everything around 1,000 views. Like, of course, you're gonna have shit dip below that, but if I can keep everything around 1,000 views and have the audience like, if you have 1,000 out of 4,000 people tuning in, that's fucking really good percentages of people who are just interested in your stuff. But things fluctuate. I don't I've been doing it for long enough that I don't get too emotional about it. I don't get too bothered by it because I'm aware I'll put out a video next week about something that Xbox does or something that PlayStation does. And people like that from my vantage point. It seems that people come to my channel to hear about Xbox or PlayStation. And so I'll talk about Xbox and PlayStation. That's what I love anyway. Like none of that's fucking fabricated. I I don't give a fuck about anything but Xbox or PlayStation.
It was really interesting because your Nintendo one did pretty well.
Right.
I've
Which
I've just been scrolling and it's like the Xbox one kind of fell a little bit below. Oh, to be fair, that says that's the live stream. My bad.
yeah,
Scratch
live
that.
streams always bomb.
Scratch.
Yeah.
Don't say that's bottom. That's 746 views. That's not bad for a live stream.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
And that's the thing you got to keep in mind as well, dude. Whenever I'm sitting here, I'm looking at the answering all your toughest questions, the latest video. It's 8 out of 10 in my last 10 most recent videos in terms of performance.
mhm.
Over 400 views of people tuning in to listen to me talk for 2 hours about random bullshit. Like, you got to just be grateful. At the end of the day, you're gonna the stats and all that shit are gonna disappoint the fuck out of you at times, and you can't like. There's just no denying that that's going to be a reality. Anyone out there who's saying, "Oh, I don't care about." It's like, well, fucking either you are already very wealthy and you're not doing this as a like you don't need the money, or you're fucking straight up lying because it's direct correlation. Like if you were trying to grow this thing to become a,
No,
you know,
yeah.
I don't necessarily know if I want it to be a full-time gig for me ever, but if you're trying to make any sort of money from YouTube, you're gonna be staring at those fucking stats trying to figure out what to do, right, what you're doing wrong, and adjusting accordingly. For anyone to say like I don't care at all, it's like no, I definitely fucking care. I very, very much care. But at the same time, you got to be grateful for the fact that anyone gives a shit to tune into what you have to say, period. Like getting an audience of 10 people is hard,
Yeah.
much less 100, and much less the people. Like there's people out there, no matter what they put out, they'll get 10,000 views. Like that's some real fucking,
I,
that's ultra impressive.
I mean, maybe this is just a commentary on like the inner workings of my mind and being weak-minded. I finished recording a lot of stuff and I think, well, that was out of shit. No one's gonna
Oh,
watch
dude.
that because I don't. It'd be interesting to bounce this off you because you've done this a hell of a lot longer. You do it a hell of a lot more successfully. But like the one I just put out, where it was the addicting games, I had that feeling after wrapping that up of like, that wasn't the worst, but that wasn't very good. I felt, and then yesterday, I don't know, I just had dread, a feeling of dread of like, you can't put that out, and I was
Mm,
like, maybe I should just delete it. And then thankfully, I did all that stuff with the PC, and it kept my like mind occupied. Completely forgot about it, and then was in the middle of doing something, and then it popped up. Someone put a comment on it. I was like,
mm.
who the fuck's putting a comment on? Because obviously I don't get as
Got
much
you even.
interaction as you. I was like, what the fuck is this? I was like, oh, that went out, and then it just did the normal amount, and it's just like I don't have expectations at all. Even like my barrier is double figures. As long as it passes 10, I'm happy because that's half a classroom. That's half a classroom of
Mhm.
people sitting there in chairs checking it out. Awesome. Um,
Yeah,
but yeah, it's tough because it
you
can dwell on you a lot. I know there's the I don't want that to sound like woe is me, but there is like a mental toll that it can take because what's so unbelievably cruel about doing this in any capacity, it doesn't matter if you're looking to grow it or not. That moment where you sniff success, like a big amount of success, where it's like a 1,000, 10,000, or whatever, you're like, oh, and then it can just go away in an instant. And that's so I can't fathom any other walk of life doing that because usually you have like a steady growth of success with anything that
hmm
you're doing. Having something shoot up like because that's the equivalent of like 1,000% growth and then 1,000% decline in the course of like a week. Um, that that's that takes toll on people mentally. I don't think people realize like that fucking hurts.
Well, and the thing you said earlier, I want to go back to of, you had to make that decision of do I post this or not. That's one of the toughest things I think because I'm similar to you. I can't think of the last time I created anything where I was like, that's fucking excellent. Honestly, stuff like this, I'm always like, that's fucking excellent. Like just because I think conversation is so much easier than like, presentation. Whenever you're doing it alone, you feel like you're presenting. Whenever you're
Mm.
talking to someone else, you're just conversating. And so I often feel in these like that was fucking awesome recording, man. But I never feel like that about my own stuff. And the thing that you have to fucking get over is that you're gonna think almost everything you do sucks. Everything. And you just gotta upload it. Like you can do your best, but your best is not gonna ever it's like the thing I'm getting back into weightlifting. I've been weightlifting for like the last month, and I all it's all like coming back to me now about the body dysmorphia and
Mm.
you're never good enough. Nothing's because I used to be in really, really good shape, but it was never good enough. I looked at everybody else who was in better shape than me and was like, why the fuck am I not in that shape? And then it's like, oh well, I don't know when I'm 17 years old that a lot of these people are on steroids, this, that, and the other. And you don't know whenever you're doing YouTube when you're first starting out that a lot of these people are using botting campaigns and a lot of these people are working with agencies who have,
Yeah, it
you
is
know,
insane.
back in.
You don't even think about that because the amount of not teams, sorry, the amount of channels I've seen that drop their first video and it gets 2K views
Mhm.
immediately. You're like, that that's not possible. Like that's not natural at all. That can't happen. I'm adamant of that. That a brand new thing, it doesn't matter what you've done, that can't naturally grow that way. Um, and it seems like a lot of them do use like a springboard of some kind.
Mhm.
And it's just
That's,
like,
yeah.
man, that's. But then again, like if you're looking to, maybe that's what I lack. If you're looking to fucking make it into your genuine career, maybe you do just need to just step on the heads of a lot of things and just do that. But I don't know. It just feels so. I don't know. I wouldn't be able to do that personally. I don't know. I can't.
Well,
Yeah, it wouldn't feel right. I don't know.
I mean, that shit's not sustainable though. Like, not to, uh, fuck. Okay, so you can look at, I don't want to get sued. So I'll just say that there is a massive radio company. Come on, guys. Let's piece this together. And they are now getting into the YouTube space. And you'll see videos from these podcasts who work for this massive radio company. And the videos will be 2 million views, 3 million views. And you're like, the fuck does this massive radio company really have like that type of audience? And then it's a month later, 1,000 views, 2,000 views, 3,000 views. And it's like, oh, got it. So you launched this new thing out there, you botted the fuck out of it to try to bring more awareness to the channel, which in a way, like if that can somehow stimulate the algorithm, you get those million views and it stimulates the algorithm and you can retain
You
like
know,
100,000 of those people because those people actually like your personality. Like, sure, but it's just from what I can tell, like it doesn't
that's
work.
what I was about to say. I don't like. I know people like shitting on YouTube. Surely there's something in place for that because that should like it's a robot, so therefore it works with yes and no's and absolutes. Like surely that would view it as like that's unnatural
Yeah.
and
And then
just
so you're
don't push it.
punished.
Exactly. That
Yeah.
that that doesn't seem. But then you don't know what the deals go behind. Maybe there's certain handshakes and stuff like that. But I don't think you can. Like you said, I don't think I've ever seen it work to the point where you can get like a career out of it. You need to just build it in a sustainable way, like any other thing in life, and build like a base and stuff like that. Like for instance, like Joe Rogan, if he would have come in as like a podcast and then botted it, like it would have just fell off the earth and it probably wouldn't have taken off. Like he built that shit admirably from the ground up and then did in the work and like yeah, he was able to use connections to get celebrities and stuff like that. Fucking absolutely. You're who you are. Do that. Like that's that's standing on the shoulders in a way where like that's understandable.
Totally.
That
If I had
doesn't
those
feel like
connections,
that
I'd do
doesn't
that.
feel like cheating in a way. That doesn't feel like you're not gaming anything. You're just using what you have at your disposal and you're being smart about it. Botting just doesn't. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. The only thing I could understand it for is if you are just trying, like, for that company, once again, they'll remain nameless, if they're just trying to get as much ad revenue as possible and they're trying to trick advertisers into being like, hey, look, we get 4 million views here
Ah,
through.
okay, yeah. Didn't even
Yeah.
consider that. That's a really good point. That can like heavily skew balance sheets in the way of presenting it to people. And yeah,
But it
okay.
would still be very short-term success because as soon as you stop the botting campaign,
Yep.
the views are going to drop and the ads are going to drop. So it's like I don't think there's maybe back in the day, I don't really know if I'm being completely honest because I wasn't aware that botting campaigns even existed until, if I'm being real, like 2 years ago, whenever streamers started like
Uh,
admitting that they were using botting campaigns
I
for
knew that
to
before that because there was a bunch of them where you used to get where they would comment on your videos. It started off heavily in Twitch first, where like, because I don't think, have you ever live streamed on Twitch?
Mm-mm.
I've done it like a few times, and there's like, you can blatantly tell, like you're live streaming to nobody. Maybe
Mm.
one person jumps in every now and then, and you like shoot the shit with them, and that's like cool. And then it'll be dead, and then you'll just have someone come in and be like, "I love your work, keep it up,"
Mm.
and then they'll
Yeah.
paste an advertisement website link, and it's just like, I'm good, thanks.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It's the only thing I could really, in terms of the streaming space, because I saw somebody say that they did it because they don't want to be live streaming to nobody. They want to have like at least 1,000. They want to look down and see at least like 1,000 people or 100 people or whatever in their stream. And I'm like, so you're doing this for your own ego? Like
Oh
that's
yeah, that is, yeah,
that's
no, that's what a
fucking
lot of,
nuts.
yes, a huge amount of live streamers are like that, and I in a way I kind of get it. I don't like it, and I wouldn't do it, but like it is. I would probably say it's harder to keep your motivation up doing a live stream than it is doing a video, because a video will like snowball views over time and stuff like that. And
Hmm.
because I remember doing, you're sitting there and you have to talk as if people are there. You're literally talking
Uh,
to the fucking thin air. Like it's not just like what we're doing, or when you're doing a video and you're expelling like a, a topic of like when you're playing something, you have to simulate that there's back and forth going on, or trying to give information and like, yeah, it's, and that's why I like tapped out. I was like, I can't do this. I don't have it in me to do that. I don't even think if there was 1,000 people there, I'd be able to bounce off them people because I'd be
right.
too distracted. That's also another thing. Like, I don't like watching Twitch streams because 60% of the time they're talking to the people who are obviously giving them money to do what they're doing, and they're not
Of
doing.
course.
And it's just like, yeah, that's not for me. So
Yeah, no,
it's tough. It's tough.
I don't watch streams at all. I watch like Luke Stevens,
Mm,
Colin Moriarty. I watch like some of their stuff just to like people who are talking about games, like kind of like a news show or radio show or
yeah.
something. But people playing games I've never watched in my life. I'll watch like full gameplay videos, like the Rad Brad or whatever, Shikario, whenever they post the full gameplay thing. And I'll just kind of skim through a little bit of it to make sure it's like stable and see what it's looking like on a technical level.
Doing your
But
research.
yeah, just before I purchase something, making sure that the game's stable. But usually I just look at reviews for that to,
Mm.
once again, it's, I really, really love the format of breaking it down where you can actually go in and see what the technical state of the game is from a reviewer and like getting just that information opposed to like having to find that right next to where they're talking about the story. And it's like, I don't want to know anything about the story. Just please tell me, is this thing stable technically? That's really all I want to know. And, but yeah, yeah, it's, but I appreciate it, bro. I guess the long fucking way about it, I appreciate it. Yeah, I think you just got to do it because you love to do it. And, you're gonna get fucking bummed out for sure by lack of traction or things going up and down and all of that. But sometimes, like, of course, I think about you probably need to stop doing this. Like, of I would be lying to your face if I did. Of course, that fucking thought hits your brain, maybe not daily, but weekly, of like, you gotta quit putting so much time into this. But it's been fucking 10 years of me doing this almost. Like
That shows a love
uh
for the game of it, though, right? Even
just
if
you
like
love it.
even if not as it's not reached the point in which you would want it to. But that, I think, as well, isn't that just for most people that's the reality of a dream, right? You never usually reach your end point in the way that you expect a lot of the time.
Yeah, for sure. But like if I could make 2 grand a month doing this,
Hmm.
like I think I'd be pretty fucking satisfied living in my single wide trailer for the rest of my life doing this shit 50 hours. Like I would be living a dream at that point. But at the same time, like I do understand what you're saying. Of course, you would much rather be making a little bit more than $500 a week. That's definitely true.
Yeah, it's just
Um,
about tempering expectations and trying to set them expectations because you're not in like a dire spot, right?
for my channel or like
Yeah,
personal
like
finances.
it's on the upward.
Yeah, no, I mean,
Like it goes up and down, but it's not like you put like a few things out and then like 200 people drop like flies. Like that would be fucking alarming. Like,
oh, like subscribers dropping like flies.
well, like yeah, is that?
Well, no, I
I
definitely
was
don't
gonna
have that,
say,
but I do have like the views dropping like flies. That's what I'm
but
saying.
that's
Whenever
normal
you're,
though,
yeah,
because especially what we also both need to keep in mind as well is we do so much invariance as well. If you just stuck with, as an example, like PlayStation, you would
mm-hmm,
see much more consistent. There would be maybe
totally.
something to do with PlayStation that people really don't give a shit about that would drop, but you would probably see a much more consistent baseline. But we just love the industry on the wider scale. Like you don't like the closest to that I could say that I'm just not in like anything to do with Nintendo just doesn't bother me like whatsoever. Like
Hmm.
I appreciate they exist and stuff like that, but I have no interest in whatever it is that they're doing. I like to when we have the on the Discord with the trailers and stuff like that. If I see a piece of Nintendo news, I'll post it in there for people because I know that there are people that would appreciate that and stuff like that, and I won't shit on them. Um, I support support its existence, but like as a personal thing, yeah, it doesn't bother me whatever they're doing. Other than that, like yeah, I'm always like with the Steam machine and stuff like that, it's interesting to see what they're rolling the dice at. Um, PlayStation doing what they're doing, Xbox doing what they're doing. Yeah, all of
Yeah.
the plethora of fucking publishers that we sit there and shoot the shit about. Like, yeah, it's a nauseatingly deep hobby that we've made of it.
No doubt, dude. And I mean, it's just a thing too of like, I, like you said, if you're passionate about doing something, like I've thought about that end of it, where it's like, just do, you can cut back and do it when you have time. Like, do it.
Mm.
It doesn't have to be a schedule. It doesn't have to be regimented. And then so like that's more so crossing my mind of like, maybe after this year, like it's always after this year, and then another year it's after this year. I got a new plan. But after this year, it's maybe one of those things where it's like, all right, if you're looking at because right now, uh, with the latest videos around like 400 views and all that, if at the end of this year, if it's still like around those numbers and not trending upward or anything to that degree, then it's like, how about you do it whenever you're just really passionate about a game? You really want to talk about a game and just fucking or some news breaks that you have a lot of opinions on and not have to make it so regimented and all that. So I think there's ways of doing it that are pure passion as well and still like keep your love for the hobby and like I love even doing this part of the hobby, hopping on with you, once a month and shooting the shit. Like even just doing that would be fulfilling enough for me to still be able to talk about something that I love so dearly. So there's ways of doing it that aren't fucking, putting 50 hours, 40 hours of work in and like banging your head against the wall trying to figure out what the fuck's going on with an algorithm.
Maybe. I think we're so addicted to the we can it's the thing of saying one thing and doing another, isn't it? Like you said with
Yeah.
the pushing it to the next year thing. Um yeah. Yeah. We just enjoy it too much. And it's
I
awesome.
think that if I ever have a kid, that'll be like the one thing for sure
Mm.
where it's like, all right, you
What's
gotta stop.
the what's the is it Jen that we did the video with of the horror
Hmm.
thing? I have the utmost respect for them. How the hell they find time to because they don't half-ass it either. That's like a
No, they do
fucking
not.
network, and it's just
Yeah.
like I cannot fab because they have kids as well,
Yeah.
and they host stuff. My word,
Both have like legitimate full-time
yeah.
jobs, like 50 plus hour work weeks
And
and
it's
shit.
just like you have my undying like respect.
Yeah.
I would crumble a week in your shoes, I would
And
crumble
they
into
edit, like they edit the
yeah,
fuck out of that
yeah.
shit.
So
I
I mean,
don't
it's like a
edit
full
hardly.
fucking like studio almost esque thing. Like it's mad,
It's
mad,
crazy, bro. It's fucking crazy.
and they deserve all the success that they get. It's awesome.
Yeah,
Really,
they're
really admire both of them.
that those two motherfuckers I have like undying loyalty for sure. Those were the first people. I remember they said something to the effect of I don't even remember what it was. Like there was just something that was this mild compliment about me. And I had never heard that on any other YouTube channel ever. Like I'd never heard my name brought up on any other YouTube channel. And then from that moment on, it was just like, bro, I will fucking go to war for you guys. I don't give anything you need. I'll fucking that was you can't even explain the feeling that when you're working so hard at something and it's like nobody seems to notice and like getting no traction at all, and then like a channel that is, I mean, at that time, like I they were probably, I don't know off the top of my head, like 3 4 thousand subscribers, something like that, and I'm not even at 1,000 subscribers, so that's like a massive fucking, I probably had like 20 people come over and subscribe to my channel just from that one comment. Like it was such it was just like so good for the heart and just like motivated you to a different level. Yeah, so I have undying loyalty to those motherfuckers, man, and they're so nice. I hung out with them in person a couple years back and they're so cool. Both of them are so cool.
Yeah,
And
it's
Dennis,
Siege, right?
dope as shit too. Yep, Siege.
Yeah, they seem to go to a lot of things in person. I think they just got back. It's so hard to keep track of everything with so there's so much. It's not even just games dropping everything. Obviously, the form of entertainment and everything can't even keep up with fucking movies and TV shows.
Hmm.
I think they just got back from Ireland or something, or Scotland. They were over
I
here
did see
somewhere,
that.
which
Yeah,
was
because they
kind of
hung out with
interesting.
Generation Pixel, I think, which is also the homie.
Mm.
Yeah, shout out, dude. That's so fucking dope.
So it's
I'd
like
like to,
even more like tip of the hat, like you finding the time to travel here, there, and everywhere. Like just wild.
bro, I need a vacation so fucking bad. I don't think I've been on a vacation in like an actual vacation, like a week long vacation. I think like 10 years. I think close to a decade since I've been on a week long vacation. I, yeah, it's
13 for
fucking
me, maybe.
so crazy, dude.
We
Yeah,
we're too busy slaying this thing that we got going here.
you just get like,
Time just flies, man. Time just flies because
yeah.
there was something I was talking to somebody earlier, and like the end up booting up Dawn of War 2 on the PC. A little bit of like a nostalgia hit. I was like, man, I remember playing this, and I was like, I wonder how old it is. It came out in 2009, and it just feels like
Mhm.
yesterday. Feels like just a few years ago, like at that much, like a 3 year touching distance thing. Nope, that's like encroaching on the 20 mark, and it's just like, oh my days. It just
Yeah, dude.
evaporates. The days just evaporate.
I think that like you get into these,
Routines.
yeah, but like no, whenever, yeah, I guess for sure. Well, no, it's more so like I I know I can't fucking vacation realistically. Like
Oh yeah.
you know what I mean?
Hmm.
It's just if I were to go on a vacation for a week, I would come back to financial ruin, you know? I mean, like, I have to work every single week to make, and I don't have a 9 to 5 like office job from a company who's going to pay me to take a, like, I have to work to make money. All of my money comes from commission. All of my money comes from like being active. If I'm not active and working, I don't make money, period. And so it's like, yeah,
I think
I
that's kind of like the reality for a lot of people, right? Is that they can't you can't parcel off that time like you could.
no.
It kind of links back to like what we were talking about with the post COVID stuff. I think a lot of people have had that kind of that's become the reality now. Like you don't get
Mhm.
that kind of thing because everybody seems like they're still chasing I don't know. That's probably not true per se, but you're still chasing like the debt that you've probably racked up during that time where things were fucking
Mhm.
tough, and you're still like trying to dig out of that hole. But obviously, every single month that goes by, you're still spending. You have to live. You have to
Bro,
do
I
stuff.
just I paid a credit card payment last night for $500, and I got $300 on my damn checking account right now. And I like, don't get me wrong, this sounds fucking pitiful. I don't want people to. I'm okay financially. Like I have, investments and shit. Like liquid money, I have very little. I don't have much money that I can just be like, okay, I'm pulling this out, and like, my checking account rarely has more than like 2 grand in it, something like that. But I forgot about this credit card payment and I missed. And so, you're paying even more with late fees and shit like
Mm.
that. And I went ahead and paid it and then looked at my checking account after, didn't even really consider it, sitting there looking at 300 fucking dollars. It's like, go to work, bitch. Think about that vacation in 10 years maybe, but yeah, you gotta go to work, buddy.
Yeah. Trust us to pick the expensive hobby as well.
But what
We could have
hobby
gone with
isn't?
rock collecting or something like that, or
Did you see
train
that
spotting.
that viral video of the guy, uh, the comedian who likes to collect rocks, the from Kill Tony? That shit was funny. There's this black
No.
dude who's he has like this aura to him where you think that he's, like machismo kind of vibe. And he's like, I like to collect rocks, and just pulls out like fucking 3 rocks from his pockets, like detailing the rocks and shit. It's like, it's so fucking funny, bro.
He's had so many because I've seen parts of this where it's like the panel, right? And they bring on like a
Hmm.
comedian to do stand up. Some wild people they brought on there. Some
Yeah.
strange, strange individuals.
They had the white dude with the voice thing,
Yeah,
I
where he
forget
puts it
his.
up. Yeah, because there was the what was it? There was the female that they ended up collabing with after, where she had something wrong with her, and they just have like
Mm,
really good just chemistry back and forth of just ripping and tearing into each other, and just knowing
yeah.
that it's obviously all for laughs and stuff. It's just
They
like
have that
I love it.
they have that one super hot chick who pops up on my fucking YouTube shorts all the time, probably because I click on it all the time. But uh I forget her fucking name, but smoking hot, but actually like genuinely funny as well. Yeah, they got a crazy, crazy cast over there. It seems like it's not as much about stand-up comedy talent as it is like a more gimmick related. Like it's very
Yeah,
professional wrestling, you
yeah,
know?
yeah. No, because it helps take a little bit of like the stress off of them as well. Of instead of doing like proper stand up where it's just them on a stage and it's just the audience, they can at least bounce off Tony and all the other people that are on the thing.
Mhm.
It can kind of help save them, almost like a
Yep.
lifeline, which is really good. Because there was what was it? I don't know if he actually went up on it, but like Theo Von, you know who he is?
Yeah. I went and saw him last year.
He I wouldn't say he's a bad stand-up comedian. He's really, really good when he doesn't plan. His best
Hmm.
work is when he's on like a podcast and it just whatever
Yep.
first thought pops in his head and he about because he's just so fucking scatterbrained. So when he
Hmm.
sits down and plans, it feels like almost overthinking it and like you can't execute it very
Yeah.
well and it's just like you're still funny. You're a funny guy,
Uh,
but that's not your strong suit. Your strong suit is sitting on Joe Rogan and just saying some wild shit. And just
hmm.
Joe sitting there being like, "You really just said that, huh?" Because I
Dude,
can't
he's
remember what
got
it was talking about. He's talking about like either some flat Earth theory. Or he threw out some wild conspiracy, and Joe was like, "No." He's like, "Do you know what I mean?" He like broke it down so systematically, and he's like, "And that's like why that has to make sense." And Joe's like,
no.
"No."
I do love. I agree. Theo's a better podcaster than he is a stand-up
Yeah.
comic, but I do love his joke of it's so simple, but it's so fucking funny. Like it genuinely makes me laugh just thinking about it. Where he says, "The other week my cousin got bit by a gay dude. We'll see. We'll see if he turns gay." That's just so fucking simple.
He's
Such a
similar to like
little.
Shane as well with that, where he was like, he said something about the Down syndrome running in his family. He's like, and he
Mhm.
only just dodged the bullet, but it nicked me. It nicked me.
Yeah,
And it's just
that's
like,
such
man, I
great.
love, yeah, them two are just great because they've bounced between each other a few times as well, and it's just like
Mhm.
chaos.
Such good self-awareness for
Yeah.
Shane Gillis to be able to because that's one of those things that you're gonna your entire life you're gonna be like, no, no, the fuck I'm not. No, I don't have Down syndrome. What the fuck? But like to lean into it, that's
Mm.
the comedy, right? It's like whatever the thing that you're the most insecure about, leaning into that the hardest is gonna get the most laugh because it's like from a genuine place.
Yeah.
And yeah, Shane Gillis is he's incredible with that very, very dry humor as well.
Yeah. And just yeah, really great. It's great to see his success that he's garnered. And I think I said it in the last episode. I saw that he did like a podcast about games, which is quite funny, where he was like
I had a
terrorizing his
video.
friend. They were playing Red Dead, and his friend went to the
Yeah.
toilet, and he come back and he's like pointing the gun at his horse, and he's like, "No, don't kill Shadowmere. Oh, Shadowmere."
It is funny, like how into game. I've talked about this. I think I talked about this with might have been at GameStop the last time I was in there. We were talking about just how culturally relevant games are and always will be
Mm,
from this point moving forward. Because like there's no generation now at this point who will ever grow out of games. You know what I mean? Like it's ingrained in culture in the way that movies and television and music and books and like it's just a part of entertainment. It's not like, oh, I played Mario when I was 7 and then stopped playing Mario when I was 16. Like, no, you played Mario when you were 7 and then you played Red Dead when you were 17 and then you played fucking Disco Elysium when you were 25 and then you
you
played Baldur's Gate 3
you
when you were
see it in all the
35.
IGN interviews when they get like actors on the thing, because there was one where it was like I think Cody Rose was getting interviewed. And he's talking about like, oh yeah, I love like this, and then or some other person, and they were talking about like, oh, so like, have you played any like recent games? He's like, no, I haven't played since like the '80s or whatever. But all of like the young like Timothy Chalamet and stuff, like you get them on, and they're like, yeah, man, I played Call of Duty last year. I'm in the middle of Expedition 33, and I'm playing like Boulder, and it's like some of them is a little bit probably fluff. I don't know, like they lack the. It might just be for PR to help push it with IGN. But there's when they start like the ones that genuinely get into it, it's like yeah, you genuinely have like when you're in your downtime in your trailer, you're not sitting there scrolling TikTok. You're sitting there parrying and Elden Ring and stuff like that. Like, it's crazy. Like you wouldn't think that like at all. And it's just like when Henry Cavill was talking about like he almost missed his audition playing World of
Hmm.
Warcraft and stuff like that. And it's just like, yeah, you're all human. That's awesome.
It is funny how pretty privilege kind of works in reverse at times, though, because I saw Glenn Powell, you know, that really hot blonde-headed actor dude who he played in yeah, look him up, just gorgeous dude. And I saw he was interviewed and asked like what the current game he was playing was, or maybe what game he would want to star in a movie adaptation
Oh
of.
yeah, yeah.
And he was like Expedition 33. I was like, bitch, you are too pretty to be playing some Expedition 33. You ain't playing no damn Expedition 33. But that's so fucking unfair. Once again, because like you mentioned, Henry Cavill is playing Warhammer. Henry Cavill is one of the hottest people on planet Earth. And like it
Yeah,
there's
he can
no
pull off a space marine and chiseled armor. That
but
beautiful jaw of his.
there's no fucking once again back to my point of like it's everybody loves this hobby. I could absolutely it's hard for me to picture Glenn Powell sitting down and playing Expedition 33. And
Oh
I hate
yeah,
to admit
yeah.
that, but at the same time it's like yes, Glenn Powell probably is playing Expedition 33 because Expedition 33 is great and a lot of people wanted to play it. He might have been one of those 8 million people easily. Like why is that so hard? It sucks that even in my brain it's like you're too good looking. Why? It's like, what the fuck, bro? That's not at all fair. That's like 1990 stereotypes.
It was cool seeing. I don't know if you saw Andy Serkis as well getting interviewed on it and talking about. Um, he was obviously there very early on. He did like Gollum, right? I believe he was the motion capture for Gollum. Really talented actor, and he's done like a ton of games before they like really started taking off. And he was talking. He was giving his insight in like they didn't. like Hollywood actors and stuff like that didn't respect games. They had no interest in going into them. There was also just no people would go in and do some people would like fucking pour their heart into their performances, but a lot of people just they were indifferent to it. There was no like connection. Now that it's become a hobby that's so big and you're having people that have probably grown up alongside of it, because like with like the Timothy Chalamet example, if he went into a game, he knows what other people have done, right? There's that like you can do your homework kind of thing. You can see that oh these performances are actually going to be like motion captured. It's going to be really important. It's really heavily story driven. So you're going to put a lot more effort into that rather than just reading a line off a script. It's not like a 2006 Eurojank RPG
Right.
where it's like, yeah, hi there. Here's a quest, kill 5 squawk beasts. Yeah. It's just like we're so far away from that now. And it's so awesome to see that because it's just going to get more and more eyes on the hobby, which then means it obviously generates more money. They can get in high quality actors, and that's what you've seen in these past few years. Like the pedigree of actors that they've been able to secure is baffling. To put it simply, like I wouldn't have expected some of the names that they've scored in the past few years to be there. If you was to put me back into like 2006, you'd be like, maybe every so often you might get like a high named person, but no way that's going to be like the majority of the norm. And it is. It's crazy the amount of stuff that it rivals film for cinematography and even
Oh
transcends it
yeah,
in some ways.
definitely. And you develop a bond with those characters that you can never really get
Yeah.
in film and television in some ways because like you feel that you are them, and like you're controlling them. Like whenever I'm Indiana Jones, that's my Indiana Jones. Whenever I'm James Bond, that's my James Bond. It's not Sean Connery's James Bond. It's not even necessarily Patrick Gibson's James Bond. Like I'm playing him. And because I want to be more stealthy, I get to have my Bond be that. If I want to be more guns blazing, my Bond is that. Like you just develop this kind of connection that is, agency dependent to some degree. So
Mm.
yeah, man, it's the greatest art form in the world. There's no doubt about it, in my opinion.
Won't
At
get any
least the greatest
pushback from that.
entertainment. Yeah.
Won't get any pushback from me from that. Right. Before we do that CEO game that we do, which I can't wait because I think I've done a good job this month.
You
Haha.
got me, man. You
um,
got me.
we'll quickly highlight because we obviously did the state of play talk. We'll quickly highlight the Xbox and then Summer Games Fest stuff. I don't really have much to talk about with Summer Games Fest other than it was fucking incredible. Like I'm not gonna fine
So
tooth
good.
comb every single thing. That's hands down the best Summer Games Fest I think I've ever seen him do,
Hmm.
and it shows. What's crazy is that that wasn't a short show either, but it was so well paced. It only had like, in my opinion, like one blip really in downtime, and I can't remember what that was. It's been weeks since we watched it, but there was only like a tiny lull period, and then it was just full steam ahead. And I think
Hmm.
that's what people would want the Game Awards to be, but you can't. It's the it's the unfortunate reality of the beast is that when you're doing an awards ceremony, you can only speed it up so much without being rude. Basically, you can't hurry everybody along and stuff like that. So maybe try and get it as close to that as possible for the Game Awards. But that was a phenomenal showing with the Summer Games Fest. That was really well pieced together. The only thing is the performance of the stream was a little bit here and there choppy esque. They just gotta, but I don't think they probably expected as many people to tune in. Like there was an absurd amount of people watching. So yeah, top three from that for me would have been Final Fantasy VII Revelation. It's cool seeing that get unveiled, seeing that be greenlit to come everywhere day one. I'm a little bit baffled that they've gone like full open world because nothing against Square Enix. Them past two games aren't like performance powerhouses. Like they kind of chug a little bit. Like I was playing a little bit of Rebirth and like it feels a bit heavy. So the fact that you're talking about jumping out of an airship and going wherever you want, it's like, I don't know if you'll be able to pull that off, but kudos if you can. Um, Resident Evil Code Veronica, awesome to see that. Um, there was obviously a tiny question mark on whether or not they would have the balls to like do a side spin-off title like that and not just play it safe and keep doing the mainline titles and then move on. It's great to see that because then that can open the door to potentially doing what, because that's what like Square's doing with the Final Fantasy Resonance game or whatever it's called, where you're giving second wind to something that was a spin-off title that was kind of a castaway throwaway thing. It's great to see that get like front and center attention and people be pumped to play that, because you can, there's a few other spin-off RE games that could be cool to see remade. And then the final thing that kind of, and I can't believe I'm saying it, that Virtua Fighter game. I have no
Dude,
interest in the IP whatsoever. I'm not going to go play the other games, but this is done by
no.
RGG, right?
Yeah.
Holy shit, that game looks incredible. I don't know what they've been like smoking over there, but that looks really damn good. I'm really impressed. I was like watching it and like genuine being like, I would, if that was, if you dropped the trailer and then it said buy now today, I'd have gone out and grabbed that immediately. Like I was like, that looks amazing.
It looks a lot like Shenmue
Yeah,
and Yakuza and Virtua Fighter. Like they all had this fucking three-way baby, and like I just,
and it's not a
dude, I
deformed, mangled thing either. It's a fully
yeah,
functioning, dresses well, talks well.
I was really, really blown away by that. That's like one of the I don't remember. I did an award show for Summer Game Fest. I don't
Mm.
remember if I placed that as like my surprise of the week, but it might have been, dude.
Yeah, it shocked
It
me
might have fucking been. Yeah,
because
when we
it
get to
showed it.
Xbox,
It showed it. That's not the first time they showed it, right? They showed that it
no, I think it's
existed. I
third.
don't know if they showed gameplay. I can't remember
Think
before,
so.
but yeah, I saw that, and it's just the type of thing like I had no expectations. I have no ties to that series whatsoever, and then everything from start to finish, I was like, "Fuck yeah, this is dope."
Yeah,
So,
I was so surprised by that. And then obviously, yeah, Code Veronica just
mm.
fucking I'm so happy. So happy. That story is so interesting and I can't wait for more people to experience it.
And then should have probably done these in chronological order because I think Xbox came after the State of Play and then Summer Games Fest. So we'll go back to Xbox. So I'll give my opinion on it because obviously it's the one where I game on as well, so it's more tied to me. I was a little bit disappointed from a personal perspective as to
Hmm.
what it is because it's meant to be. They're not in Sony's position where they can just go about business as usual.
Hmm.
They obviously have all of the issues that they have. On top of that, is what their 25th anniversary this year.
Yeah.
From an Xbox fan in quotation marks, I don't think it did much. If I'm being 100% honest, like it feels like it's just ever so like casting a bonus side. Like there you go, there's Gears exclusive and thing because it was so slapdashed. It felt like. Does that make sense? Like it doesn't feel like there was much thought put into this because there probably wasn't because they've done this reshuffle and it's been put together so quickly. People also aren't probably taking into consideration these showcases are probably wrapped up and done months in advance. These aren't done a week before they're ready to be shown. Like these are probably thrown together, edited and stuff like that by the end of January for their stuff, for their own home stuff. Maybe the stuff that gets shown in between that, they'll be like, all right, that's a slot for this, and they keep that under wraps. They don't have the trailers themselves, but they like for their own home turf stuff, they've probably had to quickly scrub off Gears E Day with it being PS5 and stuff like that, and had to kind of scramble and get that stuff under wraps. And the same with Clockwork and stuff like that, because you saw what they were doing prior to that, like all the stuff like Halo, Fable, everything that was just going over. Like there was no timed exclusivity fault going into that stuff. It was that's going and it's going. So yeah, like Gears just looks like another Gears. So it's cool. It doesn't score in a bigger win for me because it also it does PlayStation's not going to care. not getting that because it didn't sell well at all. It's not like a slam dunk success that they think it is. Of the two, it would have been Halo that you probably should have pushed and pulled back. Of the two of them IPs and locked down, um, ideally both, but that's a different thing. Like, I'm sure there's deals behind the door that have been shook and stuff like that, where you can't, and there's been so much sunk money into the development that you can't pull these back, right?
Well, I mean, you're pulling it back with Gears. Like I guess since you have a store listing on PlayStation for Halo and there's I mean, you could break those contracts and pay a fee, a kill fee
Mm-hmm.
for like that happens all the time for like, games that are on PlayStation like Prince of Persia. Remember Ubisoft's Prince of Persia? Like they had a
Yeah,
storefront page and all that. And then you
but
just if the game gets killed, it gets killed.
that's the other side of things, is that they're in such a red spot, right? For money. Can you
Hmm.
keep digging that further? It's probably just worth trying to recoup that, is probably their mindset. They know that Gears didn't sell well, so there's no, that would have been easy to pitch to whoever's having to do that and being like, well, it sold less than 500,000 or whatever on PlayStation. It's not going to really move the needle much. Um,
It's tough, man.
so
Like I
it's rough. And it's the thing of what annoyed me with that. And it's like, maybe this is arrogance, or I don't know the word for it. It didn't inspire confidence in me. Seeing that Halo's still
yeah.
going there, Fable's still going, because I even posted it up after the fact. I think you were laughing at it. I was scrolling through YouTube Shorts and Fable had a fucking marketing campaign and it only had PS5 on it listed. And that's after the
Yeah.
showcase. And it's just like, what the fuck are you? You're so unbelievably poorly run. Who signed off on doing that? That literally benefits you in no way whatsoever. That's so unbelievably incompetent to sign off on something like that and be like, yeah, man, that's great. And it's just that, and that's what I mentioned it earlier about getting the PC. It's, they got to prove it to me.
Yeah.
I'm not buying anything on their platform that's not Play Anywhere anymore moving forward at all. Gothic
I mean,
Remake
that's
was the
fair.
last thing that I'll be putting into that, because that is closed ecosystem now, and you're not inspiring confidence in me. And I was waiting for that showcase to show me a reason as to why I'm going to be sticking around, and it didn't do that. There's other people that are looking at it a lot more positively. I know you had a little bit more of a positive outlook, seeing that they've scored back
Yeah.
exclusives and stuff like that. In my mindset right now is like, you gotta be moving mountains, man. You've had so many years to fucking get things right, and you're still getting things like 80% wrong. And I know that the
S-
plan is to start changing these things, and that's
Yeah.
all well and good. I'll happily grab a Helix when you change them things.
Yeah.
That's
Very
that's where
fair.
I'm at right now. I'm gonna be doing the primarily portion of my gaming on PC moving forward,
Hmm.
because I have no problem with keyboard and mouse and stuff like that. I enjoy it. I've got the Series X.
Sorry.
I've not sold that. I'm not gonna be throwing that out the window and stuff. I'm not like throwing a tantrum that they haven't done enough. Still got plenty of games to play on the Xbox. I love their ecosystem. I love a lot of the aspects about them. Their business that they're running right now doesn't inspire confidence in me, and you got to prove it. It's as
That's
simple as
fair.
that. I'm not going to blindly support something, because I'd actually say you've already had that blind support. I gave you the benefit of the doubt in the Xbox One generation. You shit the bed big time from the get go of that, and you were wobbling since. And with the Series X, it's a great console and it's got great games on it, but you haven't succeeded either. You've not given stability. That's the big thing. That doesn't feel stable. It feels like it's a house of cards ready to crumble at any moment. Is what it feels like.
I think that like I definitely feel you for sure, but I do think the one thing I would kind of push back on is like so you had two leadership regimes
Mhm.
with the Matric crew
Yep.
and the everything fucking your Xbox is your TV essentially and all of that like one connected entertainment device more so than a game platform and then that didn't pan out, and then Phil Spencer comes on and the new plan is Game Pass, the subscription service, and then that doesn't pan out, and then you see Fable being marketed only for PlayStation in a YouTube short, and it's like, well, it's crazy to say it, but they would make more money from that than from someone signing up for Game Pass.
Yeah.
Like, what would it be? It would be fucking $50 you would make or something like that off of 70% of the sale on PlayStation or on
Hmm.
Steam. And
Yep.
so it's like you had these kind of bad plans rolled out, and like I'll give Phil Spencer credit on the Game Pass thing. Like I probably would have done the same thing in that position at that time. Like Netflix was beginning to profit in
They
when
also
Game
just
Pass was
needed to
rolled out.
score
And
a win. They needed like
yeah,
a good bit of relevant news hitting their way because it was a yawn fest prior to that.
mm,
They had nothing. Like they had backwards compatibility, but that didn't
pretty
drive
much,
anything.
yeah,
Like
irrelevant in
that's
terms
great.
of
That's the thing that I feel like they've fallen into the trappings of so much as a company is that they sit there and they reward like me, for instance, the person
yes.
who sat there and I'm not really going anywhere. Like even when I'm on PC, I'm still gonna be using the Xbox app because I got Play Anywhere titles there. Like I'm not discarding them entirely, but you can't just feed your players. You have to grow and feed outside of your own ecosystem because eventually that ecosystem will start to slowly dwindle, as it has done. And you're not having new people come in and fill the shoes of the people that are going and going like, oh, I wonder what PC gaming is. Oh, I wonder what like a Nintendo is like. I wonder what PlayStation is like. Like they're not refilling them shoes at all. And why
I
would
think that
they?
yeah. They make the best appetizers in the world, the best French fries, the best mozzarella sticks, the best onion rings, but they don't make good entrees. And
No,
it's
and that's what
like
I've said
you
time and time
yeah,
again.
Game Pass is a fucking dope supplement to your business. It can't be like the main driving force of your business. The all-in-one entertainment system is a dope supplement to your business, but like it can't be your end all be all. And I think that the entree is the game, right? The entree is the video games that you're releasing. And the the problem is not that you have a ton of okay entrees. You have a ton
Mhm.
of different options on the menu that are decent, but you don't have anything that is like, yo, I'm going to this restaurant because they make the best blank. You know what I mean? Like if you're
They
really
have
in the
no
mood for French fries,
identity. They have no creative identity. They spread
yeah,
themselves so thin of doing everything. They felt the need to make every genre that they possibly could, and they've achieved nothing. They've not excelled at anything, and that's the brutal, honest truth of it. Um, yeah, the because I've said it times ago, the only reliable, constant success that they've had is Horizon.
hmm
That is it. Every single Horizon game that's come out has done fucking incredibly well. Like Gears topped at what Gears 2 for sales?
hmm
It hasn't surpassed that since. That's what 2000 and what 7, 8,
Seven,
9.
yeah, eight, yeah.
Halo has floundered to the point where like Infinite didn't register sales. It transitioned to the number of players. Like these are your things like imagine Sony losing its two top heads that hard. That would be crippling.
We're heading there.
But this is the thing, they're not there yet, and
Yeah.
that's the big difference, is that they have done that, and then you're giving I don't wanna sound like I'm shitting on Double Fine, but, like, Kiln was rumored to be, like, a 9-year game in development, and fucking Keeper, why? That's arty, yeah, that's cool, but, like, that's and this is the thing of, like, him greenlighting filler.
Game Pass games.
It's
Yeah.
filler. You're greenlighting filler, and then when you decide to go a little bit ambitious, it runs into problems, and then you can it with like Perfect Dark with its ballooning budget and stuff like that because you're not making any money to keep funding that
Right.
outside of it. Call of Duty is already subsidizing basically most of your
Entire business.
studios
Yeah.
to fund it. So that's eating into Call of Duty's budget. So there could, I don't think this is the case, but there could be people who could argue that's why you've seen a slight drop off of quality with Call of Duty, because it's having
Mhm.
to have less resources thrown its way and stuff like that. It's just so unbelievably poorly run. And they've also dug themselves in a way, because we've spoken about it with the Game Pass thing. It's going to be a rude awakening, because you're going to struggle to deshackle people from it and then them stick around, because you've conditioned them into a subscription service of value, day one pass games and stuff like that. And there's people saying that, you know, I think you've also thrown out the idea of like put it on a year later and stuff like that.
Mhm.
If you also don't meet that quality though, they're not going to stick around for that year. They'll just fuck off. I truly do believe that if they're looking over at PlayStation and seeing must play games being priced at the same amount of money that you're wanting for your subscription, like they'll just desub and then just slowly move over when that next generation comes. If they're seeing must play titles being launched alongside it as launch exclusives and stuff like that.
How are they seeing that though? Like,
No, but
I
that's what I'm
guess
saying, that it could hypothetically be that, right?
I
You
don't know,
can't
man.
discount Sony. Like Sony, even with the PS5, like they had a decent lineup for that in comparison to the Series X, right? What did the Series X have over it that was a must
Here,
play?
here's what I'll say. You are leading into a generation where I think things could be much more competitive if you are competing. Like, I don't think enough time has passed for Sony to really recorrect or get back on track following the live service disaster. Like,
Mm-hmm.
it takes 7 years to, you know, for a lot of Sony's games, it takes 5 to 7 years to get them out the door. So the live service plan failed and they kind of pivoted completely away from it. And I would say last year, or no,
Yeah,
2024, we'll say. So 2 years. So PS6 launches in, let's just be generous and say 2028. That's only 4 years. Those studios are not going to be ready for a PS6 launch.
right.
And so like but here's the thing, it's if you are willing to compete, right? Like
That's
if Elder Scrolls is on PlayStation, then yes, you just buy a PlayStation.
yeah, and I get that. Like they're obviously not willing to go gung ho in the way that they have done in the PS4 generation towards the mid of it and like pumping shit out consistently. Xbox has on the horizon that's coming out. You have Gears obviously this year, and Clockwork Lockdown as exclusives. At least with PlayStation, they have Wolverine coming. You have God of War that you know is coming. You have Intergalactic that looks like it will be a launch title potentially, because it hasn't got a date. So they have that to look forward to. What does Xbox players have to look forward to other than these two? Fable's going to PlayStation. And that's what I mean. Like, where's the confidence in moving forward with that? Like, you've just given people a short. They keep saying we don't want to make short term decisions and stuff like that. But that's all you've delivered of like
Yeah.
information, is that here's Gears, and then Clockworks next year. There's nothing else. Like, if they truly meant business, they could have shown the Elder Scrolls and
Mhm.
thrown up console exclusive, because they've already thrown out a trailer how many fucking years ago and showed nothing of it. Slapping that exclusive tag on it would have shown that they were really there to compete. It
Right.
doesn't matter if it's not here and it's not ready to go and stuff like that. Just having that messaging to give them a competitive edge, because they have no competitive edge.
Even if it was like Asha Sharma came out there after announcing Gears of War E-Day and Clockwork Revolution. No, here would be the move. You announce Gears of War E-Day exclusive to open the show, Clockwork Revolution exclusive to close the show, and then Asha Sharma comes out and it's like, we're recommitted to Xbox, the console business, growing our console business. And that even means with titles like Elder Scrolls,
Mm.
Fallout, going forward, remaining exclusive. Even if you don't have to have a trailer, because then you're
Yeah,
drumming up a whole bunch
exactly.
of.
And that's the messaging that it's why I don't have faith in it. That was my
Hmm.
my moment where I was waiting for that showcase to see how big the balls were at actually making a change. Because
I know it's lame.
to me, it's just what that ended up landing as. It is just business as usual.
I know it's lame as shit of me to say this, but one more year. Like I give it
This isn't
one
your
more
YouTube
year.
channel. This is
I
a
really
multi-trillion dollar business that has no fucking idea on how to market and sell its product.
here's the thing though, like you said, these showcases are planned so far in advance. Like Asha couldn't really come in there and initiate and roll out her plan for the showcase. Like
That last
whatever
bit
her
could have though, because that's you don't need the trailers. You can just come out and say it, man. You
That's
can
true.
just come out and say it. That is
That's
just a
true.
statement. You can just come out onto the stage
So what do you think?
and
Do you
show it.
think it's cooked? Like it's a wrap?
I don't think it is, but it's the thing of like you haven't proven anything different to me because it's the
Yeah.
same thing as what it was before. We did. It's not like we never had exclusives this whole time. We had two exclusives minimum each of these times.
Right.
Nothing has changed. You're giving the rest of it elsewhere.
Oh man.
Literally
And
nothing has
it's
changed when you're looking at it
Gears
through
of
that
War.
lens. And I
Back to
just
Gears of War.
yes, exactly. And I like again, I was harsh on what I said about Gear. It's just a cover-based shooter. Like it's a
Right.
little bit more mobile, but it's the same shit. And I'll play
Yeah,
it
for
down the
sure.
line. I'm not paying day one price, and that's the thing that really did annoy me. I'll also say is there was like a guilt tripping thing of like a load of the Xbox voiced channels being like,
Mm,
make sure you're ordering this game right now to send the message. And it's just like,
yeah.
dude, it's Gears of War. They didn't sell before.
Yeah.
What the fuck are you? Why are you guilt tripping your family to be like, make sure you're funding this solely? Like, I get sending the message, but that's a fucking shitty move, in my opinion. Fuck you. I'll spend my money how I want to spend it. I would rather give
Yeah.
money to Clockwork because that's fucking creative and what I want to see from the studio. Interesting wise. I don't give a fuck about Gears of War Day.
You know, man, it's
Irritated me beyond belief.
I hate to say I'm almost in that other camp of like I think I'm gonna buy Gears of War E-Day instead of playing it on Game Pass because I just want like
Oh, I
it.
cancelled Game Pass as well. I want to
Yeah.
make that clear. Like, I cancelled that. That's running out, I think, 9 days from now. I had it on like a
Yeah.
monthly rolling thing. Because it's just,
I
again, I'm not going to, what's the word? Reward you for the shit that you're like, I'm displeased. It is, you just vote
mediocrity.
with your wallet. I don't care about the price decrease. Because when it rose up to whatever it was before, I was still, it didn't bother me. Like, okay, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Are you gonna put shit in to counter that? No, you didn't. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. You dropped it in a meaningful amount of time, and it's just yeah. I don't have faith in their vision, and it's the thing
Yeah.
of I think I've said it time and time again on the Discord is that they don't get that like it's not a given.
Hmm.
Like prove the stuff. You need to deliver upon that, the stuff that you're saying you're going to do, and then I'll start supporting it. It's not I'm gonna support it prior to that in the hope that you fucking do my best interest because you've
That's
done two
fair.
generations with my best interests as second, third place.
Have you seen that theory out there that they're sending those games out to die? And like as an example with Asha Sharma, how
With
she's being
Gears
so much
sending out to
more,
die.
yeah, and
Yeah,
Clockwork
I could
of
see that. I could see that as like a viable argument because like I said, when I highlighted it, Gears hasn't sold, hasn't. Gears 2 was the ceiling. So it's not going to be able to probably land something on a spreadsheet where it's like, yeah, let's stick to this. And then nothing against Clockwork. I love it. That's not
it's
like,
niche,
it's
yeah.
so incredibly niche. Even if you price it at 40, it
Hmm.
still isn't going to appeal to a lot of people. Like it was, at best, will sell 2 million. At best.
Yeah.
And it's just
I
it's yeah, I don't blame people for having like wild skepticism with them because they haven't they had like this little weird stint in the beginning of the year where people were like hopeful where they were doing these little easy slam dunk PR scoring choices and stuff like that, of like rolling out stuff that's been requested for ages, which to me was alarm bells ringing, where it's like, if you've rolled it out that quickly, it was clearly ready to go. You were just sitting on it. Why the fuck have you waited all this time?
I I I know I'm like weirdly positive about the new leadership, and I think that I mean I said it in the video where I bought the Series X. Like I'm aware that in 6 months I am gonna regret that purchase. Like I'm well aware that that's likely, and those games are gonna come to PlayStation and Switch, and like I understand that. But at the same time, I'm willing to give it another year to see the showcase next year to see like is if nothing's changing, then I think you're completely right. And I think it is going to be
And I
just
don't want to be complete. I want that to be clear. I don't want
for
to
sure.
be
Oh, I
right.
know that, Lone. I know
I
that.
don't want that. Like, it's my preferred platform. It's the thing of
Yeah.
like, I can only dedicate so much optimism
Right.
to being stepped on.
Yeah.
And it's the type of thing of like, I don't, yeah.
And I want to say before anybody in the audience is like, well, what is Xbox doing that's like negatively affecting you? I'll say it for you. It's like, if you're not committed to a platform that someone is spending tens of thousands of dollars on and you don't feel secure in the future of that platform's existence, or you don't feel secure in the fact that third party publishers are going to release their games on the platform that you prefer, it's like, yeah, dude, I hate this idea that people can't understand why like exclusivity matters and why like trying to grow and maintain a healthy ecosystem and have 50, 60, 100 million people in your console user base. It's because we want to make sure that it remains relevant and around and that third party publishers are supporting it. We've seen time and time again how, listen, I'll just be completely real. I think Dispatch will probably come to Game or Xbox because it's
Oh, it
probably going
is.
to come to Game Pass.
It's already, yeah.
I,
And that's the thing that what I want to highlight is that they only get these fucking deals because they're being paid to bring them.
yes,
The only reason RGG came over is because you money hatted them to do it. The only reason
Absalom.
that you came over with Persona and that Persona 6 is being shown is because you're money hatting it. The only reason that you had Expedition 33 probably coming over, because that's a little indie game in all for the scale of the budget. Like, the only reason that that came to your platform is because you were funding it. Same with Stalker 2, because you were
Mhm.
funding that to exist. If that wasn't the case and you weren't throwing money, you would be back in 2015, 2016, 2017, where so many third party developers just skipped the platform. They didn't have any care to support it because it wouldn't sell. They know that it wouldn't sell. Maybe after they garnered a few million copies, they throw a port out there and they're like, okay, well, we'll have a tail end stuff like that, and that's still happening now with like Dispatch and stuff like that. Like,
Yeah.
things are coming 12 months down the line, and I don't blame them for that either,
No, of course.
because why would you prioritize it? The No Rest for the Wicked, your Dispatches, all of these games where it's like, it's so unbelievably competitive nowadays. They need to go where they're going to be successful. It's as simple as that. They need to
Yes.
go where they're going to land money. Your platform is not exuding that in any way, shape, or form. The only reason that they're coming there is because you're. The way I envision it when they're doing these Game Pass deals is that they're just very brutally honest with whoever they're doing it with and being like, look, this is like the sales figures of games in this genre.
Yep.
It's going to sell like shit here. We will give you 20%, 30% of that as like guaranteed revenue up front, as like a deal, and then you can obviously put it on Game Pass. Maybe there's like a stipulation where you get a little bit kickback as well on top of that, and then obviously you're going to be selling it through the store alongside that. And that's the only reason that they land them deals, because it's just you're not going to throw it up there and then it just sell one or two copies, because you see that with a lot of things that don't launch into Game Pass. And I know this isn't a metric that you should be 100% locking into, but when something's been up on the store for 3 weeks and it has just one review,
Mhm.
what does that say? That obviously, that's not just meaning one person has purchased it. one person of that tiny pool of players that has decided to buy that has felt the need to vocalize their opinion. But when you go to like a Game Pass game, there's 7,000 reviews.
Mm-hmm.
So it just shows that nothing sells on their console really at all. And
Except
every now
shooters.
and then you'll have like a Helldivers 2, but
Yeah,
that's because it's
shooters do.
very, very centric to the core audience that is on Xbox as to their DNA.
Mhm.
And that's the thing that they're also, that's the other missing piece of the puzzle, is that you've turned your back on that a little bit and you're not giving people games like that.
Yep.
So if you're just giving them Kiln and you're giving them Keeper and you're giving them Psychonaut and you're giving them all these different things, you're giving them Hellblade and stuff, that's not Xbox fan. Like if you just started Greenlight, it's why the 360 push for JRPGs failed. Your
Yep.
audience doesn't want that. I want that, yeah, I'm fine, but you can't base a huge portion of your budget and your marketing and stuff like that to pursue this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That can come afterwards. When you have a consistent stream of stuff where your platform begins to grow and get bigger, because then that niche audience will grow and get bigger. You can't prioritize that niche, man. It's fucking maddening.
And like it would upset the hardcore base to hear this, but like they need to prioritize shooters and sports games. Like I'm sorry. It's just that is what that audience loves, dude. And like I and also at the same time, people don't understand if they prioritize shooters and sports games and the console does extremely well off the back of that, all your JRPGs are going to come there because nobody in their right mind is going to voluntarily skip out on an audience of 80 million people, of 90 million people. Like that's insanity. Because if they have 80 million, 90 million Xbox Helix consoles in the wild, then okay, sure, it's not primarily a JRPG box, but well, no boxes, but okay, so it's 80, 90 million people. If you
the
can get 0.5% to even think about
the
purchasing your
evidence
game.
is there with Nintendo. Nintendo is getting like strong third party support now. That's not the core audience of their stuff. But it's
No,
going to that because there is such a huge pool of players that even a small percentage of that is still a fucking huge chunk. It's as simple as that.
totally, dude. Totally.
And it's just, yeah, it's just maddening. It's just utterly maddening. They really need that reshuffle and restructuring. And as we said in the Discord, like, I'm not celebrating jobs lost or people like that side of the stuff. It's not good. It's not happy. It's not, but as a business thing, like, they need to do
Yeah.
something. They cannot be like, all right, Senua, let's go, baby. All right.
Uh,
Like,
I feel for those studios, of course,
yeah,
but yeah,
because
you're
they've been
right.
lied to by Phil by
Yes.
basically saying, yeah, everything's fine. And he sheltered the ones that he wanted to shelter and
Yep.
shield the ones that he had favoritism to. And
Yeah.
I've had this outburst before, but like, and appeasing Todd Howard as much as he did, fucking Christ, man. I don't care that you own and you're part of that Fallout thing. Fucking give Obsidian New Vegas. For
It's
Christ's sake, give
crazy.
them like an easy slam dunk of just remastering New Vegas or remaking New Vegas. That is it. That is a surefire thing that will sell 5+ million copies. Like, it's so easy to just give them, and they just, yeah. And
New
they're
Vegas
just
2 could probably be out. Like if they gave Obsidian New Vegas 2 right now, June 2026, it would probably be released by 2029. Like
with the
that
caveat
studio's
and the asterisk, they need to have someone place the foot on their neck. We've talked about this before with Obsidian. When they are given room to breathe, they waste time. And that's what they've done with the Outer Worlds and stuff like that. They haven't showed as much ambition because they're comfortable. They aren't a, a studio that thrives when they're comfortable. They are when they have to get shit done. That's when they start gutting out the stuff that's filler and crap and doesn't matter, and they focus on the shit that makes them excel as a studio.
I'm not sure if that's fair for Obsidian though,
I
man.
think I
Like
think it is
when you
personally,
look at Avowed and the Outer Worlds too, though, it's like
but they
those
didn't
are
sell well,
kind
so
of
people don't care.
no,
That's
that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. Though when you look at those games, it is directly in the sense of games being created too quickly, if anything. Like those games were turned out fucking very, very fast. And I think that you're just going to have a lesser than product if
But
you
New
have to
Vegas
make
was
one
made
of the
in like
two.
18 months.
Yeah, and if New Vegas came out today, it would be received a whole hell of a lot differently than if it came out in that condition back then. Like if New Vegas came out today and was just chopped to hell and back, it it would not go over so well. And so like I think that you have to make you have to go one or two directions. You have to either let Obsidian make Fallout New Vegas 2 that is not wildly ambitious and is like because the Outer Worlds 2 is it has all of the same stat systems and like it is directly carrying over that shit from New Vegas. So like they can easily pull that shit from the Outer Worlds 2 into New Vegas. It's the exact same structure. But you
In
do
ways,
that in
yeah.
I mean, it's literally the exact same how the like skill tree and the stat progression and how you
But
apply
how
your
they're
points and shit.
utilizing it isn't nearly as impressive. It's a lot more safe.
How?
And the writing isn't as well interconnected as it was in New Vegas.
I mean, it's
They
super similar in terms of like the faction quests that you go and do impact the end of the narrative, like the main story. It's super fucking
I don't
similar,
think
but you
they
gotta,
execute it as well as they do in New Vegas. And it's because
uh,
they have been pulled elsewhere and focusing on other stuff,
well,
personally.
but that's the point, right? Like, it's either are you going to allow them to really be ambitious as fuck and give them the funding to do that, or do you want them to turn out games in 3 years and have Grounded and have Avowed 2 going while working on New Vegas 2? Like, you can't have it both ways. You can either have the best New Vegas 2 that you could possibly get with fucking tons of resources and funding, or you can have
That's the thing, though. I
Avowed
don't think they
2,
need to
Grounded 3.
sequelize it. You just need to give them a remaster of it.
Well, then just give that to fucking Iron Galaxy or give that to, get Blue Point or go and get the team who did, what's the team who did
I'm just
Oblivion? I
talking
forget the
about
name of
them
that.
scoring like a win under their belt because they've not had a financial win under their belt outside of Grounded. So that's to keep
Yeah,
them afloat. That's me thinking of their best interests in because if you hand that to someone else, then they're going to have to go scrambling to the next project. If they can prove that Fallout and they can do it again, they can then work on Fallout. Bethesda can then solely work on fucking Elder Scrolls. They don't need to keep chopping back and forth. You can just let them do their thing and have them as separate entities moving forward, and that would just fix so much stuff.
I feel like New Vegas, a remaster would be such a waste of resources from an internal studio, though. Like you can hire that out and get it done so much cheaper.
Yeah, but it also would be cheaper to do that than give them a brand new project as well. And it's just an easy scoring points for them. They've been screaming to do it for so long because they know that. They've requested to do it multiple times because
Yeah, I
it's
mean, if
just an
they
easy
want to
slam dunk
remake it,
win.
I mean, if they want to remake it, then hey, uh, sure. But it's just, I don't really even know if that. Yeah, I mean, hey, if that's something they really want to do, and you're looking at the spreadsheet and you're like, well, this will generate 10 times the revenue of an Avowed 2. Like that's crazy that that was ever fucking greenlit in the first place. They should, I'm sorry, in advance, they should burn that IP with the fucking
No, I'm with
fieriest of
you.
fire.
They
Like,
haven't done it. They fumbled it. They didn't deliver on anything. They didn't deliver it on something that somebody would want from a fantasy perspective, and they didn't do justice to the fans of the IP that it pulls from.
I'm
They
saying
didn't.
even that IP, like the Pillars IP, they should
Well,
fucking
they can't do
torch.
much with it. It's a CRPG. That's not going to get
It
greenlit in today's age. Like, there's a reason they moved away from it. The only reason the Pillars
just
got taken off the ground because that was kickstarted as well. You're not going to
cre
kickstart.
nothing at all wrong. Like if you got good bones with Avowed, the combat's incredible, the traversal's incredible, but like if you want to make a new fantasy game, just make a new fucking fantasy game. Stop tying it to a franchise that sold a couple million units that never broke even. Maybe the first game broke even, but like this is a franchise that
No,
is
the first one didn't break even. The first one took like 8 years to become profitable.
so this is a franchise that has next to no fanfare. It's not the same thing as a Baldur's Gate, but even there, it's like it's just, dude. create a new fucking fantasy IP. If you've already began development for Avowed 2, which I'm assuming they're
Yeah, there was rumors
probably
that they've done that, and it's like, just can it really early on before you start digging that hole. You're not going to be able to. You're not going to win people over into giving that
no,
series a shot. Because you can look at
zero
stuff that's
chance.
successful that hasn't grown a considerable amount. You look at the success from KCD 1 to 2. That's fucking leagues above where you need to be. And that didn't
Yeah.
grow in the way that they probably would have definitely, like, obviously profitable, but it didn't grow like triple, quadruple numbers and stuff like that. Avowed isn't going to move the needle whatsoever.
Bro, you run a trailer for a new fantasy IP called fucking whatever the hell you want to call it, and
What a
you
name.
show a damn a vampire getting their throat slit, some hot chick getting fucking banged, and you do the whole go back to that era of like when Dragon Age Origins was revealed for the first time, or it might have been Dragon Age 2, I don't remember, with fucking This Is the New Shit by Marilyn Manson. It just that like dark ass that is the direction that Obsidian needs
That
to be pushed down and guided towards, like dark fantasy, but also like these things that Obsidian refuses to do, like romance options. Guys, I I hate to tell you, Baldur's Gate 3 did not sell a bajillion copies because fucking people wanted to see how the second act played out. You were boning a damn bear. You have infinite romance options around every corner. Every character is bangable. Sex sells, and it's always sold since the beginning of fucking time, dude.
Well,
It's
even if you
not
look
like,
at BioWare stuff, like that's why Mass Effect was way more successful than Dragon Age, because it did that like at the forefront. Like there was romance options in Dragon Age, and it did them pretty well. But they really led and lent into it with Mass Effect. It was
mhm,
heavily part of its identity and selling
yeah.
factor to the point where it was put on news channels because it did it
Mhm.
and stuff like that. It helped propel that game into the popular consensus. And yeah, I don't understand why they shun it, because it's an RPG as well. Why
Yes.
you write things pretty well, 9 times out of 10, really well as well. All these branching paths and stuff like that, and yet you're restrictive over that. It doesn't make any sense at
I
all.
agree.
It makes
It's
zero
super weird.
sense.
And they did it with Alpha Protocol like incredibly well, dude. That shit was fucking awesome in Alpha Protocol. The
But that's
relationship
why
system and
that's why my belief is that when they have their foot on it, they have to just cut the shit out and have to focus on the thing. Yeah, it ran like shit. They've grown enough now. They have tools as well at their disposal at Microsoft where that will nowhere near be the case. They will not be putting out things if they were on a tight leash. It wouldn't release broken. I just don't believe that. You have so many things at your disposal now. You just need to have a fire up under your ass, and you can't be comfortable because that is a reflection with them being comfortable with what Phil was doing to everybody. There was no driving
yeah.
factor of get a fire up under anyone. That it's just go. What do you feel like making? Why? Why do you like make something that is profitable first and foremost? Like prove as to why we've purchased you. Don't just you've been landed here. Here's your cushion. Now coast. That's baffling.
Let me ask you this. Out of Xbox's entire first party, studio portfolio,
Hmm.
who do you think can make a 92 on Metacritic? Other than fucking the racing shit. A 92, not a 97, but not an 89. Actually,
I do believe if Obsidian had their foot on their neck, they could do that. I do genuinely believe that. I think they could break it at least into the 90s. Maybe not on 92, but like into them nines. Like they've come close several times and stuff like that, but it's always been the thing of like they didn't have if they had that cushion of money of tools, not so that they can lean back and just not push themselves forward, but like the tools so that they don't have to spend so much fucking time on like broken pieces here and there. I think like stuff like New Vegas could have been pushed into the 90s if they were under that
yeah.
umbrella then. because they wouldn't have had to deal with that shit, and Alpha Protocol would have been bumped up several fucking points
For sure.
on that type of thing. Like, but other than them, like Bethesda's so adamant on being
Bethesda.
doing what they're doing. Like it truly baffles me that they succeeded in 2011 and then they've just really not done anything since in the way of like moving forward. They've just sidestepped constantly, and it's just like, holy shit, man, you guys have like got to do something. I was kind of surprised with this Doom not really scoring too highly.
Mm.
Like that always surprises me that that comes in a little bit lower. To me, that's like high eights for a lot of its stuff because it's some of the best frenetic, like action pumping first person shooting available on the market. And it taps into like the perfect duality of tapping into classic shooters and giving you modern polish. Because that was like mid eights, right?
Yeah. All right. I have a list of them pulled up here.
Mm-hmm.
And you just rapid fire run through if you think they could make a 92.
Okay.
And this is saying like not saying avowed to or like just do they have the
Do they
talent? Do
they
they
they have
have
the
the
talent pool? Are they a developer that has it in them to reach that height?
exactly
Yep.
compulsion?
No,
343 Halo Studios.
absolutely not.
Double Fine.
Under like the stars aligning, like they would have to make like Psychonauts 3 be the best fucking thing imaginable. I think they could. That is a possibility. It's heavily unlikely, but there is. They have so much creativity. If they just made a mainstream game, that's the thing that is missing from
Yeah.
their thing. They have such great fucking juices.
In Exile.
I would like to think so, but
Ni-
they make such niche. Like if we're talking just review score wise, I think they could garner a 92 from reviews, and then it be
but
one of
if
them
it's a
things
mass
where it's maybe,
market,
yeah, maybe it doesn't get
yeah.
as much because they have something special about them. I might actually, I think I prefer their way of writing over Obsidian. They've grown on me
Mm.
over the years. They're really fucking good at what they do.
Ninja Theory.
It's funny because they're kind of similar to Double Fine. If they didn't make, I would like to, I don't know if it'd be 92 though, and that's the whole point of it. But like, if they genuinely did just make like a very close God of War clone,
Hmm.
I think that would have been heavily, heavily well received and would have sold really damn well.
That was kind of my point of this exercise of going through it. Is like I actually do think I think Double Fine could make a 92. I
Yeah,
think In Exile could make a 92. I think Ninja Theory could make a 92. I think Obsidian could make a 92. Playground, I think it could be possible that Fable's a fucking 90.
I would need to see. They released the video right of like extended it. I didn't end up checking it
Mm,
out. I don't want to. It's the one of them things where I don't want to see anything beforehand. I kind of want to be in the dark. But at the
yeah,
same time,
same.
it's the for the basis of this, it would be I have to see it in action to believe it because they've done a really good job of molding. Because I've just literally gone through and done like most of the Horizon games back to back,
Mm.
finishing them up recently, and there's a lot of quality gaps when you go back that probably wasn't apparent back then because you had no obviously basis to compare it to. I don't know if they'll nail it right out of the bat. I think they have a good amount of creative chops, but I don't. Yeah, I'd have to see.
But even with Rare, like I think if Rare found the right project, they could
It's
probably get a fucking
they've
9.
had them for how long?
Since 2000 and what, five,
Exactly. And
something
like
like that.
Sea of Thieves has like grown into this huge success. They've done nothing with other than that.
Yeah.
Like with all these studio closures and shuttering because Sea of Thieves is relatively recently. How did they make? How did they? How? How did they
Hmm.
make it to that point? Like that
Yeah.
shocks me when you look back on it, and it's just like I don't. Again, it's not to be like I hope you lose your jobs kind of thing. It's just like wow, that's you count your stars lucky, man, because you didn't really do much. In all honesty, to put it brutally.
The Coalition, I think, could make a 9 out of 10. I think could make a 92 easily. It
What are
it
they
can't be
doing at the
Gears of
moment?
War, I don't
That's
think.
Gears, right?
Yeah. I don't think they can do anything in the
What?
Gears of War universe. It's a 92,
No.
but
You'd have to
outside of it, I
completely,
definitely.
like, literally do what Santa Monica did with God of War and, like, change it into being
Mhm.
something. But even then, like, the Gears of War universe, I don't know. That's probably unfair because when you look back at like God of War being the tone that it was, you'd probably be like, you can't make an emotional story out of Kratos, and they managed to do that.
Right.
Maybe you could humanize Marcus Phoenix, but he's just a big chunk of meat in my eyes.
And then we have Undead Labs, and like to me, I don't even know if they're capable of making an 8 out of 10.
State of Decay 3 looks good. The problem is you've spent so much time on it. State of Decay 2 launched in a fucking dreadful state. It's not a mass appeal game. Like I think it did like a good over its lifetime sales pretty well for
Mhm.
State of Decay 2. I don't know if people have that patience to stick with them for State of Decay 3. If it comes out of the gate broken, like, yeah, I don't know.
But I mean, you go through id definitely
Yeah,
with Doom, and if they
absolutely.
anything else, they can make a 92. Machine Games can definitely make a
Yep.
92. I think Indiana Jones was like a 90 or an 89. It was really high up
Hmm.
there. Arcane can make a 92. Like if the same staff is there that was there, years ago, which I don't think a lot of them are, but
It's
Deathloop I
weird
think
with
was
them
close to a
because
90.
no, that's the thing. Like they've had all of their games review really well, but sell poorly,
Hmm.
and that's the kind of double-edged sword. Is that yeah, so unfortunate.
Yeah,
Sometimes
dude.
review scores do not correlate whatsoever to the copies shifted.
And so not to like go into Activision because there's so much there that are mostly support studios, but like that's a lot of their studios that I think are capable of making 90 plus Metacritic style games that if we're pushed in the right direction to be mainstream and viable to a mass market, like yeah, dude, Ninja Theory can make a God of War. Like legitimately they could make a God of War competitor. Yes, dude. Obsidian can make a great Fallout game.
Mhm.
Yes, dude. Fucking Machine Games, the Coalition, id, like all of these studios can make great shit and still like they've done it recently despite what anyone says about, X, Y, and Z game. You could definitely say sure, fucking Indiana Jones could have been better. Sure. You can definitely say that whichever you can always say that they could be better, but you can't say that these teams are necessarily making bad games, the majority of them, but they're not making the right games.
No,
And I think that was just the leadership of like, let's make as much as possible, as quick as possible, get it into Game Pass to have Game Pass content, but to not be like this mass market, you know, 10 million units sold type thing.
and that's the thing that it's fine to look at it optimistically. I don't think people realize how hard it is going to be getting out of this rut. You're
Yeah.
talking like to get out of the rut that they've dug themselves into and to start gaining momentum and like to get into a spot where they're talking about growing year on year across the world, hardware sales, software, like you're gonna need like 6 games that are fucking major must plays in a
Yeah.
quick, at max 2-year window, 3-year window, and then continue that momentum moving forward. That's the only way that this begins to shift in any meaningful way. Because if you're just putting even the Elder Scrolls 6 out as a console exclusive, it's gonna, in my opinion, you'll just see the same thing that happened with Starfield, where you'll get a little blip uptick, and then people are sitting there waiting and going, "Well, what's next?" And then you're sitting there turning around, "Well, you can come back next year," and it's just like you're not in a position where people are going to be wanting to wait for your shit. They're going to just do other stuff. Like you really, really need to gain momentum back, and you need to be aggressive with it. And I hope that they're aware of that because that messaging that come out where it's talking about if you're not making the X, Y, and Z of Fallout and stuff like that, then they're not really giving it much thought. And it's like, yeah, that's
Yeah.
good. That's a good mindset to have because do you know what that mindset is? That's looking at IP that will fucking sell.
Mhm.
Make that IP. Who would have thunk it? You know?
Yeah. But you have to have more than that too, and that's
No,
why some
exactly.
of the
But having that
short-sighted
as
shit
like
where
the
it's
propel platform, though, right? Having that
for
as your
sure.
first launch pad to get people back in the door, and then rolling with that. Because I don't know, when I'm envisioning it, I don't know if you can accomplish that by going in and making non-recognizable IP as the launch pad. Does that make sense? I think you need to kind of have like something that's familiar with people to latch onto, and then they'll be willing to
Definitely.
jump into your other shit.
Yeah, for sure. But it's like I do think I start to worry whenever I see a team like Ninja Theory who could make the God of War competitor potentially being shut down, and then I see a team like Arcane who has made just incredibly fucking great games for decades. And then there's rumors of like Machine Games suffering layoffs. And whenever I'm looking at these studios who are going to be able to supply new creative things alongside your Fallouts and your Elder Scrolls and your Halos, and like, yes, you should be making a horror Halo game without a doubt. That should be like a launch title for your next
Mm.
system exclusive to it, along with Elder Scrolls. But then to have like, right there in that window, a Wolfenstein 3 sitting right there, or a Dishonored 3 sitting right there. Like those things do help as well, or a new
Yeah,
IP from Ninja
you
Theory.
you it's literally like the winning formula is on the other side of the fence. You look at the reason Naughty Dog got greenlit to be able to make The Last of Us, which is something completely different, is because they were successful at doing Uncharted.
Right.
They wouldn't have been like if it was still like they were allowed that creative freedom and to explore that as aggressively as they did because they proved
Mm.
themselves.
Yeah.
You were able to
Yeah.
go ahead and pitch something like that. So like you need to just play it safe in that way of just landing easy assured wins and then break out into that later on.
But like you said, I think you need like 5 or 6
Yeah.
exclusive games
And
within
that's
that. Like,
think about that like realistically is like that's fucking tough when you're
and if you're
thinking
only
about
talking
that.
about 3 franchises,
Exactly. And they all need to be firing on their best cylinders they've ever fired on, arguably,
yeah,
to get that ball moving in the way that it needs to move. And it's just like, I envy you.
yeah. I don't know, man. Obviously I tend to agree with you in the skepticism or the pessimism. Like, I don't know if they're going to be able to pull this off, but they have the studios.
Yeah,
Like,
no, they have the
as long
IP,
as,
the studio, they have everything possible to make it happen. They
yeah,
just need the pilot, for fuck's sake, to stop ramming into that giant iceberg that they've been told is literally 20 feet away from them. But he's like, nah,
man, it's
man,
crazy.
it will melt, right? Like,
Can I ask you one more question before we hop into the game? I swear to God, last question.
mhm.
I, I'm the rumors of them spinning Xbox off and selling the entire division. Like, what if Apple purchased Xbox? And I know that this sounds crazy, but hear me out. If we are truly in an age of, hardware prices going through the roof, and like, what if this is perpetual? Could it just be a scenario of like, hey, I'm just gonna play on my phone and I have fucking all these Xbox games available on my phone, and I have to have my phone for work and to communicate with my kids and to fucking like all of the daily activities. So I'm gonna buy a phone regardless.
Interesting.
Like, Apple seems like the only serious,
It's
because
weird. Go on.
for one, I understand that Xbox only makes 3% profit per year or whatever, but to buy Xbox, like, bro, you're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars because they own fucking everything. They
Mm,
own Activision Blizzard, they own Candy Crush, they own Call of Duty, they own Elder Scrolls, Fallout, Halo, on down the line. They're an IP powerhouse. That's easily $100 billion acquisition, I would assume.
mhm. It it's really weird because it actually wouldn't be catastrophic. They've been trying to get into the mobile space, obviously, and Apple was one of the people that slammed the door in their face. it I don't know if Apple would want to,
Right.
but it would actually probably pair pretty well.
Mm,
Ironically, like it probably would work a lot more than people expect. I don't know
I
if they would
agree.
keep that console division up with the hardware, um,
No.
or if that would transition to. See, I don't like. I use an iPhone, but I don't use like the laptops. They're the Macs. They have their own like operating system shit, right?
Hmm.
Mm, yeah, that would be a lot of like moving parts that you'd have to start like jumping through hoops because they're so heavily ingrained into Windows with all of their shit. Like even just how they make games and stuff like that, and the compatibility is tough.
Yeah. I mean, listen, it's the only reason I bring that up is because like I've heard, people speculate on who could buy them out, and
I saw someone
it
say
seems,
Elon. It's just like no, please
yeah,
God.
I saw that as well, and I was like, for one, Elon definitely could do it, I guess, but I don't think that there's really any
There's
beneficial.
nothing for him to gain from doing it, which is what a lot of
No.
his purchases have, like the reason he bought Twitter is because it was more of a just I can. It was like a really big publicity stunt of like I believe
Mhm.
in freedom of speech. This is how much I believe in freedom of speech, and then he went and bought it and
Right.
stuff like that. It's that you're so rich you can do that. He has no ties to Xbox. It's not like he games on Xbox and stuff. I think he games on
Right.
PC and stuff like that. It would be different if he had like if he was like Snoop. I think Snoop Dogg like games on Xbox. That would be different. Like if he was ingrained in that, then it'd be like, yeah, maybe. But I don't see it. There's no benefit to him getting it.
I think the only one is Apple. The only company that I could see benefiting from acquiring Xbox is Apple. And so it's like, and I don't even know if they benefit necessarily. Like, I think they
No, they're
probably
just
look
like
at that.
probably the easiest and most logical fit.
Yeah.
Because
I
Steam
think
doesn't
that
have the
they,
money. I don't think they would want to
no.
use that as like a propel jumping through the platform, jumping through the hoops to get into people's living rooms in that way.
Sony doesn't have the money either.
No, a lot of people don't understand like how tightly run Sony is. They're very, very profitable, but that doesn't mean that they're sitting in like a dragon's hoard of money. Like a
Mm.
lot of their stuff gets reinvested, it's pulled elsewhere. Because something also, again, people fail to know. I don't know if it's just it happened quite a few years ago. They broke away from Sony. They work independently. They don't like Xbox is still like heavily under the supervision of Microsoft.
Yeah.
That's what I could possibly see happening. Is that they get
That
like a
makes,
parachute payment of I'm just gonna throw a number out there. I don't know if that would be like enough, but like say 300 billion or something to just be like, that's your cushion. We'll give you that. You get away. That's your money. We're not giving you a single cent more than that moving forward. We still obviously own you and stuff. You're giving us money back in this percentage breakdown and blah, 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 blah. But that's it. You're like, you figure this shit out on your own. And if you run out of money, you're going under. And you start selling stuff and stuff like that. Because they have been bailed out by Microsoft so much
oh
of the
my
because it's
God.
been this isn't the first time this has been like a realistic chat that people have had. Like in like the beginning of the Xbox One generation, oh, they're going to be selling. In the couple of years later, they're going to be selling. When Phil took it, they're going to be selling, and like this has been a constant. That's not. Do you wonder why people don't have any faith in your fucking business and
Right.
your brand?
Right.
Because if that is that, there has been no talk about Sony shutting down. There's been no talk about Nintendo, even Nintendo shutting down when they were fucking burning themselves with the Wii U,
I
because
mean, there was though at that
they
time.
handled that pretty
Like,
gracefully. They took all pay cuts, they pulled their finger out, and they doubled down on what fucking people wanted from them. That was it.
yeah.
They steered out of that shit. They could have gone down that Xbox route, but they didn't. And that's
Yeah.
the big, big difference, man. They that's the problem with tying it back. Complacency, it might be, with Phil, knowing that he has that cushion back. You don't have to, it's just like, Microsoft will
Yeah.
throw it. I can convince them to throw another 10 bill here.
I'm interested to see like this new regime taking over with very strict mandates and all that to actually meet deliverables and stuff. Like, I don't know. I'm not trying to be overly optimistic because obviously I'm very, very well aware this is likely going to go south. But at the same time, it was already fucking it was as south as it got, dude. Like it wasn't looking good. So anything is better than what were even if it gets shut down, it was going to get shut down regardless. Like people have to keep that in mind. Even if this thing goes completely belly up, it was already going to go belly up. There's
Hmm.
really no worse position they could be in than they were in last year.
People broke
So
it down. The way that they're operating at, if they would have just kept that money and invested it in like a bank or whatever for to gain interest in that, they would have earned more
you'd
than
get
they did.
double.
Yeah, and
Yeah, you'd
that
get
tells you
double.
all you need to know. If they did nothing, they would be more profitable than doing what they're doing. Like
Exactly.
that's that's all you need to know. That is,
And I'm not trying to be a corporate dick rider, but like you can't really just sit there and keep blaming Microsoft, dude. Like the why in the fuck would they invest in this company that's making 3% profit margins? Like, listen, the games industry is not like some industry that makes 30% profit margins unless you're Capcom or unless you're, Prime Activision or whatever, but you want to at least be meeting the fucking average 8 to 12% ROI like that.
it's fine for it to fluctuate as well. It may drop a little bit.
Yeah.
It's what happened with Sony. They went to like 4% at one point. That's natural. Things will change, but you can't be at that consistently.
No,
That's
yeah.
not that's not it.
In between like 5 and 15, even 5 and 20, like that, you're gonna have years where you hit 17, and then you're gonna have years where you hit 5. But for them to come out and say every division of our business
Mm.
other than ABK is losing money, it's like you you can't just keep blaming Microsoft, guys.
I don't even think they're to blame for a lot of it. They've given them so much
No.
patience and so much time to like I said, this conversation they would have had themselves. That's not just like media buzz talk of oh well they'll spin it off. It's come from somewhere.
Yes.
Like they've given you chance. Phil's gone and gone. Oh, we need to get something on our books that is really profitable. Give me 80 billion or whatever it was for ABK, and they given you it, and you still did fuck all with it.
Bethesda, all the acquisitions, the fucking, pulling games from other platforms. Like it's yeah, and then like Phil would have the fucking audacity to come out and do the woe is me thing. It's like, bro, hell no. Like you are as anti-consumer as Nintendo and PlayStation 10 times over. Like all of you motherfuckers are competing for the same audience and all of you motherfuckers are doing shady ass shit to get it. It's like that's the business you're in, dude. You're in a highly competitive business. Get with it or get out.
Yeah. Is it like with the Black Myth Wukong thing, where he's like, I can't chat on it and stuff like that? I have no. It wouldn't surprise me if Sony threw a bit of money their way, in all honesty. But at the same time, you've built that. Your platform's not appealing for you to be
Yeah.
in the conversation topic of that. Even if Sony threw them like $10.
Right.
That's
It's
event
more
like they're gonna
than
go on a platform that's gonna sell, and they don't need to fucking worry about fucking optimizing it for the Series S and stuff like that. And that was another thing of like banking on that. You're they need to just get out of that mindset of doing something that then benefits years down the line. Because there's people that are finally coming out and being like, oh, because the Series S is here, it's been helping like developers develop stuff for the Switch too. Well,
hey,
fucking
it's
yeah,
benefiting
good job, man. You
Nintendo.
fucking you helped Nintendo. Great job, man. Great fucking
Yeah.
job. And it's
No,
just
I'm
like
with you, dude.
so many just poor decisions. But there we have it. There we have it. Now, if we were CEOs, we would clearly do a hell of a lot better. And I'll tell you how.
By delaying our games.
Apparently so. Apparently so. Is this not going to pop up? Oh, that's footage. That's why. My bad.
I might not even pick it again this month. I might just like it hurt me, even though I know it's gonna probably be like an 85.
So, as you can see, you've been winning by a landslide. Should have called you Sony. Yeah, I put my chips in with the Adventures of Elliot the Millennium Tales, and you went with Dench Attack. Now I overbit with the score prediction because let me go and get that up now. I said that it was going to come in at an 86. Something in hindsight that I'll put my hands up. I didn't consider the possibility that it would run worse on the Switch 2, and I should have. Because
Yeah.
a lot of the things that kind of pulled it down a little bit were people talking about Switch 2 struggling here and there, so it kind of docked points on it. But it came in at an 81, which isn't bad. It's still 8 out of 10. Which gets me 3 points. So it stayed within that. Unfortunately, you will be scoring 0 points because Dench Attack got delayed. Does that surprise you?
Yeah. These indie games always kind of fucking bounce around and shit. You never know what the fuck they're doing. But
Yeah, we've both been burned this year by them.
mm-hmm.
Mouse PI didn't deliver for me.
Damn, man, I gotta be honest, Loon. July isn't overly packed. I kind of what the fuck? Why is everything in August?
This is the
Push
point,
some of the
yeah.
stuff to
What I
July.
wanted to highlight as well.
Crunch.
It's really weird. I'm gonna quickly pull this off the screen again so while we talk about it. It's really weird to see so many stack up in August and September. Hardly anyone in October and hardly anyone in July. It's
I
really
don't
not
know.
good.
October's pretty flooded, bro.
It's not as
October you
much
got
though. Some of it has seeped in. I've not looked recently. Maybe a few more things have landed its way. I think Valor Mortis went in there, right?
Rayman, Ace Combat 8, Gears of War E-Day, Star Wars Galactic Racer, Clive Barker's Hellraiser. You have Silver Pines, Valor Mortis, Castlevania Belmont's Curse.
Okay.
You
Well, that's filled out a lot
have
more than I thought. Yeah. Okay.
Final Fantasy Resonance, the One Piece game, Call of Duty, Phantom Blade Zero. Like everything is trying to avoid fucking November, but at such a detrimental cost, in my opinion.
Absolutely.
But tis what it is.
Yeah, and with July, it's tough because I don't really see much that's like we can't pick Black Flag. Doom's getting a DLC. DLCs aren't pickable.
Do you have first pick?
I think we do a coin flip, right? Is what the thing
Perfect.
was that we entered. Let me have a look.
Perfect. Yeah, I don't know, dude. This is a list of
Coin
like,
toss to see who goes first,
okay,
which was done by the will thing.
okay.
Right. So I'll quickly boot up that will.
I could probably grab an actual coin if you wanted me to.
No, I got the will here. It's all good.
All right.
Nice and quick for once in my life. Throw this wheel on there. We'll see who goes first. It really seems like Team Red. It's me again.
Okay. That actually makes it easier for me because I have two that I'm like tossing and turning on.
Oh, well, isn't that nice? Isn't that just... I don't know. Because the hope is that with the showcase we'd have something big get dropped. A lot of this is like rehashed shit. Because a lot of this is like Nintendo re-releases, man.
Shit, dude.
Because Halo we can't pick, can we? Because a remake.
You can pick remakes. I don't think we're allowed to pick remasters.
Let me read through it. We
Or if
never
we
wrote
can't pick
that
remakes,
down.
we're in trouble.
Yeah, I don't think we ever. We'll contain remakes then.
Yeah, I think remasters is a little sketchy, but remakes. Would you consider Black Flag a remake or a
I
remaster?
don't know. That's the problem.
It's a resync.
Did you
I'm not
see?
gonna pick
Did you
it
see the
anyway.
picture of the Ratatouille meme where they eat as a child and then eat as an adult, and it was 2013 Black Flag, GTA 5, and there was like some other stuff.
Modern Warfare and
Modern
yeah,
Warfare, and then Rayman Legends was the other one, and then it does it
yeah.
again, and it was quite
It's so
funny.
fucking funny, man. So funny.
Oh man. Because I'm not gonna lie, before that whole debacle with the Halo stuff, I probably would have been like, it's a no-brainer. I could see that popping off on PlayStation pretty heavily. I don't know if there's just going to be people that are going to go in with a sour taste in their mouth now.
Why so?
Because, like with any like controversy, even if it's cleared up, some people
Oh,
aren't going
got
to
you.
have that information given to them. They're going to go in with a negative mindset because that's had a negative thing attached to it. So they're going to be looking for problems as well.
Got you.
Such is the way of the human brain. I'll just lock in Halo, man.
Perfect. Go ahead and throw me down for Dench Attack again. I just don't really like the only other thing I could think of here is Black Flag Resynced or College Football 27, but
Yeah, I don't. When I was looking at Black, I'm just thinking like all this shit that um obviously they've had thrown their way over the past few years. There's even like fans picking it apart with that resynced thing, not being too happy that because they came out and said that it's not going to be a RPG, and then they've like identified RPG elements, and it's just like
Splatoon Raiders is another
I
one
thought
that
about
might
that.
be a good pick.
Yeah, I thought about that.
I just don't know enough about it.
I saw some people saying that it was going to do like ridiculously high numbers. I don't. That's the thing. I have no idea about Splatoon. I don't know how well
Damn.
they splash.
They splat.
Yeah. Righty. What's your score prediction? Do you have one locked in? Are you gonna keep with 81, or are you gonna mix it up and re-roll?
If you're delaying it, you got to give me an 82.
Okay,
Let's
that's
go a
fair
point
enough.
higher.
That is fair enough.
Delay it for that extra point, baby. It's worth it. Delay it again. Get me an 83 next month.
I don't know what Halo last got. What did you last get, Halo, in?
Infinite probably was like 87, 88.
That would be a lot higher than I would have expected.
Reviews were really hot at the time. It was just the multiplayer support.
87.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think it won Giant Bomb's Game of the Year when it came out in 2021. I remember hearing that discussion and being like, damn. But
Do not align with that, personally. Oh, it is. What is it? If it exactly lands on it, 2 points. If it's within 1 point, you get 1 extra point. 86, I think, is an easy. Probably.
that seems fair.
Maybe. I don't know.
It seems like somewhere in that range. Mid eights is kind of what I'm expecting, like low to mid eights.
Because we've seen it happen a few times where obviously something that was critically acclaimed years ago gets like a reshuffled release coming out. And it can sometimes be to its detriment. Because what do you think Ocarina of Time is going to be getting? Do you reckon that'll be like
Probably,
high scoring and stuff like that, or do you
yeah,
reckon it will end up lower?
definitely in the nines. It won't be a 99 like the original game, of
That's what I
course,
mean.
but
Like
it'll
it'll
probably,
always be dragged down. I just wonder.
yeah. Modern criticism is much rougher, but yeah, it'll be like a 93, something like that. That's what I was talking about on the channel. I think GTA 6 at best is a 95. I don't think it's a 97 and 98 like all the other games.
So there you go. As you can
Critis
see, Halo campaign evolved for me 86, Dench Tech for you 82. I do want to kind of pluck on that, what you was just about to talk about a little bit. Um, it is interesting because when I was looking at what was it, Ocarina of Time as an example, there was such a lower pool of reviewers as well.
Yeah, exactly.
So that also is to its benefit is that you have I think it's like 22 that got
Hmm.
flagged for it, which I don't know how many there are for stuff
Oh,
nowadays. You're talking
130,
there you go. Halo
120.
Infinite got 175 critic reviews.
Yeah.
And somebody made the statement of I think Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom, one of them. Somebody gave it a 7 and it dropped the overall score points by 2 by doing that. And
Yeah.
that's what I mean. Like one person that doesn't adore it is gonna yank it down so damn quick. So it is like there's a lot of people obviously expecting GTA 6 to be some phenomenon as you should, and then like I don't know if that will translate to review scores. I don't know. Like it's never been harder to get anywhere close to like 99. I don't. We've never had
Yeah.
100, have we? Or have
No.
we?
No. Yeah, we're not gonna get like I think that you have to understand as well. There's going to be an outlet or two who gives it a 5 or a 6 out of 10 for like union busting and bad crunch culture and stuff like
You
that.
can run over people. How dare you?
No, 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 no. I'm saying like that there's going to be reviewers who knock it points because of Rockstar's
Hmm.
business
Yeah,
practices
of
and
course.
being like,
You shot a
and
PC gamer with the 007
James
thing.
Bond
Yeah.
exactly
There's
that they was
there's well, I've name dropped them, so fuck it. You know, it is what it is. You did what you did, PC gamer. That sometimes like your reviewer just won't put their bias and agenda aside. It's just how it is,
mhm.
and that's fine. But that just means that stuff like 99s will never happen ever again.
Right. And you
That's
just
it.
got to be aware of that. Like if you see something come out and it's a fucking if GTA 6 in 95, then you just know it's one of the greatest games of all time. If Elden Ring comes out and it's a 96, you know it's one of the greatest games of all time. It doesn't need to be a fucking
Yeah.
99.
Anything that gets is so. I don't think people understand how difficult it is to get into the nines.
Period. Yeah.
Like regardless of 99, like any point into the nines is unbelievably challenging because like we pointed out with Halo Infinite, that's 175 people, outlets all compiling their review scores and stuff like that, and that garnered an 87. Like that's an impressive score for
Yeah.
that much. So
Yeah. Yeah. I think it's there's no chance that we see GTA 6 at a if GTA 6 is at a 97, it's like it would have to be doing something that has never even been fucking thought of before.
yeah, you would need to be tapping into immersion that is unfathomable,
Right.
and yeah, most of the things being enterable. On top of that, performance
More.
being
Yeah.
fucking flawless. Like they've never released something that's chugged, of
No.
course. But like to get like a 99, that would be like them some
120 frames per second
no
on base
like even
PS5.
like base PS 60 FPS would help that. Like getting
Right.
that would be fucking outstanding. That would get you so much praise, but that's I
Yeah.
don't see that happening, and I don't think it needs to happen.
Nah. It won't be 60 on base or pro.
Some people you could probably squeeze 40 out of the pro. I think that's pretty like what they did with Crimson Desert, where
That'll
you
be
can
what it
like
is.
toggle things, and there was it's good that they enabled that. That was a really good thing of enabling like variance in frame rate and having more control. I'm all for that. I don't know if Rockstar will do that for their consoles, but we'll see. And then obviously Rockstar being the final thing to talk about. Pricing still haven't gone live. Do you want to lock in your final thing so we can look back at
S-
this? Because it's not obviously gone live for us now. We're on the 22nd. When is the pre-orders going up? 25th?
25th, yeah.
What do you
It
think?
it'll be $70.
70?
It's yeah, it's a bad look in either direction. Like if it was Rockstar releasing it themselves and they put $100 on it, then it's like, okay, but it's a Take Two, like Take Two owns Rockstar. So if they either direction they go, it makes no sense. If they go $60, it shits on every other game that they release. Judas, BioShock, NBA 2K, WWE 2K, all these games released for 70. So if they put GTA 6 at 60, it makes those games look like shit. If they put GTA at 80 or 100 more expensive than their other games, then it makes those games look like shit as well. Like you know, it's I think very, very simply it's going to be $70.
Mm. How many editions?
Oh, now don't get me wrong, standard edition 70. Like they'll probably have a big poster and fucking all sorts of shit that you can, they have action figures at times that they, $250 editions. Like I'm sure they'll have a $200, $199 edition. But standard edition $70.
And then my final like probe, because you probably seen the same AI generated thing that I did, where people are like running rampant with it. They were saying that the deluxe would come with early access to the single player. Do you think that they'd do that? Because
No.
I could see that for multiplayer. I could see that for GTA Online, using that as like a selling point for when it launches, say a month, 2 months down the line, and stuff like that to help alleviate the funneling going in,
Mm.
and get like 5 days early access. I would be so baffled if they did that for the single player. I think that would
I
be
think
very damaging.
the thing that people don't take into account with Rockstar is how egomaniacal they are. Like they
Because
want to
that will
control
split. That will
culture.
split the record that they want to smash, because you're gonna have people rolling in and then they'll trickle in after that. You want that day one, this many people in the first hour, this many people in the sixth hour, this many opening 24. Yeah, they are, and rightfully so. They've earned it. They are setters of all of the, like they still hold the record for the most profitable thing in like
Entertainment history,
yeah.
yeah. Yeah. I
Like they're
mean,
gonna want to conquer that.
they want those stats on day one, the highest grossing entertainment release in human history, the highest grossing video game release year one. Like they want all of that stuff, but they want all of those day one sales. They want the videos of people lined up outside of storefronts like it's 2005. Like they want to control culture in a way that like
That
nothing
they
else
always do.
does.
That's what
Yeah.
I want to, that they always do. They want, people can say that the Elder Scrolls 6 coming out is going to be like massive and it will reach the heights that Elder Scrolls 5 did. There's still question marks on that. There could be a possibility where they have lost their edge. Rockstar are going to come out and be like, no, we haven't lost their edge. You know we haven't lost their edge. We know we haven't lost their edge, and they're going to smash that and yeah, dominate, dominate.
Yeah.
And
I
it's
mean,
yeah,
what I will say though is like it could not be as great as like from the past. Like it could very
yeah.
well be something that disappoints. Like that
But
is
that's not going
very,
to
very
affect the
fucking
sales.
possible.
I don't think, like, even if that's spread by word of mouth, that those first people in that day were posting up videos and like, ah, it's not actually like God's gift. That's not going
But
to
it
make any
would
impact. I don't think. Do you
but
think?
it's the thing where it hasn't happened yet. Everything they've released up to this point since GTA 3 has been I mean, you have some shit in there, the table tennis, like, but mainline Grand Theft Auto games and shit like that, it has been the top of the top of the top in terms of quality. So GTA 6, if that fell off, that would be the first domino. And then you would start to see doubt for Red Dead 3 and you would start to see doubt for GTA 7, just like in the same way you're going to see doubt for Elder Scrolls 6. So like it's possible that this could be the moment where the doubt starts to trickle in. I kind of have a tough time of believing that because
Mm,
I don't think they're as scared of evolution as Bethesda is. Where like I think
no, because
Rockstar is
they've moved
oh,
mountains every time they've gone to a new release. They've overhauled stuff that they. I've said it before. The whole statistical, like something so trivial as that. Like, there's no reason to dedicate time and effort onto that. And in most studios, they wouldn't greenlight that. That would be a waste of time. But you're executing every other aspect so well. You're allotted that time because it will enhance the game. Because every other piece of the puzzle has been like it's been raised up. And yeah, I don't. I I think they are just an anomaly. Um,
yeah.
I don't know. Obviously, there's the thing where you talk about, everything can change.
Yeah.
things can lose its edge and stuff like that. This is the only thing where like I struggle. I cannot see a world, even if it's not like I'm not going to be there day one. It doesn't. It's not pulling me in, but there's no denying that it's an anomaly.
Mhm.
It no other thing in gaming grips people like this. And I don't
No.
think people quite like there's obviously people love to like joke about the sales and the highest. It's so incredibly important for this to do well because it is the poster child for gaming to
Yeah.
get people to come in and invest and show that it is
Yes.
something because that is like the little lure almost of like you and I know no one's going to make another GTA, but they can investors can be like, you never know, could be the next GTA, guys,
Exactly.
and that just gets money pulled in and it gets attention on the stuff, and it's just yeah, it elevate it. I can't remember who said it. It basically raises the boat for everybody else. I can't remember who said that.
Totally.
Um,
It definitely does.
so
Yeah.
yeah, it's going to be interesting. 3 days till then pre-orders go live. I have a
I'm
I have
guessing.
a prediction as well. I think the
Hit me.
PSN store is going to crash. That's my
Yeah.
prediction because you saw Monster Hunter World. I think that like broke the Japanese store when it was doing its like pre-order sales and day one stuff and stuff. Like it chugged on that. You're talking like this is unprecedented. Like you're I don't think Sony can prepare. There's nothing that they can really do to like help their infrastructure. I think you're going to see like outages and stuff like that because there's just going to be so many processes trying to force its way through. It's going to be interesting.
I'll throw another prediction to yours. I think you're going to see massive businesses, like massive businesses, label it as a holiday, label November 19th as a holiday. Like not we already saw a couple. There was like a automotive company
Yeah, I
who
saw
labeled
that.
it as a
Yeah.
yeah, and allowing their employees to take off. But I mean like I think that you're going to see someone come out because also it's fucking great. It's great PR. It's so easy to throw out a tweet from
What?
Domino's. November 19th is, well, it won't be Domino's because that's going to be like one of the main
They
beneficiaries of GTA 6 releasing, but something like
need to
a,
deliver the food. No one's got time to cook.
exactly. But you know, so, think of someone
Did you
like
say
a,
November
not
19th? Sorry, it's going to be coming. So that's
November
Thursday.
19th. I'm
Okay.
not saying a national holiday. Like, I don't think
No,
Trump
no,
is going to
no.
fucking tweet that, you know, everybody gets the day off. But like, I think that there will be a okay, I shouldn't say massive business. Like, I'm not talking about Nike or anything like that, but I'm talking about like a chain of businesses that has 30, 40 fucking locations and everybody gets the day off. Like, it's something very, very, very big like that.
I could see that because it's just good for staff morale as well.
Yeah.
If,
And
especially if
it's
you
good
have,
PR.
if especially if you have like you know that a chunk of your staff are interested in it, that's just really good. That just helps you boost morale, like you said as well. PR is really good for that. It gets you because that's going to get covered. Anybody that chooses to do that will be covered in a news article. That
Yeah.
pushes your thing. Like it's just win-win. That and that's again, I cannot stress this enough. No other game has the power to do that. The Elder
Mm.
Scrolls 6 doesn't have the power to do that. That's not going to dominate headlines in that way. That's not going to have people closing up business.
No.
Like,
No.
it's unfathomable to think that that has the power to do that. I can't even think of a movie. I don't think a movie's ever done that, right?
No.
Where it's impacted culture in that way of like because when I think about like the big movie, you think of like the early Star Wars things and stuff like that, and even then, like that's yeah, it's insane the stuff that they're able to do.
I think the important thing as well is not only for investors to be able to say, hey, we can make the next one of these, it's to say, like, these are possible in this industry, whereas it's not possible in any other industry. People are dedicated
Mm.
to such a degree with this industry. Like, if you can make truly the greatest of all time of something, people will flood in and support it at a rampant rate that you really don't see in any other industry. And so, like, those type of conversations are so healthy as well to for someone like a Microsoft, right? Where it's like, it can Asha Sharma go to Satya Nadella and be like, why are we not trying to fund the greatest thing of all time? Like, why have we never? I mean, Halo. I would say, yeah. Actually, I would maybe argue Halo was probably in that camp. Not that level,
At that
but
time,
like,
at the time it came out, yeah. No, I would say
yeah,
it was because you're
yeah.
talking like the very very pinnacle hype because that would have was 2001.
2001 and then 2004 for Halo 2. Halo 2 is
So
when I'd
what
say it was
was
really
GTA
like
3's release date?
2001.
So around that, so that hadn't come out enough time to generate impact in that way either. Really, that was so close with Halo and stuff. Halo was also coming out in a time where like fucking arena shooters were the shit as well.
Mm,
Like that was like a top dog. You hadn't seen the open world boom because GTA
yeah.
3 hadn't come out and made its impact yet. Like arena shooters in that way. That's why it was so important back then. So that would have been prior to GTA 3's thing. Like when you're pitching that idea,
Mm,
that is the big dog in the industry,
mm.
and they haven't really done that since. Really,
And I'm not even sure you can do it with a first person shooter anymore. Like I don't really know what the thing
no.
would be. It's
I
all
don't
been
know if you can
done
do it
over
at
and
all.
over.
It's the thing where it's like really difficult to fathom and think about
Yeah,
if you can do it.
that is true.
Because you think of like the first person shooter, even Arc Raiders when that came out and like blew the fucking roof off, that still died. Like dwindled. It's not died. It's dwindled heavily, heavily, like compared to it. And it's just the thing of like it's so incredibly difficult to maintain relevance in this day and age because something else will come out and steal your thunder so fucking.
Are we mature enough as an industry at this point where it's not necessarily about creating the new thing, but creating the best thing? Where if Microsoft was to fund the greatest fucking Halo game of all time that was like so damn dynamic and just doing wild shit like choice and consequence or fucking having these different whatever wild thing you can think of, right? I'm not saying like specifically what I'm saying, just like the craziest thing you could
Yeah, I get
think
what you're
of
saying. Like
that
mixing genres in aggressively and getting like all of the things that make a choice-based RPG the best that it can possibly, the best first-person shooting. I
the
kind
best
of,
grapple gun, the
I
best,
kind of.
yeah.
This is gonna sound potentially silly. I think that was their mindset with Infinite. I think that's what they thought they were cooking up.
Hmm,
They thought
that's a
that we
problem.
can mix this Far Cry stuff with it, and it's gonna fucking absolutely blow the doors off. And it's just like, I'm not sure about that.
Yeah,
I don't think you did enough. Like, I would love to see that. I don't think you need a special someone, man.
yeah, you do.
You need a real special someone to have that like that plan on a piece of paper and be able to correlate that to all of the people and all the different like a Kojima, like a 20-year-old Kojima that is
Yeah.
absolutely rabid and hungry to prove themselves. That's what like Microsoft is missing.
Yeah, because it's so like we're in this culture now, in this climate now of like nonstop cynicism, and cynicism is like hype isn't looked at as cool anymore. Like being super excited isn't looked at as cool. Being cynical and skeptical is looked at as like,
I'm
you
the
know,
coolest person alive.
yeah. And it's like I think that there is a when you look at Grand Theft Auto 6, it's this very, very weird example, singular example, where none of it makes any waves. Like you'll see the culture warriors going out and being like, having something to say about, oh, there's a black person on the cover, oh, there's a woman, this, but this, that, just being hateful. And that type of stuff would actually get traction. Like for Intergalactic, that genuinely
Oh yeah,
almost
I
gets
heard it.
as
Like they
much
pulled her
traction.
aside, right, and was like, "All right, brace for this because you're gonna get shit thrown your way."
Yeah, God of War Lao Fei, same thing, where it's like that culture war stuff is almost as relevant as the actual product. Whereas with Grand Theft Auto, it's this weird singular example where when that shit, like when you see those guys in the replies to like a Rockstar thing, they are getting decimated. Like every single time. It doesn't matter who's posted, like it's every single time. And it's like I don't even know how that I don't know how any other game can even establish that level of like making a first impression. How do you make a first impression with a new IP and have fans who are immediately like willing to shoo off the weirdos. Like you know what I'm saying? Like it's just this weird singular example of a monolith that doesn't get penetrated by a lot of the stray fire.
I was trying to like rack my brain around like any new IP that's surfaced that even comes close to like being successful and doesn't get like torn to shreds eventually down the line. I can't.
I don't
That is
know,
also
dude.
like a huge thing, like not just some
Right.
like small indie title that because the thing that the closest thing that spring is Hollow Knight, but that's still indie, like with Silk Song.
Sandy, yeah.
Like that's
But
the
that might
only
be the
thing that
closest.
even comes remotely close to like there was like the funny like they ripped themselves of being like, can you show us something kind of it, but that's the
Right.
same with the GTA fan base. Like they
Hmm.
that was aligned with that, and there's been no negative buzz whatsoever about the game. They got what they got, and they're just eating it, and they're happy. And that's the same with
Like,
like
but
when GTA 5 come out. That was it. They got what they got, and they were happy with it.
can you think of another AAA game though, where like the typical the typical suspects, the people who are out there and gonna do their shtick to like try to dog a game before it releases, not give it a fair shake, make videos about it, this, that, and the other, where they immediately are like just dismissed and just
No,
completely not taken seriously at all. Like even with something like Assassin's Creed, as established as that game
no, the
franchise
fans
is,
even rip it. They side with
well,
them eventually, and will agree that
exactly.
that it's like I'm not fucking d- delusional. Like I like what it is. It has very glaring, obvious flaws. So when someone comes in and picks them apart aggressively and they despise it, it's like, you know what? You're making a fair point.
Yeah.
There's enough. I can't defend the stuff that you genuinely, absolutely hate because they are flaws, and
Hmm.
like that's you can't stomp that out in the way that you can like a what they get with GTA and stuff like that. The
Yeah.
last, I think, personally, when I'm trying to think of it, is like the last AAA game that had that that wasn't them. Maybe Skyrim in its opening few years. There was nobody picking that apart at all. It's been picked apart over time, and people have gone back and they look less fondly upon it. A lot of people,
Yeah.
but at its launch, like that was probably the last time we got close to that. That's not Rockstar. That is AAA. That is big. Yeah, I can't think of another title because
Because
Fallout 4
controlling,
got shredded at launch. Like no
yeah.
one gave that shit um, any time to prove itself and stuff. Like there was just yeah. By the time that come out,
Yeah, because controlling the conversation is so important. And I don't know, it seems like it's almost impossible for anything to control the narrative at this point. Like the narrative has, you know, there's like hyper monetizable revenue streams of being as negative as possible and leading with as much negativity as humanly possible to try to find the worst in everything. Because like, yeah, if that's proving to be a reliable revenue stream for you, then yeah, you're going to have characters out there who are or who are doing that consistently and trying to destroy games before they ever even come out. And like it's really hard to just shoo that away whenever it's become like this sort of cottage industry.
the reason they don't get affected by it though as well, in the way that like Ubisoft does and stuff like that. The quality that they put out is unmatched. There is no one that comes close to that,
Breath
right?
of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, Nintendo. That's the other example.
Eh, yeah, as close as it'll get. Yeah.
Yeah. Like if that type of conversation came up where, people start talking about woke this or Zelda, they made Zelda like that shit would be shooed away so quickly. Because like there's an understanding, like you were saying, the quality, there's an understanding of the quality is at such a high level that it's like, dude,
Because
get
you
the
can't
fuck
pick
on.
apart any like even if you when you look at like Red Dead 2, Anything that you
Hmm.
even now in I don't know when did that release 2018.
2018, almost a decade
So you're
ago.
talking 8 years ago, and you can still go back with a microscope, and the majority of them systems, the majority of like even the textures and stuff, they've stood the test of time. The stuff that they're doing, and like as annoying as it is to see it constantly get referenced when people do that stuff of where it's like, and here's the NPC routes and stuff like that.
Yeah,
But they
it is true at
accomplished
the
it,
same
guys.
time.
But at they've
Yeah.
accomplished it. Like this is the thing. Like it's annoying to constant because it's in the same thing of like when Expedition 33 was getting banked. Like it's great, it's great, it's great. Constant. Like
Mhm.
the thing is they Expedition 33 is one soaring success. If they do eight
Yeah.
more of them, they probably deserve to start having that like annoying fan base of fucking people relentlessly throwing it praise. That's what Rockstar's achieved, is that every single title that has been a mainline GTA or Red Dead game has moved forward. They've never ever
Yeah.
stood still. There's no other game that's done that
Final
in that
question.
way. Like it's insane.
I have one question for you, and then I'll hop out of your hair. What would you have to see in a Grand Theft Auto 6 like gameplay deep dive trailer for what is the one thing that would sell you on picking it up day one? Because like I hear the respect and admiration and
Mm,
like kind of this from afar appreciation in the same way that I have for like Zelda, honestly, would be a great
no,
example.
that's
Like it's
that's
not
how
necessarily
I view it as well. The tricky thing is this is going to be like a cop out thing, but I'll try and answer it and give you a I will buy it if this happens. It's the same way I view The Last of Us and the God of War games. Like, it doesn't matter like if they're gonna improve stuff and stuff. Like, I've played enough crime sandbox games. Like, there's gonna be improvements and stuff like that. I just have no yearning for it. In the same way that somebody can play, like with you, you've probably played like your fill of
Fantasy
JRPGs and
Samurai.
stuff like that, where it's just like I could skip it. Even if I'm
Mhm.
hearing that it's a generational masterpiece and stuff like that, I can skip it.
Right.
It's going to be doing stuff that the diehard fans fucking absolutely adore and care about and stuff like that. Um, if it was cheap, 60, I would be more interested in throwing it that way because I'd have respect for them for doing that. Um,
Is there one mechanic, one like thing that's you something that you could never really feasibly even ask for in another game because you don't think they have the budget or time or whatever to do it, but like given the fact that this is $2 billion and 10 years to create, is there like something that they could throw in there that's just like such a specific thing that you're like, holy shit, I can't believe this is I know that's a weird question, but like just so for example, for me, if they had a if in this game there's like a full-blown fight club, but I love arenas like
oh, so
Oblivion and
yeah.
I love that shit so much. If there's like a full-blown fight club where you have, actual progression and being able to go in and like pick different gear for your character to like go to these arena battles and to fucking like if it's so systemically like detailed to where I can actually make this a part of my like if that can be a 10-hour thing that I do on the side, which I'm going to get the game anyway, but like that's one of those things that nobody else can really do that. Like you get a little bit of that with RGG where they have like little boxing mini games and shit and I love it so much, but if I can make that like its own little game inside of the game, like if there's little sub stories in there and then fucking like I said different gear you could get and upgrades that are specific to that, like that's the type of shit that I'm really, really going to be locked into. I hope they have some weird stuff like that.
I do have something actually, given it the deep thought. One of my favorite games in the genre esque of that was that first Godfather game.
Oh, dude.
And something that is the type of thing of where it doesn't this probably wouldn't even need to be executed like to their level of polish and degree because like for example a recent video I just put out of things that I find addicting, like I found like the Midnight Suns combat to be addicting. I sat there and played that. I just did repeat missions of that. If you could execute the interrogation and business side of that
Yeah.
to a higher degree than what was, I'm talking like double, triple what was on offer there. Because you're obviously
Hmm.
talking about the 2 billion and stuff like that. If that was out of the gate and there was a good chunk of that, like if that's not even tied to the main story, that's just what you can end up just fucking off and doing,
Yeah.
I would get that day one.
Yeah.
I would get that day one. I would be
Damn,
interested
dude.
enough to do that as like a repetitive task and then probably end up seeing the rest of the game, because that was just such an addictive loop in the Godfather games, because it wasn't
Hmm.
even a good story. It was like a chop up mash of like the movie.
Yeah.
Like they gave you like little sprinklings here, and then they're like, oh, here's the collectibles of the film reels. Here's like 5 seconds of uh Marlon Brando eating some beans or something, like fucking bizarre shit like that. And just that would probably be what would have my ears perk up and be like, that would take me back to my childhood.
That would be so sick. I haven't even really thought about that, but yeah, dude, that would be so fucking dope to be able to have little, light Yakuza Zero, staffing up a venue and having to go and check on it and actually having some dynamic systems at play there where it's like, oh, well, this dude in the stay, he came to work drunk and you got to go and throw him out. Like just little things like that that are
Because
weirdly
there's
happening at your.
because there's even like, again, when you start going down this rabbit hole and knowing that the budget that they have, I know it's not going to be this, of course, but like just the thought of like how far you can pull that string. If you're doing a
Mm,
drug empire thing, that drug's got to come from somewhere. Even if you
mm,
just had like a small island where that stuff takes off and then it can be intercepted midway and stuff like that, you're having to go out with boats and collect it, and just running
yeah.
stuff in that manner where that's not been done. Something like that would have been explored, like how you had it in like Assassin's Creed, where you're sending these ships out on a menu,
Hmm.
because you're not gonna go to the Caribbean and stuff like that and do
Yeah.
these runs yourself. So like stuff like that, if they were able to accomplish it, I don't think they will. It would be fucking awesome if they did. That would be something that would interest me, because that would be, in my opinion, maybe somebody can disagree with it. That's pushing that aspect of the genre forward.
For
That's not
sure.
that's not playing it safe. That's literally uncharted territory doing something
Hmm.
like that.
Yeah.
Because usually when you see something explored like that, it's something mundane, like with like, as much as I love Wildlands and stuff like that, it'd be something like collecting a package and driving it home.
Hmm.
Ooh, that's a fetch quest.
What if you
If you
hear
do it
that
in
it,
this way, it's not going to be dressed up and perceived as a fetch quest. It's
right?
a journey, which is, yeah.
All right, last question. I swear to God, I'm done. What if you hear that the story is on par with Red Dead 2 in terms of quality? Because I think that's the one thing, like the key separation between a Red Dead and a Grand Theft Auto. Like the stories in Grand Theft Auto, GTA 4, good story, San Andreas, good story, 5, good story, but like we're not talking all-time great stories for any of them. But what if they said like GTA 6 all-time great story on par with RDR2?
Did you play it from start to finish straight away
Play what?
from Red Dead 2?
Oh, fuck yeah.
See, I didn't.
Oh, okay. Okay,
I
so I see what
felt
you're
like
saying.
the slow start didn't bother me. It was just the length. And I think
Mm,
that's the problem with like, that's the difference between them and like Naughty Dog with Uncharted. They actually
right.
needed that length in Red Dead 2, I would argue, to be able to fully explore what they were doing. Like, I get it. I get why you needed to take that long. But when I very first was playing through it, I did just peter off. I can't remember where it was. It was towards probably the first camp moving,
Got you.
is when I was like, I, I don't have it in me to stick with this for another 60 hours at the moment. Um, because that's also a thing of like, GTA 5 wasn't that long, really, when you're just mainlining story missions. And that's the thing that people seem to misconceive, is that no GTA has a long story. None of them
No.
have. Like, the longest is GTA San Andreas, I think, for terms of thing because of how far
Probably.
you have to go. There's no fast travel and stuff like that. Like you're having to do all this traveling, and then even then, like if you, because I obviously did them recently, you can still mainline San Andreas in like 15, 20 hours,
Hmm.
like fairly consistently. That's what I think people, because it with Red Dead 2 as well, it's slower and longer because you're on a horse. That
Hmm.
artificially expands and prolongs the time. If you're in a supercar, that gets you to A to B a lot quicker. I do wonder if there's going to be a little bit of annoyance that it will be shorter than Red Dead 2, if it is.
Right. Yeah.
Because then you do feel, it is only natural to feel slightly cheated. If you've waited that long, you also had a predecessor of a game from them that was longer. Potentially, this will push the envelope of making games even more expensive if it does that. Like, there's so many variables, it would only be natural to be slightly disappointed if that comes in at like 15 hours for a mainline set of missions. What's your guesstimate it'll do?
Probably 30.
30?
Yeah, probably 30. You'll probably be able to see playthroughs on YouTube that are like 22, but I think like 30 for main story completion is something I would assume 30,
Mm.
35.
So there you go. I hope that answered your question. Give me the
Yeah,
Godfather one on steroids,
yeah,
and
dude.
I'll probably be a little bit more interested than I am now.
That's exciting, bro. I really am. I'm excited. I'm just it's very fucking wild that this is like yeah, it's just wild that this is gonna happen this year potentially. Like
Ooh,
that's
I have one more question to pose to you before we jump out.
uh
Because Red Dead didn't feel like this cultural phenomenon, right? Am I correct in that like feeling? It didn't feel that it dominated this level of
no.
speak.
God no.
I know this is really difficult to like try to comprehend and think. Do you think that whatever this hype meter train is, that's going to be the ceiling? Like it won't get even more frothing at the mouth for a GTA 7.
Yeah.
Do you think it can get higher than this?
No. I think that we're tapped. I think that with AI and all of that shit coming in and which seems like they're not using much of it at all. It seems like Strauss Zelnick is pretty anti-AI as far as corporate executives go, but um no, I just don't think that we're going to wait as long next time.
Mm.
Like it
So it won't
seems
build
that
up that level of like, I need it.
yeah, I think
Okay,
that
how
likely
long
we'll
do you
get
reckon we'll have?
I think we'll get Red Dead 3 next, hopefully a new IP. They've also spun off a lot of like smaller development studios under Rockstar and are it seems like they're gonna try to get more out than just Red Dead GTA Red Dead GTA, so might be the main studio goes on next to Red Dead 3 and then GTA 7, but I would say this is 2026 a release, so probably like I mean it'll still probably be like 10 years but it won't be fucking 13, like it'll probably be like 9 8 to 10 years.
That's fair enough. Man, it is like even though it's not like something I'm anticipating and looking forward to, it is crazy to think that it's coming out this year. And that seems to be locked
So
in, unless they do some of the biggest bamboozling shit imaginable, and then pre-orders go up and it goes February 2027 is when
I
you'll
could
be
see it
getting it,
happening.
and I would, oh, the meltdowns of people would be fully justified because the devs would be
Hmm.
pissed as well because of the way that they've positioned themselves this year.
Yeah. I could see it. I swear to God, I could see that happening. Like, I really could. I could see, I don't think it'll be right after, of course. I think it'll be a genuine thing. I think it'll be, if it happens, pre-orders go up June 25th, and then by, like,
They're
oof,
like,
yeah,
we
there's
didn't
not
lock in
much
40
time.
million. We're pushing it back.
Uh, Maybe like August, a delay happens, but a delay from like November to, like you said, January, something like that. But I don't think I think we're locked in for November. I don't even want to speak bad juju in the air. I'm really excited for this. I'm more excited for this than I've been for any video game release in since Cyberpunk. So here's fucking hoping that we don't have a repeat of that.
I don't see it. I don't see it. I think that's locked in. The quality's locked in. Strauss is locked in.
He
And
is,
that's all that
boy.
matters for that. And the fans will get what they hopefully want and definitely
I hope
deserve.
so,
Because that's
man.
another thing as well. Like, I can't. Waiting 13 years between a release is. Even regardless of like the quality that you know it's going to possess and stuff like that, that's a long time. That's
So long, dude.
basically most of someone's childhood.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, entire fucking teenage years. Like well, I mean, into your teenage years. Like you lived until you're a fucking teenager, literally from zero to a teenager. Like that's crazy.
Absolutely. Well, as always, it's been a pleasure. We actually squeezed 5 hours.
Jesus
So
Christ.
I'm gonna have to preface with watch this over the course of a few weeks, people, because that's a big ask.
Bro.
But yeah, as always, like it doesn't feel that time
No, not at
drags.
all.
It's just that thing of like it's such a pleasure to just talk on this level because it's even with the Discord and stuff like that. Like that's still people having to obviously parcel out time, and it's a back and forth
Yeah.
with chatting and stuff like that. You never hardly anyone has like the what's the word I'm looking for here? The privilege of
Time.
having this type of scenario be able to be had. And
Yeah.
I'm very, very grateful for that.
You would
So
literally be typing fucking novels in Discord if you tried to. Yeah, so dude, I
no,
always
I'll
love
just
it.
say
If
GTA 6 bad and then close it for the night and watch you.
watch me lose my mind the next day,
What
I
did you
pull up like
say?
7 different articles that are
Fuck
referencing shit
pillars,
that you
man. How about that?
just throwing shade at pillars for no reason. Oh man, no, this is always fun, bro. I appreciate it. And I'm really excited. I think next month we'll have a really, really interesting conversation as well because we're gonna have all of the Xbox
Mhm.
stuff. Whatever's gonna take place, that'll definitely happen by the end of next month, and we'll have a new Grand Theft Auto trailer. We should have a new Grand Theft Auto trailer, so
Yep. And that'll all be picked apart, and it'll be interesting to see how much. Because do you reckon they'll disclose that information? Like how
what
much it's
information?
pre-ordered, like in the first day? Do you reckon they'll throw that shit out?
Fuck yeah.
Okay, because that's what I'm
Without
thinking.
a
I'm thinking like
doubt.
I know that you're like a privately traded and all that stuff, but like I don't think that does you no damage.
They love that
Yeah,
shit so much, bro.
so
They
it's
are
gonna
some
be
arrogant
interesting
motherfuckers.
to
Yeah.
like cross-reference how much everything else did. And all of the people who are going to do the number crunching are being like, yeah, and this is like how much this film like made in like all of its lifetime, and that made it in this 14.3 seconds of being alive on the market.
Fucking crazy, bro. I'm excited. I'm excited for next month. That's gonna be a fun ass chat.
Yep, absolutely. Well, thank you all for. If anyone stayed here for the whole 5 hours, get help for one. You clearly, I don't know what to tell you. I don't think I'm that compelling. But appreciate everyone for tuning in. Obviously, Brandon's channel will be linked in the description. And we obviously have a Discord, so if you know join a Discord of like-minded gamers such as yourself, pop comment down below, and I'll hit you back with a link. But other than that, thank you very much for joining us, and we'll see you in the next one.
Appreciate you guys.